door. It's a really convenient way to get up there if you're on the outside. And there's room for a turret right here and a shotgun trap so that even if you leave the ladder hatch open, no one's going to be able to get up. 2 more turrets in the shooting floor give you 360-degree coverage up there. There's a turret for the tip-top tower to cover the windmill and your electricity system. There are 2 on the roof, and there are 2 left, which you can probably just put in your compound if you have one. All the electrical switches are in the bedroom on the 3rd floor that's right beside a 7-box loot room, all being covered by a few shotgun traps, and additionally there's room for 2 more beds in the tip-top tower and boxes to store kits. Aside from the idea of the base being cheap, it's meant to be a decently defendable base. If you have external TCs, you're fine with letting someone raid into the 1st and 2nd floor and get your core loot room, because you have a ton of storage space on the 3rd floor in your bedrooms, and you have a retake area with your beds and boxes in the tip-top tower. Now, I feel like I've shown enough. This isn't meant to be a whole base build video, but hopefully at this point you guys at least understand the base a little bit more and can maybe mentally find your way around it. So let's get back to the story. It was now Saturday, midday, and I was really just getting on to see if we'd gotten raided, and we hadn't. I only had a couple hours to play, and Ronnie wasn't going to be on at all, so my goal was to build the tip-top tower, place the wind turbine, start placing turrets in the base, and do a little bit of exploring around the area. And I started with the exploring. This guy see me? It's kind of far, I need him to stand still. I have a bizarre hunch that that bolty or online guy is on his roof, so I'm not gonna go over there. Oh, there's a full metal guy. Actually, perfect timing. We just had a comment, actually. And a wee bit of sulfur. Get stone and scrap. Now, good fishing boat. Scrap. It's all broken close. Oh my god. This guy had... If this guy had killed me... If I had died with this movie... Well, I don't even know. This guy's juice. past hour, a few kits had been acquired. I'd gone to Fishing Village and gotten all of the turrets, and then, according to the plan, I built a tower. I put a wind turbine up there. I placed a battery, placed a bunch of turrets. I even placed an entire stone compound with a custom external gate. It wasn't that big. It was actually really small, but it was nice. So everything was done for the day. I'd go, I'd post up all the doors, and took off. Now, here, over 20 minutes into the videos, it's where it really begins. Everything prior to this moment was just context on how we got kits, our base location, our resources, stuff like that. And honestly, over the past year, my recordings have gone way too smooth for some sort of mistake to not eventually happen. Unfortunately, the first play of the day, what kind of started it all, wasn't captured. I wasn't recording and my shadow play wasn't enabled, so I couldn't flashback record it, but I'll show you an animated reenact. When Ronnie and I woke up and got on that Sunday morning, 11 Eastern, we heard that Excavator was right beside us, was running. So we grabbed some kits and we ran over to see what we could do. Upon arriving, we were both immediately killed. There was a full metal guy sitting all the way at the top of the Excavator, so we respawned and ran back. I crouched all the way up, behind the guy at the top, and then I killed him. And that was that. Ronnie had stayed at the bottom, distracting the entire time. There were only 2 of these guys, so after I killed the guy at the top, we punched the guy at the bottom, we killed him, and then we ran to the little resource, mineral, ore delivery dump location thingies, and we got everything that was inside of that, which was all sulfur. That's what they had been mining. And we ran it back to our base. A bunch of sulfur and 2 full metal AK sets, which was a big deal at the time because I don't think we had any. Maybe just one. After we beat them, we planned to run back. We left some gear on their bodies, and we also figured that they would probably run back, and so we wanted to fight. And this is when I realized I wasn't recording, and so I started my recording. And that's annoying. I didn't record that. Does it work? Because it won't work. Here it is. I'm gonna put it in the combo real quick. This kid is just terrible. Nice. Alright, let's go. Alright, these guys are going to be in sneak spots because they know we're going to come back. So just be aware.
No, they didn't come back. Sorry. Unless they just didn't kill
Here,
those
come
ones.
to the left on this ridge. No, they're there. I see him on the mound. Hit one. I'm pushing left. They're both hazy.
One has an AK. Hit one, ensign.
Hit him. Down.
Yes.
Finished. The other one's somewhere. I see the other one. He's silenced. He's silenced. Hit him. He headshot me. Missed.
Mound.
In front of me.
So hurt.
Dead.
Can headshot him with that shit. God damn.
He's dead. You're up. Just med. I'm looting this. This row of sulfur. Alright, let's get out of here. Fast. Shit. That's so funny.
Got our base. Down 250. I got no meds, bro.
They're four. Back up. Come to me.
If they're coming to try to raid.
No. They're five. Now we gotta go up this way. Maybe they'll keep running. They saw us going right. I don't think we can keep going right. If we can get to this telephone pole and up it, we look at our base, no one's there, we can take the zip right outside our base, you know? I don't see them to the left. We can drop right at this wall, bro. Go. What the fuck?
Good shit. Dude, that's another 2 rows of sulfur I have.
So yeah, there was a group that was at least 5 deep right outside of our base as we were trying to run back to it with all of that sulfur. But we'd done a little bit of a juke. We'd run to the right, we'd shot a few shots, then we'd doubled all the way back to the left, taken the zip line to our gate, and they were no longer there. At this point, over the last 10 minutes, I'd say 15 at the max, we'd profited nearly a box of sulfur from excavator from the guys that we were killing that were there. So right then and there, we gave ourselves a goal. We wanted to raid a base by the end of the day. We wanted it to be a pretty big base too. We didn't know who it was going to be, when it was going to be, but it was still early on in the day. We had plenty of time to figure that out. We had so much sulfur at this point, it kind of seemed like a waste not to. But for now, that had to go on the back burner. Within the next couple of minutes, as we were just sitting in our base, we heard guys right outside of our compound. It sounded like it was at 5 men. They were probably looking for a fight.
See, 1 250 from me.
Just left again now. 4, like running to their island.
Got him. He's by like a fuel tank.
He sees me. Yeah, he's really close. His friends are coming from 4. Headshot him. Can you push? Can you W key his left side? I got his right. Before his teammates come. It's fine. If you swing left, his teammates are here. He may be dead. You good?
I have 1 more.
Go for 1. Is this guy the thing again? Can you see around him?
I'm down. Where was that guy? There's so fucking many.
I'm gonna get pushed. Just get another kid on.
I can get a crossfire out.
There's one on the way here. In the water, just over. Just watch that. Just watch them on the cross. Can you silhouette the ocean?
See one. Pushing up 227. My 220, so you're like.
Dead. Has he? There's one maybe down.
BMW.
Killed full AK. Killed 1. 2 more pushing AK. I need you. I'm down. Ah! Downed 1 that had looted. Down full metal.
Good.
Nice. They live there. Hit him 3 times. Yeah, you can push. One behind that base. Doubled. Dead.
Shit.
Has he back there? They live in this base close, and there's full metal at the junk pile here. 1 jump down.
My fucking outside bags.
I'm dead.
Yes. They raided both those bases right there.
can you just go out like naked? Like I'm gonna kill one in a second here. I just need you with like barricades to just like barricade bodies, and you can loot easy. Like, these guys are gonna keep coming out. I'm just gonna keep killing them. It's just we're getting none of the loot back is the issue.
I'm dead. It's not dead.
Are you down?
No.
Kill the guy close. There, a couple of them are out. Killed the pink guy in the water.
Ready?
Kill another one.
One more behind this jump wall.
1 HP. Just play your life if you can. Still behind that forward jump pile. His friends are all dead. One's inside. 4 times. You can get your body from free. He's holding from the doorway. Down in his doorway. Naked, dead. You may be able to push to that. I don't think they have bags now, though. Guy behind. AK behind. I'm good. Yeah, he's flanked the other guy. Yeah, I think you can maybe move. Just watch for this guy that's shooting at me here. Yeah, he's behind a stone, I believe. Careful him spawning inside. But you should be good. I'm just distracting. There should be an AK kit right there in the water. Watch the water.
Yeah, I got it. Getting out of here.
Okay, nice. You got like 3 kits?
Yeah. On me.
You can keep pushing. You can push back to our base through the wall. You can also kill this guy. He's in the middle of the open. If you can just like get all the way back behind our base, high ground on it. Is that at you?
Yeah.
Are you bolty?
Hit him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm bolting.
I'm pushing the left. I'm going to the roof of our flank. 3 times. I'm going to roof of flank. Yeah, he walled. You can come and get crossfire instead.
Yeah, I got 3.
Yeah, I'm already getting this is bad.
Got 2 full metal sets, 1 MP5, 2 MP5.
They're cutting me off from their main. Can you stay there for a sec? They're gonna push really close.
I got like
Fine, just bandage up. Keep up, alright?
Three running up the shoreline.
Towards our base?
No, only one is by that one jump pile.
Okay, but so I can leave out our custom gate.
You should. One's coming up towards our base. Hit the high wall you were playing at.
Yeah, they're two. They see me here.
Headshot
Dead. There's another one behind it. I can't peek him. I'm hazy. I literally can't peek this guy. Make it 1 shot.
Yeah, on the 2x.
Can you just get a settle? There's a guy right outside our walls right now camping us. Listen, I'm gonna go to the roof. I'm gonna kill this guy close, jump off, and we loot. Okay? We need to kill him close. Do you see him?
Yeah, I killed one at the wall.
There's a
Dead.
L9 dead behind him base, and the wall guy's dead. I'm gonna jump. Care because there's one AK guy unknown still.
He's no, there was a naked that just ran up. Oh, there's an AK guy outside the flank.
Are you dead?
Yep.
Yeah. Did he get your shit?
Yep.
Bruh. Can you come to him base? You can get a full metal kit. I'm
I
hit.
gotta W key this guy.
I don't think you can.
He's dead.
Nice. The one at the wall?
Yep.
Good shit. There's a full metal kit behind flank base somewhere. That guy.
I walled.
Nice, nice, nice. Just hide, just hide. Kill that guy crossing. Okay, I'm gonna do a weird long flank. I'm gonna depot and like push train tracks like up the hill. I say we push up to excavator. We can 2v1 that guy that's probably still on that hill. We can just shoot down on guys and he can run down and loot if we kill anyone. Also, this AK close is Hazzy, so. I see him, he's close left. Hit him. We fight this guy, we fight this guy. Don't even worry about our flank base right now.
Yeah, down 170 south. Other palm tree.
Okay. How far?
About 40 meters from me.
I shot him, push, W key.
Going.
Headshot the guy that looted the AK. Nice. I'm going back over to the AK. Another Hazzy coming from that base of theirs. Kill that guy. About 20 meters to the west. That guy far.
Headshot done. Final wall.
Alright, let's deep
dead.
And that's how we mop the fucking floor, Ronnie. That's how we mop the floor.
Wanna grab your blanket?
Oh, no. There's an airdrop right outside. Let's go.
Wait.
Landing. Like already. Do you have extra meds? Can I get a few? You have very good.
See one for the kid. We got four.
See like that.
Yeah, telephone. Yeah, he did.
Push right. Push hard right.
Yeah. Oh, there's one in the train car, bro.
Headshot him. Are you dead?
Yeah.
Headshot this guy close.
Still dead.
There's a guy at this wall. Last guy. Loot that body. Play safe. Play safe. He's trying to peek you. He's running. Hit him. He's peeking you. Wait, no, he can't. Headshot him, push. W key. Hit him again. Dead. Loot up. Good shit.
Scientist.
Yeah.
Yeah, my kid.
He never touched you. What are names?
Mad.
naked running back from 60.
I gotta leave my whole kit here.
I got it.
That guy's thing.
Yeah,
Did you get your AK?
so obviously what we just profited was pretty crazy. The fight with that initial 4 to 5 man group profited us probably 4, 5, even 6 AK sets. Not to mention all of the tier 2 weaponry we got, and then there was the fight over the airdrop that got us 2 more AK sets and the airdrop. So afterwards we depoted all of the loot and we put the finishing touches on it. It was in its final form. That was followed by a successful full helicopter. Because we took it right outside our compound walls, we came over, but no one really tried to counter it. Then we placed a computer station and we looked through it, cameras that were on a large oil rig. And at the time, there were 2 or 3 minicopters in the group that was there that had just started taking it, it seemed. We wanted to counter, but we didn't have a helicopter, so our plan was to take the railroads all the way to Bandit Camp with 750 scraps, buy a minicopter, and then counter large. But things did not go according to plan. We had an extremely bizarre encounter as we were running north trying to find a train to get to Bandit Camp.
Scrappy right in front of me on the open ground. Looks like it's for the baiting. Yeah, that has to be a bait. There has to be like a landmine or some shit on me.
No, unless they landed when train.
I say we scrappy to Bandit. We have 2 plays. This looks like someone's sitting in this one bite. This doorway. Just waiting for someone. This is the key.
Watch it out.
Alright, maybe start taking it. Yeah, just come to me. Yep, they went for this shit.
Shit.
Let's get to the coast.
Get in. I'm right behind you.
Yeah.
Get in.
Go.
That motherfucker shot a rocket at me.
I told you, bro, there's... Sheesh! Okay, you can start going to the right.
So we ended up getting away with the scrappy, but it was definitely a bait. They had HV rockets ready and an L9 ready. I think they thought that they would be able to see the driver's head when he got in. Maybe they couldn't because their first shot on Ronnie missed. So per our plan, we went to Bandit and I got a minicopter and then we flew home. Easy peasy, free scrappy. Except that wasn't the last time we were going to see those guys. In fact, right when I landed, I ran outside the compound and there was already a guy pulling up. Presumably, the guy that owned the scrap helicopter that had seen the scrappy and the mini flying to our base and followed them there.
Oh, he's gonna try to HV it, you think?
Yeah.
Fine, I'll go. I'm running on ground. You don't have to shoot yet.
It's getting close.
Okay. You can shoot.
That power line.
He's doubled. Underneath power lines.
Dead. There was another.
I have a bag in flank. The other guy's gonna be running from far. He should be able to you can see him probably.
I'll see.
This guy has 2 AK sets on him. And LR. I don't even think they live there, dude. I think they just put the scrappy in a high traffic area, and these are kits from people that they've killed. Kind of makes sense, you know? It's not a scientist. Turrets don't shoot scientists. That was another turret. Where could I have seen something? In our compound? I hear feet close. He's dead. He was in our compound. What? Mateo. P5 kid. Full metal. How did he get in our compound? What? We didn't hear spikes.
Maybe.
So I just killed him.
Maybe he got dropped off.
How did he do that? Guy at Lighthouse? There's no way you can get to that, right?
You can jump over a gate to be able to move stuff. That's the only thing I could think.
Oh, right here. Yeah, that's 100%.
Or a horse.
I shot him up there. His teammate's close outside. This is so free. We can just kill these guys and you can push. That guy over peeks up top. Hey, there's no lock on our gate! He just C4'd it.
Wow.
That... It's great. It's fine.
Put a lock on that shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. He brought 2 more C4 and 3 real rockets!
No way.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know, but that's funny as well.
So we eventually logicked the situation out to be these guys knew that we didn't know that we hadn't put a lock on our own gate. So they came over with a bit of boom. Maybe they thought we were going to leave all of our doors open. So they were going to try to raid. Of course, to blow up the Scrappy originally, but we were still kind of confused. This was a bizarre amount of explosives to bring for the reason that they did. And it wasn't like a YOLO, let me just bring explosives for the hell of it, because they were really mad afterwards.
You guys are fucking terrible.
Oh, thank you for the explosives, man.
Bro, blaze are inflamed, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, my base is inflamed, but I have your rockets and C4. This guy was coming to like actually raid our base.
Like,
bro.
no. Your base is in flames.
Like, bro, we have 2 C4, 3 rockets. Wait, was this one? 2 instant rockets. Like, come on.
Anyways, they stuck around for a while. We weren't leaving the base. Now, we didn't have a Scrappy anymore, but we had a mini-copter. And very soon, a cargo ship spawned in. But it spawned right beside us, so we decided to leave the mini-copter and go to cargo on boat so that we could have the mini-copter if we needed to come back if we died.
I can get us there. Yeah, come to me. I'll repair this when we go. Further scientists, though.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you start doinking the top one? Or actually, we're gonna go middle. Get ready to jump.
Shit.
You ready? You ready? 3,
Yep.
2, 1. I'm going under. Oh my god, that lane!
God damn, yo. Not gonna lie, that was impressive.
We getting out on this baby too. Alright, we need to clear. Here, you want to just stay top? I'm gonna clear all the scientists. You just literally stay top front and watch for helis and shit.
Oh.
Boat?
Yep.
Direction.
North.
How far?
Full metal.
Hit him. This is free. This is free.
Hit him.
Hit him. Down.
You wanna go rib? You want me to go rib? I'm going on rib.
Go rib. Go rib.
I gotta be the worst cargoer ever.
What's that?
Just so hard.
You just whiffed the ladder.
Yeah.
Mini landing front. Already landed. 2 full metals out. Come in.
Come on. See him?
They know you're there. They know you're there. They're both front right now. They may dip under. Shit. Headshot 1. Full metal.
Getting up top.
Bad. There may be 2 more of these guys coming.
I think they're under. One's under.
Yep, there's their other one. All 4 are here. Me. Other one. Headshot 1. Is that you jumping?
Nope.
Okay. They're gonna come in a sec.
Trap coming.
Bruh. He's in heavy metal, this mother. If these are same guys, this is some dumb shit, bro. Headshot 1?
Yo, the whole gang in this spot.
Yeah,
bro.
they're 6. They're all same team. Headshot. They may rush. They may not be same team. They're not. Double AKs are shooting. Headshot 1. Ooh, they're baiting. Hit another. Don't think they're same team. I'm good. Yeah, they're not same team. Should we push, bro, together? Or do you want to stay? Just let them duke it out.
The bottom.
They're 2 full dead. 1 jump down. Yeah, there's still a couple underneath. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is still me. Unluckily, the 4-man won, and it looks like they did it with 0 casualties. They're taking off on mini. Maybe getting pushed. No, that guy's just leaving. Okay, so that guy's gonna come back, so temporarily it's only 3. I'm hit again.
Shooting back there.
I don't know. Is there AK in water? There is, bro!
Yeah. Missed the
Headshot him, headshot him water.
I'm watching the push.
Hit him again, water, down. Taking off the front. He's taking off front. He's going to pick up his teammate in the water. What the fuck is happening?
The answer is we had no idea why these 2 guys were in the water. Didn't make sense. And then this other guy left on a minicopter, meaning temporarily there was 1 guy left. So the plan from there was simple. I was just going to keep shooting with him, trying not to die, of course, and Ronnie was going to sneak all the way underneath the ship and ambush him. And if we were fast and we looted all of the crates and the bodies before the rest of his group got back, then the cargo loot was ours.
Just distracting with shots. Killed him. Nice, nice, nice. Loot his shit and you can crouch back. I'm watching.
Going, but he has a row of AKs, bro.
Really? Mini, mini, mini. You can spray. You can spray.
Where?
To the shore side. Shore side. Low, low, low. The Scrappy's up there.
Scrappy's up here, yeah.
Like I could come and loot that, come to you, and we just leave in the Scrappy. It's a big win if you have multiple AKs. Holy shit, it's loaded, dude. Okay. You have meds?
Yo, there's a hella like a row of ammo and shit.
Bro, what the? This is where things make it feisty, Ronnie. Wait, bro, when that mini crashed and came back and went in the water, I think he just overshot it and they both fell in the water, and so they hopped up on a jump pile, and then by the time they were all the way behind us, they started shooting at us. That's exactly what happened. This guy's bricks. Bro. Ronald?
We're in. That's all that matters.
So this cargo take was unbelievable. It was so bizarre because a 4-man came to counter with double mini-copter, and at the time, I don't know why they didn't just push me sitting up there on the bridge, because I don't think they'd seen Ronnie at that point. They may have thought it was just solo, but they decided to stay at the front, and then Scrappy came to counter. It was just a whole situation. But when all was said and done, we had all of the loot over a row of AKs, explosives, the crate loot, everything from the cargo was ours. So with those extra explosives and all of the sulfur that we still had and had been smelting throughout the day, it was time to start working towards the end goal of finding a base to raid. 4 to 5 man we couldn't, because there were 4 to 5 of them, and they actually had a really, really strong base. So Ronnie and I started running around the area, and that's when we heard that excavator was being run. And so we went over to counter. It had just started, so there wasn't much loot, but we were able to kill some guys and one diesel and kits as well. That's what we thought back to earlier in the day. The group that started everything for us were the 2 guys that were running excavator in the morning when not that many people were online. We figured they were probably very rich, and although we didn't know where they lived exactly, we had seen them run back and forth a couple times to excavator. We were able to piece together that they probably lived in this base here. And so, right then and there, not knowing if they were online or offline, but just figuring they were extremely wealthy, we decided that was the base that we were going to. And although we did have plenty of sulfur from earlier in the day, explosives from cargo, and explosives from that weird scrap helicopter situation, we were probably going to need a decent bit more to raid this base. And so the next couple of hours turned into a grind for more explosives. We took the patrol helicopter down, but the 4 to 5 man group that lived beside us ended up getting all of the loot because it was down to closer to their base. So then we went to large oil rig, we got some more explosives and loot from there. And then we heard a raid going on kind of nearby, so we went over to try to counter it. We waited as they brought more explosives from their base, killed them, finished the raid, got a decent bit of sulfur, but not a ton. But then we took all of the sulfur up, added it to the rest of the sulfur, turned all of that into rockets, and realized we had 24 rockets, a stack of explosive ammo, and a C4, which we decided was enough to raid the base. It was about go time. At this point, it was 7 p.m. Not only was the server hop nearly full, but the area that this base was in was a really populated area. So the raid wasn't going to be all that easy we expected, and that's why we wanted to make a raid base. We grabbed all the materials that we would need for that, including an auto turret, and started to run over. Alright, onward. If we'd had like twice as much boom as we do now, I'd be so tempted to call on some friends and raid that 4 to 5 man. Or the China wall and everything, like that's some tank YouTube design, you know? Also, I wish we knew where those guys with the Scrappy lived. Oh my gosh. I would have loved to have raided them. But I've since this base gets used, and I haven't had like a good raid in so long. Looking at their base, it looks like there's no way you can raid it. Threaded the needle and somehow got it there. And that's probably why they don't have a compound. It's 'cause they have like 0 building coverage. Dude, these guys are smart to build a raid base because there's no proof. Wipe a little bit right here, actually. How do we want to raid this? Yeah, split first and second.
This is the front door, right?
You got the beds, let's see. That arena should be down. See the guys that live. Suppressed.
They're coming, they're coming. 20. Get back. Back.
Good for now.
They're actually coming already. Yeah.
I'm dead. In the airlock with actually all of our boom. Can you please close it? Like, can you just run and close that outer door? Did you close it? Ooh. Okay, you can leave that body for now.
I just looted the rockets. I think they're coming. I saw like 2 or 4.
I think they were just passing by.
Was it?
Guy named Blue? Oh, he does have a launcher and they're running towards our base. Just push out the top of these guys. Alexa, shut up, please. Please shut up. Jesus. Where are these guys, you said? Just train tracks?
Trains.
They're like 2 of them.
Oh,
Touch that one? That one? I'm dead. I'm dead. They have like multiple L9s on that hill.
just one flank or just
Flank, flank. Definitely flank. Yeah, just one flank. Dude, I can't go to shooting floor. They have a perfect view into our shooting floor. Oh, flank is on top too. They're really... I have no outside bags. Oh no. We have to play this so carefully.
I only have 20 touch.
I have 90 seconds. This is all really bad. Where are they at right now?
At the ridge. I'm gonna see if I can kill some right now. I looted your kit.
Okay. Alright, I'm taking rockets now. I don't think we win if I don't. You know how far they are into our walls now?
I shouldn't be on timer though. Tip-top towers, correct? I'm double headshot, but...
Launcher. They're talking in the game though, they're like medium.
There's a lot, bro.
Full killed one. I have walls in here I can seal. When's your spawn?
Running. Quad zone.
This isn't you in our base. One died shotgun trap. They broke our close turret here.
They almost rocketed me. I'm gonna rocket them back in a sec.
I'm gonna break this. I killed probably like 2 with that rocket.
Grab an AK kit. Here, I'm gonna kill a bunch in a second here in compound.
Give me a second.
Might drop down.
Killed 3?
Wait, there's one more in there. I killed 2. There's one more in there. In our custom gate.
You good? Ronnie,
High walls, and I can wall. High walls.
it's in this gate. If this guy peeks the gate, I'm gonna rocket him. Is this you? Okay, that's you in there. There's a guy in our compound.
Can rocket.
Killed him.
3 times.
He's dead. There are 3 dead bodies in there. One of their bone. I'm dead. They have like our whole base, but we have a turret guarding them.
Might not have boom to break that turret.
Yeah. They're trying to bait it.
I'm gonna go spawn house up there.
Okay. Yeah, if you can get to that gate, there's so much there.
Fucking outside like Wookiees, man.
You have an inside bag? You can pick me if you spawn inside bed right now. 3rd story. You can pick me up.
You have a turret under.
Yeah. That's what's holding them back.
But I have to keep the garage door closed that's covering the turret. Otherwise, they'd be, like, in our bedroom. So, it's a sticky situation.
We have one. No, they C4'd the turret on the backside. We have no compound turrets. They just blew this turret. They're laddering up this turret they killed him. I think one died to shotgun trap.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
They right there?
They're about to break our TC. No, they're about to break our TC.
Down.
What'd you say?
Down in the compound.
You're down in the compound?
I'm not down, but I'm in the compound.
Me too. Can we get to this gate? I have walls to seal.
It's me! Oh, that's not you! There's one in our compound. I think he's last guy alive.
Dead.
Okay.
We're in our beds. Might have died.
He is in our beds. No, the garage doors are open. He may be... No, he's draining the shotgun traps right now.
I spawned outside bag. I'm running from far.
I tried to wall. There was one in the basement. I tried
Yeah,
to
so
wall.
did I, and it
Couldn't
wouldn't let me.
wall.
It wouldn't let me. There's an AK kit in here. I'm gonna bandage and peek from here, from flank.
There's a guy right by flank base.
I know.
Got me, bro.
Killed one. What's your main base timer? Your
I'm
top
in,
bag?
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in.
I'm distracting here, hella. There are three of them fully kitted here at this base.
I'm dead.
Nice, nice. One's running back into the compound now. He's looting bodies.
One in.
He's got a launcher here. Naked's running to his body. If you make a play, you gotta do it now. There's one... This guy's about to raid this. Yeah, he's C4ing it. Can you get a kit and peek from roof on this guy?
Yeah. Birds are back up.
Okay. Like you see this guy here?
Dead.
Nice.
One dead.
Okay. You can seal the compound, I think, bro.
There's so many.
Okay. There are three here on me. This guy's coming to loot his body.
Dead in our base.
Nice. This guy's raiding us. Killed one here.
Can't do shit. And they're bolting back up.
I'm rocketed. No! Oh, I could have killed him.
Killed one on our base.
Nice. I have Tommy up here.
Nice, nice. You can pick me. You can pick me. I'm gonna drop down on this guy. You can close this door to our main loot room. Nice. You can pick me down here. Oh shit! I didn't know about that. We have nowhere to go. This guy meds? Oh, he does. Nice. Yeah, you can open it over.
One dead.
Nice.
Close the door. You can drop down and pick him.
Compound? I think everyone in our base is dead.
Might spawn back in the tower.
Yeah, do that.
Better go.
Kill Naked up there. Need wood. Wait, hold up. I'm going to second base. There was wood in here. This guy has dude, there's so much shit. Hit him once. You can probably see him if you swing left. Behind the right. Yeah, bro, there's all the loot is here. You just have 0 wood to seal. I have wood.
I think once they started dropping, kind of didn't have bags.
They didn't. There were like a couple running back naked, but like there's all the f***ing loot here.
Except the ride.
Oh, you're right. They were up here. They got... Oh, they got all the boom. Oh, that's really annoying.
So a recap is kind of necessary here. The resources, the guns, the ammo, everything, we had gotten it back from the bodies that we had been killing at the end of the raid. But there was one thing that we didn't have, and that was all of our explosives. Our day's goal was now impossible. But let's go back to the beginning of the raid. When it all started going down, Ronnie said, "They're coming." This was a group that we knew about. Everyone did. They were typing in chat all afternoon. People were typing about them in chat all afternoon. They were running around the desert finding bases to raid and raiding them. We didn't expect them to raid us, but they did. At the worst possible time, too. Honestly, if we'd left 10 seconds earlier and they'd killed me out in the open and got all the explosives, well, it all would have been over right then and there. At least we got to defend our base, and we put up a good fight. But there were a few key things that were missing in our raid defense. Worst of all, our beds. It was an oversight on our part, but we had never checked. Our flank base was within the bed range of the beds in our main base. So when we respawned in our main base, it put our flank base bed on timer. That was a big deal. The flank base had huge potential during the defense, but we could never justify spawning there because then it would put our main base beds on timer. On top of that, it seemed like all of my outside bags had been taken. So respawning was a huge issue. And lastly, we couldn't use our shooting floor, or at least we hardly could, only the backside, because they had 2 or 3 L96s posted up on the hill at Excavator looking into our shooting floor. Every single time I stepped around to the side of the shooting floor or the front of it, I was dead. We don't really know how many of them there were, but our best guess is it was probably 5 to 8 guys total. And while the online raid was very respectable, that didn't change the fact that our explosives were stolen. It was a heist. Because there was only a tiny amount of time during the raid that they were actually on our 3rd floor. There was just one guy, and it was right here. Both of these garage doors were open because I had recently spawned. He was up there, he drained the shotgun traps, grabbed the explosives, and left. I knew that that 3rd floor loot room was the safest spot in the entire base. The 1st and 2nd story were compromised almost instantly. But as you know, that 3rd floor loot room, our bedroom, lasted the entire defense. But during the tiny amount of time that it was accessible, the best we could. And Ronnie was right. After we started killing them, they weren't coming back that fast. Our best guess is that they lived pretty far away. They probably only placed 1 bag for the raid, if that. You probably noticed in the chaos of the aftermath of the raid, we were able to pick a few guys off here and there, and here and there, kill nakeds that were looting, and most of our good loot we were able to secure and get back into our base that we sealed. Again, everything but the explosives. So now what? We had a raid base now, we had a target, we just didn't have any explosives, we had no sulfur. But at this point, it was nearing night. Instead of deciding to farm for a while, we do some sort of raid. At least we didn't seal our base. Patched our main base, and then started to run into the flank base to seal that.
Probably our boom over there.
Yeah.
That down.
I don't think it's the best we are gonna raid, but it's close.
Yeah.
Find a rob.
I think it's a compound right there. You got walls?
We should go from the left though. There's no way they have enough for that. I mean, they may have like way extra after us. I'm gonna put my
They
back
might
past
have.
this stretch right. Take more silencer for now.
far side.
They may be down to
Wonderful day. Maybe shooting floors, okay. Sounds like they are.
Watch. Might be an on. Take that guy.
It's everything. It's all of our boom, all of it. Can you cover? I'm looting.
Here, I'm watching the breach. Backing up slowly. Get to a spot here.
I'm running. And this is all our boom. Bro, you want to run over to our little fucking thing and just raid the base we were gonna raid? Just say a big f*** you to them? You can also loot the rest of his body. He has loads of shit.
I only hear one.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Bro. So many turrets were going off for like a second there. Mini.
Where?
To our base direction. They know where we live. You gotta come with me.
I'm gonna bring all that shit to the...
Yeah, to the main base, yeah, for sure. I think we have shit to make a couple boxes in there. We can drop off all the good shit, just take regular metal kits out.
We
Push
don't
back.
have abrasions.
That's fine. Push back to our base. All we need is a little bit of low grade, some metal abrasions from our base. We can do that. Be careful, bro. Be careful. They landed on the other side of the left to like cut us off. So they may, if they saw the direction we ran, they may be peeking down. Just be quiet as it passes over. Don't peek. Don't peek it. Don't peek it, bro. Don't peek it.
They're searching.
Oh my god, they are, bro. If they find us before we can get metal embrasures, shit to start this up, I mean, they're gonna destroy it. We gotta be very careful. This is what I got off the guy.
I mean, it was something out of a movie. We were being hunted. They probably had a couple guys at our base. They had guys on minicopters. So we waited 5-10 minutes or so. When we thought the coast was clear, we ran back over to our main base, and by then, none of them were still there. So we grabbed a tier 2 workbench so we could make metal window embrasures and meds for the raid. We got low grade as well, and then we ran back over to the raid base to begin our raid.
Bro, I'm already imagining this. If this is a video, it's like, after our base gets raided and we have no boom, and I'm like, oh, but we don't have the rockets, dude. It's like sad music, cinematic, everything's over, GG. And then we hear the boom in the distance, and I'll really like, hype that up. And we're like, oh, they're raiding. And then we go, dun-dun-dun-dun. Get the boom, run, heli flying over, patrolling. We're hiding, bro. We're like, don't fucking be running. They don't see us. We go back to our base. Dude, this could be really fucking cheeky. We just gotta execute right now. That's the name of the game, execute. Alright, let's go.
So, 4 rocket or
Where do
4C4?
where do we want? No. We should do rockets for this 8. Where do we want to split though? Look at our turrets, see best I can see here. I'd say right here in that crease. That sound good? You have 4 rockets on there?
Yep.
Okay, let's go. Bro. Okay, here we go.
8 rocket done.
I'm gonna. Do we want to? Oh, we want to 8 rocket? Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, no, you're right. Because we can split second floor too. Wait, was this not TC? Oh wait, have they already been raided? No? I think they just moved their loot up, but where's their TC?
Got another ladder.
Yeah, no, you. Oh yeah, I do. Wait, don't use it yet. We may need to blow. What's this wall at? So all their loot's light up.
Yeah, it's probably open.
Do you wanna? Well, we can look from here, bro. Place a floor right here. You can't see it if we destroy this box. This a, bro, I'm getting like L9 see boxes over there. These aren't boxes.
This is armored, mainly down below.
In the middle of the second floor.
This next one. We should have 3 more rockets left, right? 5, 6, 4. Okay. Semis in
Break the rest of that top. Oh, it's broken. Dude, these guys are juiced. What the? What the?
What the?
This is crazy. So what is? So if this is a jump up, then what's in here? What's in here? Wait, this is stone facing this way. This is a loot room.
Hard, yeah. The 2C4.
Yeah, you wanna do that? A shotgun trap and then jump up.
4 left.
I only have 2 rockets in my checks, TC's gotta be behind one of these doors. There's TC behind 2 armored window walls. That's only 8 rockets worth though. Like 2C4 gets through one of those. So I have 100 Explo. I need 100 more Explo or 1 C4 2 rockets, and I can get through that second thing and we can fully seal this.
I thought we were down and out. Great.
Bottom left is juicy. Alright, I say we pull the best shit. All the AKs, stacks of high core, LRs, shit like that. Base, just so we can get like a total summary of shit we've got.
Our base?
No, just in here.
So that's what we did. We went back and forth, siphoning all of the good loot out of the base that we had just raided. It was a jackpot. Here is the final amount. Probably close to 2 boxes of AKs and 2 boxes of metal gear. There was so much hype, so many metal frags, so many med materials, and so many tier 2 guns and hazmats that we probably didn't take half of them back to the raid base. The name of this story, the double heist, now probably makes a lot of sense to you. That tiny window during the raid defense where those 2 garage doors to the 3rd story loot room were open allowed Lando to take all of our explosives and get away with them. It was a heist, but shortly after, right before we were about to give up on the entire adventure, we heard them raiding another base nearby, and so we ran over and hid time we got there, most of them seemed to be dead, and Lando was running out for some reason, whether it was to give a gear set to his teammate or to go find another base to raid because they decided that one was too difficult. Whatever the situation was, we caught Lando, we got all of our explosives back, and we sneakily made our way to the raid base that we had made an hour or two earlier. It was another heist. The second one hits the name of this video, and it was arguably a bigger heist because this was the final blow either of our two groups would give to one another. We never saw Lando's group again. After a buffer of time of hiding in the raid base, we successfully raided the base we'd been planning on raiding all day long. The cherry on top, it was loaded. It was a jackpot, and we had the perfect amount of explosives to raid. Needless to say, at this point, all was said and done. Satisfaction had been achieved and then some. So, Ronnie and I decided to disconnect from the server for the final time. But before we did it, because we had just so much loot, we decided to intentionally remove all of the resources from both the raid base tool cupboard and our main base tool cupboard, in the hopes that at some point over the next day, as our bases started to decay, someone would find all of our loot, and that would fuel an adventure of their own. The funny thing is, the person that found our base and all of the loot inside is probably watching this video, which is cool to know because now they have the backstory. Now they have the context for all of the riches. Anyways, it's time for this video to come to a close. I sincerely hope you all enjoyed it. My name is Stevie. Thank you so much for watching. Been a while, hasn't it? I think it's time for another story. Rust, numbers. Normally, bigger groups with better guns, better gear, bigger bases, more resources will make short work of groups that just don't have as many people. That's just how it goes. That's how it's always gone. But there are exceptions. As the saying goes, the bigger they come, the harder they fall. The carefully crafted and executed plan here and there, the odds can be defied, but to do so, one must be careful, because when you play with fire, it's easy to get burned. At its essence, this story is all about defying the odds. Now, 3 hours is a rather long time, and I know that, so I'm gonna tell this tale like a book, with chapters giving you natural breakpoints where you can pause the video and come back at a later time if you so choose. I'm gonna ask you guys throughout this adventure while you're watching, put yourselves in my shoes. Observe everything that can be observed, because the information that is gathered, the intel that is picked up, the little clues here and there ultimately determine the outcome of this adventure. If we survive or if we die. But let's get on with it. We have a long and thrilling story ahead of us. With that being said, my name is Stevie. Sit back, relax, and enjoy movie. So like you heard in the intro, because of its length, I'm going to tell this story as a book, with pages and chapters, protagonists and antagonists, highs and lows, plot twists. This adventure has it all. So let's go to the beginning, or rather, our beginning. Chapter 1, Welcome to the Neighborhood. Our story started where and how everyone in Rust begins. As a naked on the beach. I spawned in Narnia.
Spawned in Narnia, so
Oh my god, that launch site area does look kind of nice.
really launch outpost.
So the day was Saturday, March 6th, meaning the server had wiped 2 days earlier. I was playing duo with my pal, Snuffy. SARS shooting and launch. So what do you think about J20? Yeah. Have you already built the base?
No, I haven't.
But look at that spot.
I guess I'll around
Yeah, I'm 220, so I'm actually not super far from there. Oh wow, that is a pretty beefy base. Maybe kind of like in between sulfur quarry and mining, like up the hill a slight bit. Because being close to this mining, I think, is going to be OP for us.
Oh, there's gamers on the roof. Need to watch out for these.
Okay, right there, I'll invite you. Oh, yeah, of course, man. Also, starving. I would love Wait, I'm gonna die. I need to get so fast. I'm gonna start.
Okay, but why is there a random airdrop in this bush? Like, what?
No shot.
Come on.
Wait, the guy is running back. Cut him up. Kill him.
Where? I mean, I'm 0 HP.
On the road, on the road,
Oh, I see.
on the road.
You ready?
Just wait.
He sees first.
It's close.
Oh, he's hitting him.
Headshot him.
Hit him.
His headshot hit them.
He's one shot.
I know.
Nice. Okay. We had some stuff.
Yeah, just take it. Guy above us. Get his head, missed it.
Now, while I'm building the base, something I want you guys to know that's very, very important and is going to matter later on is that I'm not designing a 2x2 or a 3x3 base. Those are the most simple and commonly used bases in all of Rust, and they are the most efficient for their cost. There's no denying that. But the reason you will almost never see me make one, unless it's for a flank base or something like that, is because they're the most predictable. Just by looking at the base, even if it's honeycombed, even if it's massive, you can kind of get a sense of where the tool cupboard and the loot is going to be, and almost exactly how many explosives you need to bring to raid the base if it has a 2x2 or 3x3 core. Having a base design kind of like this, just a little bit different, allows me a lot more flexibility on the inside, where I want to put the tool cupboard, where I want to put the jump up to the second story, the boxes, etc. It is a tiny little thing. It probably would have been an oversight if I didn't point it out, but it is very important and will matter later on. So keep it in the back of your mind. But with our base now done, our extra loot stored in a small box, and our extra resources stored in the tool cupboard, it was time to go out and explore our area, see what we could do to progress.
You can see over the whole freaking world, dude.
The fox is inside.
Oh, there's a heli flying. There it is. The opposite side. Ooh, maybe they're getting top down. Yeah, I guess Scrubby's going over. Maybe. It's not, I think they might be getting raided. Unless, oh, they probably just went on a run and bought those things. Wait. Yeah, it's only one guy. It's just the driver is naked. Oh, we could have
For the bot, just
doing
bought it.
10 with compound though. Yeah, they definitely just bought that. There's a geared guy coming from 222 of them. Yeah, saw her. Across here.
Hit one.
I'm pushing. He's got water pipe.
Push it as well.
He lives in this base. Oh, wow. Yeah, he lives there too.
That shit is scared.
It's not over here, surely. Oh, they are. Yeah, I'm leaving. You're dead. Goodbye.
Shot.
R.I.P. Sniffy. Just hide inside. They're coming to me! They're coming to me!
This guy. Thanks and a half. Standing around. Watch out! Watch out! Oh, shit.
Hit him! I need help!
Oh, no way!
In the full metal.
No shot. Oh, they were hovering so slow. I whiffed.
Let me out. Fast.
It's fine. That's perfect. If they do that shit again, and we have a compound bow, I mean, it's just a full charge headshot. Like, he was going as slow as could be.
Oh, there is a guy on me, on
forwards.
my body.
It's fine. Yeah, just gotta give it. Just gotta go somewhere else. I'm gonna run up the road to the right and we'll hit barrels and recycle without lining up. It's like up the road. Just the tier 1. Yeah, so the pilot of the minicopter was wearing plate metal armor, essentially unkillable, but the passenger was wearing a hazmat suit with an AK. So, like I said, the plan was simple.
we were going to farm up to craft a level 1 workbench that would allow us to craft some compound bows, which would allow us to potentially one-shot the hazmat guy for the AK if they ever did anything like that again. Now, up the road we went, away from their base, away from the mining outpost we had just been to, and to another one to recycle.
Please, can I live? Can you let me live? Pick me up. What? I just farmed for 20 minutes to die. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. A lot of time farming had been wasted, but I knew that once we got compound bows, we could get a nice little snowball rolling. So this time, instead of going up the road to the mining outpost, I went to the launch site to try farming again.
I'm getting crossy.
That guy is on company.
That our chapter 1 becomes close, and in all honesty, right then and there, our story almost did. I mean, we were as down bad as it gets. We got a base up, pretty much no problem, but right after that, everything went downhill. There were no positives. We went to the mining outpost and died. We went on a long farm run up to the other mining outpost and died. We went to launch site to farm and died, and on my way running back just to try to see what was left on my body, we were into again. We died. Around an hour and a half of nothing but just losses, but something I had been in this position before. We understood that all we needed was a break, a few guns, something to get the ball rolling, so we could start progressing. But before I take us to chapter 2, this is the perfect opportunity to take us back. As I said, us joining the server was the beginning of our story. The entire story. The server had wiped on Thursday, it was now Saturday. So what had happened in our rather hostile neighborhood before we ever showed up? Well, our prologue will explain all of that. Thursday, March 5th. There is no question this land in the middle of J20 was probably the most desirable build spot on the entire map. I'm sure there were a ton of groups that had rushed to try to get a base down there upon wipe time. But flat mining outpost was next door, a tunnel entrance, launch site. There were roads there. I mean, also outpost wasn't far at all, and neither was military tunnels. This spot had it all. But the group that got there first, the group that put a base down there, was a group called ATP. Or at least we're going to call them ATP, and I'll explain that name later on. We estimated there would be around 5 members deep. You guys have seen it. There were guys that were shooting the AK off of their roof at us when we were at mining outpost, and then came on a helicopter to kill us when we were at mining outpost, and then it just now into campus. All the same group, and yes, of course, they lived in this base here. The beginning of the wipe for them must have gone great, obviously, because they had a big base down, a compound down as well. They had an M2, they had AKs, and how they found all of this success was because of their base location, their proximity to launch site, and specifically Bradley within launch site. Every single time Bradley was alive, they were there taking it. just about. I mean, you guys will see for yourselves soon enough, but that kind of explains the M2. It explains how these guys are so rich. And they didn't hold back. They showed no restraint with anyone, if anyone, and I mean anyone, stepped into the neighborhood. They were fair game, shooting from the roof like we've seen with the AK, with the M2. It didn't matter, flying over on a heli. These guys ran the place. There was no question about it. And I think that's the reason that they were really the only group in the area, at least that close to launch site. Everyone else had been forced to leave. We were less than 2 hours into our adventure and we were already getting a taste of this. We already wanted to quit the server. These guys, ATP, were very oppressive, but maybe that's the reason we decided to stick it out. The thought of these guys getting to do whatever they wanted, getting to bully whoever they wanted out of their area was, I don't know, it just didn't sit well. So that's pretty much the program. ATP ran the area. They'd gotten to the area first, they put a base down, because of it, they had been running the neighborhood. Actually, as far as names go, we haven't seen one of their names yet, because both times they killed us, we F1 killed before we could see their names, but you guys will find out soon enough. One of their names was Treyway, and the other was Mr. Yoda. Those are the two names in the group that we're going to see the most, so keep those in mind. Now let's flip back to the present. Chapter 2, The Hilarious Ivory. This guy's a gun. This guy's guns.
Okay, close it.
Oh my god.
Got it.
You killed him? Oh, you did. Nice.
Get extra ammo. Let's go back. It's so big.
Why was he running through the open just naked? Let's try just using these. Just going out. You know? Here, take this. Split ammo. Not to the M2, of course, but like, I don't know. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Sure.
So ATP was still apparently on their roof with that M2, so we couldn't go to the nearby mining outpost, and instead were forced again to run up the road towards the other one. Except this time, despite still being naked, we had two semi-automatic rifles that we got off of this naked that we used to protect ourselves, and the run went perfectly. We didn't see a single person the entire time, or at least a single threat. We got to the mining outpost, we found an extra semi-automatic pistol, we recycled there, we got a bunch of recyclables or raw materials, and we ran back to base in the middle of the night. We depoted everything, and then feeling good about that path, we decided to go back out, still staying far away from ATP's base, but hitting up the roads using the SAR and the semi-automatic pistol to protect ourselves, and we made a huge run to outpost. It was a big risk, but we did so again successfully, and we recycled more. This was a pretty big deal for us, and kind of made up for all the losses we've been experiencing so far. We ran back to base and actually had a close call with ATP at that mining outpost.
My arrow comes as two. There's a monkey inside the warehouse.
Here, let's double charge him. Wait, don't shoot, don't shoot.
This guy coming guys from the right. Watch out.
Where?
He's coming from the right. No. He's inside now. Inside.
There's just no point in trying to kill him. We have so much on us. Let's just get home.
But we were able to veer left and avoid them and get back to base safe and sound. We did a bunch of upgrades. We added large boxes, metal doors, we made a level 2 workbench, we added a shotgun trap, but most importantly, with all of this scrap, we got everything that we needed to researched. Pistol ammo, 5.56 ammo, and medical syringe. And then right back out we went, except this time to launch site.
I'm gonna take a quick peek.
I'm getting both. You're getting both. It's two of them. can't hit this guy.
He's a pussy TP.
Oh!
Sheesh.
I did not hit either of them one time.
Oh, so shit.
I thought you were as well. Okay. I'm gonna recycle all my goodies and then we'll go. Did you put all the stuff in the bottom in it and recycle it?
There is 3 guys coming.
From?
I'm going down. Keep on.
Okay. I'm taking all recyclables. What do they have?
Guns.
Okay. You want to both go tower and wait for them?
Yes, I have grenades. Check this stuff.
I might see you cross. It's pink metal. It's them. It's them. It's them. This could be perfect. Up to the top, you think?
No, shut up. Bradley now. That's why I did here.
Don't peek the windows. Don't. Radio TP.
One team instead.
Yeah. Okay.
Just don't move.
Oh yeah, I see. Right through those trees. Dude, that could be good. We're gonna make me clap these guys, I know it. Alright, I'm ready to go. Wait. You ready? It really just is a matter of time. Like, all of these trees we're running through, these rocks, sulfur quarry even, are perfectly situated between their base and launch site. It's perfect for us to a few more guns and stuff. They're what, like a trio right now, it seems like. They're taking M2 on the ground and LR to take Bradley. That's insane. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got back to base safe and sound and depoted all of the loot that we got from launch site, but as we were preparing to go back out on our next run, we really thought about what had just happened. Our neighbors, this group ATP as a 3-man, had just run over to launch site, had taken Bradley, and had left. All in a 10-minute span, completely uncontested. Not once the entire time did they even run to the tower building that we were in, which is kind of the primary position to hold when you're taking Bradley at launch site, or at least the safest position to hold, which is why we were there in the first place, hoping that one of them would just run up the ladder and we could flip gears in. That never happened. It was kind of shocking how quick they were in and out. No shenanigans, probably one of the fastest Bradley takes I've ever seen. It was very apparent that they had been doing this frequently. But predictable behavior is a weakness. Like I said, sulfur quarry and the trees were situated perfectly in between their base and launch site, meaning if we were camping there when they were going to take Bradley or when they were coming back, we had the chance to get all of their kits and all of the Bradley loot. Of course, it was too late to do it now. They were already back in their base, but even if they weren't, we probably still wouldn't have, because we only had 2 gear sets at the time. So the automatic rifles and a little bit of extra ammo, and the broken P2 that I was carrying on me. But what that meant is if we failed and we didn't instantly wipe all of them, we didn't have the gear sets to run back out of our base with. So we wanted to build up some extra weapons before we decided to make this play. We had about 1 hour before the next Bradley spawned, and we were assuming it would probably go right for it when it did. And exactly at that time, we wanted to be ready. We wanted to be in those trees. We wanted to be at Sulfur Quarry, waiting for them to run by. We were going to need guns. We were going to need gear. We were going to need them fast. And where were we going to go to do that? Well, it was March 6th, 2 days after the force wipe, 2 days after the tunnel update. A brand new network of railroads deep beneath the surface of the Rust landscape was attracting the masses. That is where the action would be. So, of course, that is where Snuffy and I ran. They're leaving. What base they're running away from, like up that hill. Yeah, they're like directly east. This is the last one. Nice. Let's see which way we need to go. Yeah, we'll go this way around the Wait, there are people down here. That's the station, I think. We could cut them off. We should cut them off. We should cut them off.
Should we wait here?
No. Let's go to an intersection that they're gonna pass. You know? Oh, this is perfect. Go. It's either this one. Wait, that's definitely wrong. Guys, straight.
Yeah, they're going. Straight.
You have nades. Right?
Run.
30 HP. They're close.
On top of head.
Nice. Head driver. I hit him twice. You think we should push on the cart? Okay, let me get a start. And then we should push. Putting his gear on.
Can I have this ammo?
Yeah, on the ground.
Just drop it.
It's right there. Where's the SAR? The SAR has to be here somewhere.
No, that's on top.
No, I got it. Okay. On the right side, one. Hit him once.
Stop. Jump down.
Wait for me.
He's spot. Down.
He's down.
Dead.
There's one more. Picking you. I don't have med to hop power. Drop in 3, 2, 1. Run right. I'm medding once and I'm peek. He's pushing. Headshot him. Dead.
Good shit.
Let's go. Clouds. Oh, so much. Okay. We're gonna have to be smart about what we do. You have 2 stars total, right? 1 extra.
Yeah.
Okay, nice, perfect. I do as well. Collapse. Oh. Yeah, Heli's right above the tunnel entrance. You go to the one top. Just ignore any guys you see. Or any scientists. Let's just go up. I think Bradley's probably just about up, right? It's close. So our tunnel run was a success, despite Snuffy almost blowing us up with one of his grenades, but we had done everything we needed to do. We got a bunch of extra components and, more importantly, extra gear sets, which would be perfect for our plan. And just to quickly clarify for those confused, the reason we went up a different tunnel entrance than we went down is because the one right next to our base was right beside the helicopter that had just been taken down by ATP, meaning that if we came up and they were on their roof, which they probably would be if they had just taken the helicopter,
they would probably shoot us and we would lose everything that we had just worked for. But in the end, everything worked out and we made it home safe and sound. Now, we decided we weren't just going to run near Sulfur Quarry in between ATP's base and launch site and just wait for them to come. That wouldn't make much sense. Instead, we went out and did a little farming. We were going to wait for them to take Bradley, which we expect they would soon because it had recently respawned, and cut them off on the way back to their base. That way, they would have done all of the hard work for us. They would have taken Bradley, they would have fitted off in corners, and they'd be running back to their base and have a false sense of security because they could see it. They were so close to being done with the run. They wouldn't expect anybody to be in the trees waiting, but we would be there and they would head to us. At least that's what the plan was. But for now, we still wanted to stay away from their base. We didn't want them seeing us. We didn't want them to be any more paranoid than they otherwise would be. We wanted them to think this was going to be like every other Bradley this wipe. So we ran up towards the other mining outpost like we had been doing, farming everything we saw along the way, but mostly focusing on sulfur. We needed to smelt it down to make some gunpowder and make a bunch of extra ammo because we really didn't have that much. The problem is, if our plan works and they see where we run off to, we're just gonna get instantly raided, you know? So maybe we have to be sneaky about how we run away, you know? At least until we get stuff to upgrade our base. Two guys running to our left, trying to cut us off. Don't look. Only 25 extra ammo, but... How much do you have?
Don't worry about it.
How much extra do you have, Snoopy?
Worry about it. I give you 17 extra more.
Okay. Oh, they're gonna use this more He's leaving his homie behind, isn't he?
Doesn't know what's going on. Because he's only running right.
No, he's only turning left. They're gonna go in mining. No one passes mining and doesn't stop for the boxes if they're there, but we gotta be smart because it's also really hard to push mining.
You know, a team in back is upset.
Okay, you go right, I'll go left, yeah?
I kill them all. You loot.
Kidding me?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see any.
He's on me, he's on me. He's like in the rocks, kind of. About to shoot me.
I see it. Kind of, yeah.
I won twice. The guy pushing me twice. Body shot, headshot, the guy you're shooting at. Body shot, headshot. Killed this guy close. That guy's dead.
They're not going to.
Hit him. Nice. What? No. No cap. I mean, wait, no cap. I mean, that's cap. That's cap. You're trying to make me mad. I know what I saw, I got Tommy now. It's game over. Ready to go. Might be someone recycling. Mining workers right now, I think. Cheeky little drive-by. See who's in there. Yeah, there's definitely someone inside. It's in. I'm dead. It's our neighbors. I don't know if I find it. Oh, yeah.
And now.
Who killed him too?
I like
I was now on a pretty long back. I get to place outside bags at this point. Snuffy and I had just lost the fight and had lost 3 kits that we had just been working so hard for over the past hour or so. At this point, we agreed we couldn't run over in their base direction at all, no matter how tempting. I mean, I had seen someone super far away in mining outposts and was riding by really fast on a horse to just see what was going on. And of course, it was one of them with an M2. But even if I had killed the M2 guy, his teammates were probably in the rocks right beside him. And even if somehow we killed all of them, there was no way Snuffy and I were getting away without dying to them on their roof. After this, we ran back out. There was a separate fight that was playing out at military tunnels, and actually Snuffy had come up behind the fight and killed one of them. I only went out with a compound bow because I wanted to save some kits in our base for our eventual plan to ambush ATP. It would be extremely unfortunate if all of a sudden they started taking Bradley and we had no guns or gear sets to counter them with.
I'm gonna make it to
No, it's fine. I'm running. Oh, rats. Oh, this was not good.
somebody.
I have like 70 radiation, this is really bad. I don't want to waste my meds either. There, guys. Okay. These rad pills here. Oh my god, they're nothing, they're useless. Took away like 20 radiation. So sad.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it.
I see one. One just crossed. One crossed. Oh, he's beneath you. He's pushing you, I think. He's pushing you to your left. Like. You can hide if you're
He's
tagged.
dead, I think. Yeah, he's dead. Hold the right side, please.
Right? Okay. Holding. Just back up. We should leave.
Let's go home.
Okay.
Should leave. Let's go deep back some SARS and go back, I guess. There's people on top of the building.
Let's
I'll
flank
give you
left.
pumpkin.
Let's flank
I'll
left.
give you 1 med.
There's a guy jumping up on you. To your left. There's a guy jumping up on you. He's
I can
close.
hit him.
Two.
He's headshot it.
Okay. They're flanking right. They're on top of the rocks. He's gonna look down in a sec. I can shoot him if you can shoot him. They're looking down. There's one down low. There's one down low.
Let him come down more down.
I'm not
Wanna
gonna
do
do
it?
it.
3, 2.
I don't see a single person. I don't see a single person now. It's too dark now. It's too dark.
You see him?
I know. I can't see a thing.
Jesus Christ. Push closer.
Just crouch.
Go with me.
I see you behind me. There's a... Killed Sora?
They're going back.
I need to find this guy, Sora.
I got it. Come behind it. Come behind her. Take it.
Got it. Flashlight. Let's go. Pop me 1 med.
They're running this way.
We can fight.
No. They're close. Stevie.
Okay. I'm hiding behind this rock. Killed one.
Twice. Push it back.
Headshot full dead.
Nice. Good job.
I'm looting that guy. You loot this guy, okay? you get him?
Yeah, let's go.
You got his gun, his custom.
Yeah, I got it. That's what I like to see.
Guy right in front of us with some sort of DB or something. We're deep. We're full deep.
Shot. I know.
We're going deep.
Look at this. Oh,
Is there anything?
yoink it. Cover
There's
outside,
some
cover outside,
stuff.
cover outside.
I'm covering. Loot what you can, man. Loot inside. Look, there's like Explo ammo in this one.
I got it, I got it.
You ready to go? We should just dip. He's in. He's behind the TC. Kill him.
No, it doesn't have it. It doesn't have.
He's dead.
It doesn't have. Go look for that door.
He doesn't have.
Help me.
Dead?
I know.
You good?
I'm good, yeah.
I could almost shoot this out. Not really.
I do kinda. To be honest.
You want to just go? You want to just go? Let's just go.
I wanna go. I wanna go, dude.
All right, let's go. Let's get out of here, man. Easy peasy stonks.
True that. Yo,
We're taking Bradley.
they're taking the. You wanna try it?
We should. It's gonna be our neighbors, and this is actually perfect. We depot, and we can cut them off on their way back because it's night. We can get there and find nice hiding spots.
Sorry.
All good. All good. I mean, this timing worked out perfectly. This is our time to shine.
I'm gonna take custom so I have close range, you know?
Okay.
But I'll stand behind the rock and stop them.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, I'm out.
So everyone leaves from mounds, so we just do a beeline from. So like right at Sulfur Quarry, there would be ideal.
Here.
We'll wait for day, I guess. It's gonna be a while anyways.
You know what we should have? Like crossfire.
Yeah, like I could get on this mound,
Yeah.
and then you stay
Shoot them
here,
in the back.
and we wait for them to get close, and then I shoot them in the back. Maybe then.
There's like
Oh, there's a
rocks
rock here in
next
this
to it.
bush.
Stay over there. Don't have fucking flashlight out to monkey.
This is perfect.
Gonna BRB.
All comes down to this. Snuffy? Oh, that's not good. Cover is blown, it seems. Snuffy, come back.
Yes.
There's a guy here running by. He has a gun.
Look, call it
I'm
fast.
going. It's not one of them. It's not one of them. I killed one coming naked with a, or just hazy with nothing else. He was trying to run back in, and he came back. It's one of them.
It's not them.
Yeah. There's no way I loot that body. Oh, he's metal.
Yeah, look. Just me still around.
I have it all.
Take
MP5 full metal. We need to take a different position. Come. You can take his. Give me half that ammo. Give me half that ammo. I have no extra. Alright,
Damn, hold on.
back to boss side? Yes. Alright, we gotta think about how we're gonna do this going back. I'm dropping off this kit. Look at the pretty double rainbow.
Yeah, I see it. I wanna go back there.
Yeah, same. But I also want to drop this kit off. They're taking off from their compound in a heli. They're flying back. I'm hit. It's them. It's them. It's got to be the 2 we killed. Just flying back. Dude, M2 may be alone, honestly. Like if they're flying back and they're only 3 still, M2 may be alone. They're inside Mammoth. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
They're inside it.
They're inside. Yeah. M2 lit. M2 3 times lit. Jumping into Mammoth. He's in Mammoth. They're 2. They're 2. They're 2. Can you? One top recycler. I'm headshot.
On me.
You good?
Somewhere.
I'm dead. He's above. Oh my god. Of course. But it wasn't over just yet. You see, if Snuffy is still alive, there is always a chance. Now, he was streaming, but I wasn't able to get my hands on the VOD, so we're gonna have to recreate this in an animated form. This is a top-down view of launch site, of the fight that was playing out, specifically 2 buildings within launch site, one called Recycler Building and one called Mammoth Building. The 2 ATP members with all of the loot were trapped inside of Mammoth Building. They couldn't leave and get away with it because there were so many counterers outside pinning them down. Now we can see from this clip the ATP members were very focused on the jump into the Mammoth Building, but there's another entrance. It's on the roof. Treyway was just up there. He had killed me from the roof, but after about a minute, Snuffy heard him jump back inside. Hearing this, he sneakily worked his way to the Recycler Building, made his way up the ladder onto the roof because there's a pipe that connects the 2 buildings from the top. He ran across this pipe. How he didn't get shot doing so, I have no idea, but he was able to peek in and kill both of the ATP members for all of the loot. So now he was stuck inside a Mammoth Building with all of the loot, but fear not, Stevie was riding his way there on a horse with a semi-automatic rifle, said he was going to save the day, and I'm dead. I wasn't just throwing gear sets away at this point. What I had done was distracted them long enough for Snuffy to get out of launch site, around the large mountain beside our base, and back inside, safe and sound, with all of the loot. If you ask me, it was a 50-50 effort. Hello?
Hey!
You good?
He's so
Very, very nice.
Let's see what they get.
Yeah, sure. Ooh. Easy clap. Ooh, very nice. I don't know.
Wait, make a box. I'll show you the inventory. Make a box, large
Okay,
box.
give me a sec.
Add some outside bags and add a fucking code lock to that PC. Look, inside.
Oh, all of this from them. I don't think these guys realize what they've gotten themselves into. There you have it. The turnaround that we so desperately needed had been accomplished, and thus, Chapter 2 comes to a close. But why named The Hilarious Irony? Well, how did this chapter begin? How did we get our first guns this adventure? It was this naked that we killed that was carrying 2 semi-automatic rifles. We had used those rifles to protect ourselves as we had farmed a level 2 workbench up. And then shortly after, we had used those same guns deep in the tunnel system to get more gear sets. And after that, we went to military tunnels and got even more guns and gear with them. And eventually, we used the semi-automatic rifles at Sulfur Quarry to kill the ATP members running to launch site. Part of our plan. We got MP5 gear sets because of it, and we had used them to kill the ATP members for the M2 and the LR gear sets. So if we look at all of these fights, if we look at this turn of events as dominoes falling, what was the first domino to ever fall? It was the 2 semi-automatic rifles that came from the naked, but where did those guns come from? Well, those of you with a sharp eye might have noticed that ATP had a shop. And what were they selling in the shop? Semi-automatic rifles for 500 sulfur ore. That naked at the time we killed him was running away from ATP's compound. He didn't have any gear on him, no meds, hardly any extra ammo. He had no tools. He had quite clearly just made a purchase from ATP. Those semi-automatic rifles had originally been theirs. So the hilarious irony, ATP had just now lost their own M2 Metal Gear set and LR Metal Gear set because of their own semi-automatic rifles that they were selling in their shop. It's pretty funny when you think about it, and of course, ironic hence the name, The Hilarious Irony.
So this is where our second chapter will come to a close. Now on we move to chapter 3, the joyride. And this is when things start getting fun. But still, at this time, Snuffy and I needed to be very, very careful. What was so perfect about what had happened in the previous chapter was that through all of it, ATP had no idea where we lived. Even after we killed him at Sulphur Quarry, they didn't follow us up to our base. We made sure none of them were watching us run inside, and after Snuffy got the M2 and the LR gear set at launch site, he had done a long loop, like I said, around the mountain in order to get home safe, but also to keep our base location concealed. There was one stone wall separating all of the loot we had profited so far in the outside world. Getting all the gear sets that we profited from bites back to our base sneakily was going to be our key to success, or rather our key to survival, because the second that ATP figured out that we lived in this base so close to theirs, our walls were getting blown down and all of our loot was getting taken back. So for the time being, we only ran back outside with semi-automatic rifle hazmat gear sets, just in case for some reason they were out there, but luckily they weren't. We ran back over to the launch site, our reason being this mini-copter that flew over from ATP's base to the mountains outside of launch site. We wanted to see if it was still there. Still here, bro. We can take this.
Go ahead, take it.
True. Oh my god, actually.
Wanna go take strap fit at ours?
Hold on.
I mean, upgrade.
I have 8.
That's not enough.
Maybe if you leave.
Crash it. If I crash it, don't even do it.
I'll get it closer, don't worry. Then, oh. And that's all she got. Look at that. Much closer. Here, let me take horseback because I have comms and shit on me. You cover. Look at that clean transition. Because we have no room.
We can like go and buy a few track hammers.
Yeah, we actually can. We have like 1,000 scrap. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll bring low grade and scrap. Buy a couple jackies. I can pick you up.
Alright. Bring like 300.
Good.
So we might need 2 jackies. We can't land the heli right next to the base though. We have to come back because then it's us.
I say we land on the very top of the hill because I'm pretty sure that base that's up there is not on. Let's go.
Want me to fly because you have the thingy?
The thingy.
You have the strap. Give me the strap. Go, just go. Go. Yo, den berghus, den one million, one scrappy där. Så
Could yoink him, but it's also risky.
det här var grant där, så det var gott.
Could yoink him.
Man måste ha HV, så jag vet inte, loaden och scrappy.
Oh, I'm lagging.
Like it.
That could have been bad. Do we just want to start hitting here or what? Or take the heli back first? Not even close, dude. Wait, oh, I turned my DPI up, that's why. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. I clicked the DPI button. I was fucking going crazy.
Go on top of the mountain.
Oh my god, this is genius! What? I get it. That is crazy. That is crazy. Desert trickery. Featuring the unamused sun. Let's do it. Alright, it's already maddening. I like it. Will sun survive? Yes, no. Ah! Murder! Only people at the extreme north and south can't see it. I saw, I think it was from the proceeds. I think I saw one like last year, the year before. That was really cool. Giant fiery ball. Okay, let's see what the trick is gonna be. So maybe the sun can hit. Yeah, the sun should be able to hit that, no problem, actually, right? Yeah, there we go. People don't use that effect enough. Ah! Very long section. I see a block up there, and but how do I do anything else now? Does this guy go all the way over here? Will he hit the wall, or will it keep going? Oh, it hits the wall. If this guy were shorter, I'm thinking I could bounce off of him up there. If this guy were a little bit shorter. How to shorten. Slowly wait for this guy to go all the way here. Do these go off edges? If this is the solution already, I'm gonna laugh. Does this guy go off the edge? But this guy just turns around and goes off the edge, then it's gonna be a good time. What if I go on here? Oh. Mlem. Okay, I cannot mlem sun. What if I Yoshi slide into the sun? What if I Yoshi slide into the sun? This is like straight out of Super Mario World if this works. Could this possibly be it? I don't know if I just messed it up or if that wasn't it. Okay, I can't do it. Dang it. What did the sun do to you? Listen, I'm from Arizona. The sun did a lot for me. to me. I can shorten them, right? So I could shorten these. We'll keep that as a potential strategy as well. Nothing in the pipe. I can't like get. Oh, I can get low enough on those if I stand front and back. But what would that do for me? What else does a Yoshi do for me? Where does this go? This is back. Oh, I can get the spike ball, can't I? No, I can't. I can't get the spike ball. Wait, can the spike ball kill the sun? That must be it. I'm assuming the key is in the sun. That's my current assumption for this level. Die! Shit. I got it. You ready for the snipe? Here comes the snipe. Shit! Fuck! Oh my god. Can I just... wait, what if we do it like this? Shit! Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, this is good because I can retry. There's probably some like infinite rolling hill that'll just kill the sun. Alright. Thank goodness we are done with that. No one ever needs to see me try to line that up ever again. Rip sun. This one is probably the easiest one. That one sort of logically fell together pretty simply. Alright, airship trickery it is. Roy might have a trick up his sleeve. No hidden blocks. Let's do it. Will Roy survive? Yes or no? Reach the goal after defeating all one Roy. Well, if you bet against Roy dying, then... We're gonna need some serious troll magic to save this. Alright, here's the answer. Dang it, it's not the pit. Alright, we have a nice looking airship level. I feel like the theming of these levels really adds a lot. Because they just seem like they could easily be somebody's simple old levels. Is there? Okay, I had to know if I could bounce off that. Does that huge wrench somehow do something? Oh, it does go away after a while. I was thinking, man, maybe that huge wrench could be a solution. Okay, there's a door there. I don't know why I'm collecting all the coins, but I'm just doing it. Okay, we have a mushroom, and then this. Okay, clown car and Roy. Don't hit me. Dang it. In which we lose to a boss fight. Let's go. So the goal is right there. We definitely need to kill Roy to win. But I see the problem here is that if we hit this switch, I just almost killed my clown car. If I hit the switch, then I can't get down here. Where does this go? I didn't look at the clear condition either earlier, unfortunately. Okay, wait, so the issue is how do we win now? The door could be re-entered if there were... Was there some way to re-enter this door that I didn't see? We need piece of power or something. Don't seem interesting. Alright, let's get the... We have to think about what can we do with the clown car now. Because there is a clown car. Well, if you die, technically Roy survives. This is true. Okay, let's take the clown car and go on a magical journey. I think that's step 2. Probably what we want to do is hit the switch again. Because if we could go through the door right now, we win. Hello there, friend. Is that it? Oh, this is absolutely the easiest one if this is it.
JC, stop.
Oh, tuna every time. Every time. Oh man, every freaking time he does this. This is strong Sean Hip energy, and I am here for it.
Hey.
Man, I thought we had it. I thought that was it. Roy didn't even come back. So if that's the case, we have to remote activate an on and off switch. Hold on, we got a fire flower. Let me... Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Roy doesn't come back, but the clown card does. Oh, hello. We don't have a fire flower anymore. That could be bad. I wonder if... get wrench dude into the clown car maybe, because they jump up. I could get them in it. I could put the we need to remote what could remote activate this shit? What would hit on and off switch? Let me see if I can get a mole in the clown car. I want to know if a mole will go in. What's a way to do this? I think I just put the clown car here. Will it go in? Will it go in? Oh, it does go in! How does this help? Oh my god, this is genius!
Stop.
What? I get it. That is crazy. That is crazy. Alright. Do you have wings? Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so the wings let me hit them twice. And they go back in the ground, I guess. Look at that. So I just need to drop it under here. Also, that goes fast. Holy shit, calm down. Let me let the one up there go by. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's... Oh, come on! Troll me hard. I can't move him over, can I? I can't believe it. That's gonna let me in the door, I'm sure of it. I wonder if you could push it with the power. I don't think so. I think it would just kill them. It's a little bit tricky to line this up because they move so fast with the wings. I wonder if I don't need it to have... Oh, I just... Let's just go ahead and reset so I get the fire flower anyway. So the wrenches, which I thought were just annoying, are once again Tuda providing a hint that that's how you're gonna have to beat the level. I really like Tuda's uses of hints because some of these mechanics would be pretty obscure to figure out if there weren't a hint like that. This has to be the intended strat. It looks so, it's too clever to not be. This is so clever. Alright, don't accidentally throw the thing this time. Oh, I just about went down the hole. Alright, come over here, friend. Now, I wonder what the way to manipulate it to go where I want is. YOLO, Bob! No! Alright, I do wish that there was a little bit more room to maneuver right there. As far as like getting the setup goes, this is the hardest one where it's like I know what to do, but it's just a little bit of a janky hack, mate. Look at that, he moved! I think I'm still good though. Wait, am I doing this wrong? How do I walk on top of him? Oh, I have to walk on top of him when he comes. I get it. It's when he comes out the first time. He has to be down when I do it. Yeah. Wasn't there a door somewhere? Or did I dream that? Oh, look at this. Cute. Ready? Okay. What? I need to be patient on that. I try to just get there really fast. Alright, patience. 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 Can you even jump or do you have to walk? I thought I could swear. Maybe I'm thinking of like a different game mode where I could swear that you could jump on it. Yeah, but the trick is so cool, I don't care. Unless this doesn't work and it might not. Alright. Let me in. Let me in! Oh my gosh, there we go. Very cool idea. It would have been nice to have a reset door. I mean, there was a reset door. Slightly closer to the reset door. It is fine. It is fine. That's absolutely wild. Cool stuff. Gotta survive. Wait, did it say there weren't hidden blocks? None of them are. These are really good. This is the one I found the solution accidentally and it broke my brain. VIP plus VIP equals MVP. Alright, if the lava bubbles kill me, by the way, that counts. Alright, if I die to lava bubbles, that counts. It counts as lava death. Can I get up there? I think I can. Oh, I almost just went in the lava. I don't know why I'm collecting the coins, but if there's a P-switch, what the? It will prevent me from using it. Ah! Alright. Clearly it's a one-up escort. Spadoing. Oh, there's a mushroom back there, but I don't need a mushroom. Okay. What comes out of you? Photoboo. No key. I love that ending. Alright, so let's see. What can we do with the clock car? Let's have a key door, I suppose. Gotta do it here. Oh, it's just start. Okay, hold on. Let's go back and get the clock car. Goomba is key. Yeah, shout out to anybody who remembers Shaku's Goomba is key from Mario Maker 1. So, what can go in the clown car this level? Lava bubble can. Lava bubble can go in the clown car. Ouch, don't do that. And any mushroom can go in the clown car. Mushroom might be better because I can get it. I think a lava bubble I can't get out. Oh, I can put a swamp in the clown car. Wait, what's the... Oh! wait, the goal is, hold on. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, let me get another power up. Hold on, I think I get it, because we just need, is it not the case that we just need to melt the blocks at the end? Does this work, by the way, if I just do that? Will it go into it? No, it doesn't go into it. Will this one go into it? It does go into it. Now, the issue here is how do I get it out of that? So it'll, also, it's so stupid. Look at, why does it just say stay sideways like that? So, how do I get it to melt these? Did it just come out? No. It won't come out. So that's the problem. The problem is it won't come out. Does it come out if I like despawn off screen or something? Can I replace it with something? Was there something else for me to... Oh, what happens? Ouch. Am I gonna get bodied? Yep. Alright, well I'm dead. There we go. What exactly do we want to do here? I think we need the clown car. I'm not sure the key door offers us anything of value. Let me make sure that I can't get this. Pretty darn sure I can. No, I can. Does this one fall out, or does this one... How do I get it to fall out? You can't really. It's like, what happens if the one-up goes into it while it's there? But that just seems too jank. If there's like some sort of a setup to like swap it out, it has to probably be not super jank. Would be my guess. What if I despawn it? Okay, what happens now when it's like... Did it just the whole cloud car thing despawn? It's gone, right? It's just gone. But is it back here with the green banner? Or is it just back here? It's not even back here, it's gone. It just, if it despawns, it's gone forever. So let me remind myself what's in this part of the level. I could take the clown car through those gaps. I could take the clown car through here. I could take the clown car up there. We've never successfully been up there. So we have a 1-up, we have a mushroom, and that's kind of it. I wonder if it despawns, if somehow it'll just work. Does the launcher fall? Is there a falling launcher anywhere? If so, that would be useful. Here's my plan. Here's my plan. My master plan. My master plan is that they despawn at different rates. So if the clown car despawns first and the lava bubble is not, then there may be some jank up here where I lure the clown car up here, and then I very quickly run off screen, and lo and behold, it magically makes a spot through. Damn it! That was my idea! That was my master plan, was that they would despawn differently. What do you suggest with the launcher? I don't see anything to do with the launcher. Something else can go in the clown car. Well, I can put the 1-up or the mushroom in it, or I can put the thwomp in it. How would the thwomp help? Oh, I have an idea. Okay, I have crazy ideas. Are you ready for this? There is the large boy here. There is large boy. Here's crazy idea number 1. What happens when a claw grabs it? What happens when this hits? Takes it. Stolen. But that doesn't really help us. I don't think the thwomp, unless there's a big thwomp could break the ice. A big thwomp could break the ice. There wasn't a big thwomp, right? Let's try big boy. Maybe big boy is thick enough to just work, actually. Yeah, maybe big boy is just thick enough. Wait, hold on, come up here. Hopefully he's still up there. Yeah, let's go. Stop harassing my thwomp! Or my clown car. Oh my god. Alright, come up here. There we go. I don't think this is gonna do anything. I think we wasted our time, but you know what? We'll try it. What if he pushes me off the edge of the map this way? Dang. Continue to use friction to melt the ice. This is not the solution. What if you poop the mushroom in the cow car into the launcher and want to crush it? I mean, it's possible. If that's it, that's crazy. It's possible. That's very crazy. But what is having the... Oh, having the launcher would solve the... Oh, yeah. Wait, having the launcher would solve the problem, wouldn't it? My other idea was to see what happens when the... here, let's just try it. This is kind of jank, but I want to see what happens if the claw can grab... Ah, it can't grab it. My hope there was that the claw could, like, grab that out. Okay, let's just go back and hit the... Yeah, I see what you're saying, though, because if we did get a launcher into the clown car, then we could have a mobile potable spitter. And this one is suspiciously on that. What if we need the Goomba somehow? What if you put the swamp in the clown car? Oh, I like that idea, and it lifts the blast. That is a cool idea. Let's try this first, but that's a really cool idea. If that's it, that's crazy. What was the idea here again? I feel like I had an idea and I've forgotten what it was. Yeah, it doesn't crush it. Okay, I was hoping doing that action would crush it. All right, let's try the thwomp. Thwomp idea is crazy, and I love it. So the thwomp is solid. Is like, so thwomps and launchers both act as like solid objects that kind of like munchers that will crush things or lift things. So what happens then if this dude goes down here? Oh my god, that's it. Wow. All right. That is crazy. Magic. Absolute magic. 20 seconds on the clock. Spit, damn it. Let's go. Ah! Let's go. That was awesome. Really crazy solution. That was a very, very smart solution. Very cool puzzle. Tried everything. I like how the levels have just enough stuff to play with without it being like too many things to play with. Gigantic brain. Really cool. Good thing low creator category with absolutely no ability. The ghostly ones are like that. Alright, let's do it. Should I do them in order? A simple ghost house. Or is it no hidden blocks? Watch these things. Reach the goal after defeating Bowser Jr. Alright, we'll do a prediction as soon as we see what's in the level. Ah! Chomps and ghosts. Chomps and ghosts and mushroom. I saw something up here. Let's try lowering these donuts just in case. Will Bowser Jr. survive? It's not possible, right? It's not possible. Oh, I could lower that though. That looks good. That looks good. My coin count be below 50 or above 50. Our dart goes good in any scenario they could. What if it right on 50 for this scam? It's a troll Chad. That should go down here, right? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Just let us vote yes. Oh my god. All right. What did that on and off block do? There's a lot of coins there. How does this help me? How did this help me? We need to hit a P switch for like 20 different reasons. We could, if we had a P switch, do that. Could we get high enough on that chomp? Let's try it. Maybe that can actually. Ooh, we got the P. We got the P. Alright. I hate you. Re-get the P, re-get the P. It should just fall. P just falls. GG easy. Now we need to Wait, yeah, there's a P door. Hold on. What's in the P door? Why am I doing that? Surely that's a mistake in the level. I am the sane one here. Just in case. Hold on, we're gonna big brain this. We get another one. And then we shot him Tommy this. Now we go in here. Round 2. I hit the shell this time. Do I want the P-switch or do I want the shell? We'll take it. Take it. Oh, I can't get through here without getting coins, y'all. I think I might be able to get by with just one. Wait a minute. If I hit the P switch. Fuck you. Oh my god. What was that? I don't remember what's up here anymore. So let's check it. Oh, I need to hit the switch again. Dang it. What? What? That's interesting chain of events right there. Ah! What the heck else is there to do? Here's plan number 2. Plan number 2. Alright, we need plan number 3. Plan number 3. Plan number 3. Is there some way for me to still take the spike ball? Problem with the spike ball is it crashes right there. If it didn't crash right there, oh, we kill those chops. What are those guys for? Oh, that was my idea. That was idea number 3. That was idea number 3. Anyone got idea number 4? What else is there? I feel like I should maybe die just to reset. There's this whole area up here. Doggos, that could be a hint for the chomp. On top of this, nothing. There's a 50 all the way up there. That has to be a hint. There's no way that's not a hint. I wonder if I need to have some... I think it's worth restarting. There's a chance that I need to have some coins up to like walk on. I'm gonna die. Maybe I need to have the coins up. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, there's the goal. Where's the pipe even to get in? So let's not collect so many coins this time. What if the coins are somehow useful? Oh, will the spike ball behave differently? It still won't really, I don't think. I was thinking maybe the spike could do something, or maybe is it a mushroom? A mushroom could go on a magical journey, but where would it go? I don't think that's it. Just try to imagine if the P-switch were active and all these coins, maybe up there? I could bounce on the spike ball, get up there and get that 50. Would getting that 50 help? Let's at least try it. Okay, we have ideas again. Yeah, these are my favorite kind of puzzles too. I love the entire level puzzles. Let's respawn this. Hit the P-switch. Mistakes were made. Shit. No! Hey. Nailed it. Okay, let's go back. Is that the pipe that we need? How the heck do we get there? How the heck do I get there? Chomp? This feels like it has to be a I can get those shells. I can get one of those shells. Now here's the question. If I restart the level and I get one of those shells, oh, that's the pipe I come from. So wait, where is the other pipe? Do we know? What can I do with the shell? Is there anything I can do? Have we seen a way to proceed? Ah! Now it's doable though. That's hard, but it's doable. Dude, am I wasting my time trying to get that shell? I can take this shell to the beginning and kill the top. Like, is that? It feels like this is pretty tricky, and that maybe I shouldn't waste my time doing it unless I need to. Because I don't think killing those chomps is going to do anything useful. What else can I do with the shell? That is part of the puzzle. Interesting. Okay. Not wasting my time then. Let's do it. If you got a spike ball there, it would break the hard blocks and crush the stumps. Fine. Okay, this gets the shell. Can the shell somehow help us? The spike ball would just break these, right? Would the spike ball just break any of those blocks that it hit? I feel like it would. That's the thing. So now we don't have to kill Roy. Okay, now we don't have, or Bowser Jr. Sorry, but I keep calling Roy. Now I don't have to kill Bowser Jr. to go in the key door. This is interesting. Don't smash this. Yeah, we need it for the clear condition eventually. My thought process is that I hate this level. My thought process is that I don't need it yet, though, necessarily. So it looks like the coins are lined up in a way to walk on, or at least to carry something on. Noticed that the whole time, but I haven't been able to do anything with it. So if we skip all the coins, get the spike ball, I can spin jump on it. Could spin jumping on it help me? How does this help me? So now we've gotten here and we haven't collected any of those coins. What that does, I have no idea. It's just gonna break through it, right? That did nothing. That did absolutely nothing for us. What is the point of all that? Anyone have ideas? I am quite stumped. Can you throw the P-switch from the door to lift the spike ball? Oh, maybe. Jeez. That's wild. Is this kind of trolling? Oh, it goes so far. Holy crap. That goes... Uh-oh. Okay. So, this isn't going to work and do anything useful for me, but... Oh, that's progressive. So maybe the other one's progressive also. That gives us... That doesn't really help to get the infinite P-switch there anyway. Very tricky! Okay, so first step is to get the spike ball. I haven't put the pieces together yet though. So the spike ball comes over here and lets us in here. Did you see the solution? Help me, Castrain. Okay, we can get that, and then we need to get the P-switch. Yeah, progressive power-up is like the only idea that I have there, so I'm just trying to figure out how to get that. Yeah, if this is a cave, that makes sense. Okay, let's just say I go get a shell. Yeah, it'll work. Okay, and then I get the power-up in there, and I come back the other way. No, I need the key. Yeah, I need the key. No, it'll work. Okay, I get it. All right, I have the master plan. I have the master plan. But why was I able to? Is that just an accident that works? To kick the P-switch up, and there was like never a point in doing that. Wait, I can't get the power up without. Wait a second. I don't need the shell anymore, do I? The whole goal here is to get a power up and pray that there's something useful in that power up right there. This level is tricky. I could kill this chain chomp too. Shit. Alright, that wasn't it. Alright, now don't spaghetti this part, please. Wait, do I want to kill him? Well, I have to get up there. I have to get up there to get the power up. Right? We need this power up. What was the purpose of getting the extra key then? I don't think I saw the purpose of. Wait. What was the purpose of getting the extra key then? For some reason I thought I was gonna have to do that room without killing Roy, and there was not a reason to do that. Well, there'll probably be an extra key at the very end, and we just blocked our way through it right now. Okay, this needs to have something good in it. You can have a progressive. You can have a progressive into a P-balloon. Ah! Get wrecked, nerd! Get wrecked, nerd! We could have gotten the 50, you're right. Could have gotten the 50. Yo. Less than 50 takes it. Less than 50 takes it. That wasn't the solution I expected. That was not the solution I expected at any point either. We got so lucky getting that extra key. We got the extra key because I convinced myself that we needed it like way earlier. Thankfully. Because there was no point in getting it by the time we actually got the P-balloon solution. But check the pipe. What is in the pipe? I'm assuming the pipe just says no. So nice level, Tuda. Tuda says the pipe doesn't go anywhere. We're assuming that level trainer knows the pipe doesn't go anywhere.
Science Yoshi racing the clock, and it ain't no joke. Come on, let's go, 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 go. Science Yoshi, what's the news? We are all made of star stuff, something incredible.
Ho hum dilly bum bum. All right, here we are, live on the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everybody, and welcome. Oh, I forgot to post on Discord. Discord people, I summon you. All right. What's up, everybody? Y'all ready for this or what? How's it going, everybody? Nice to see you all. Nice to see you all. All right, here we go. So we are at 2,138 levels on the Endless Expert journey. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Oh God. Yeah, and we just got a Mario movie premiere. so that'll be fun to talk about. I am very excited. Very, very excited. BB Nella, thank you for the membership. Ozzy Boo, thank you for the membership. Thank you very much. Also, Tot donated $100 while I was off stream. It's freaking crazy. Tot, thank you. I don't know if you're here, Tot, but thank you very, very much for that donation. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, Bowser. Bowser stole the show, straight up. Straight up, man. So, yeah, the Mario movie trailer. I just posted a short of my actual reaction when I was watching it, so if you want to watch that, you can go check it out. So, the movie looks really good. It looks great. Bowser, dude. In my opinion, Bowser was like bringing the heat. Oh my god, what was that? That was a Chris Pratt jump right there. You know what I mean? I don't even know what I mean, but you know what I mean? But yeah, Bowser for me was the absolute highlight. Absolutely killed it. The way he looks, his demeanor, and like his animation, and his design, and his voice, and literally everything was so good on Bowser. Absolutely incredible. Kamek was pretty cool too. But yeah, you know, I'm really excited. It was short. I mean, it was a trailer, so I don't know what I was expecting, but it was probably the appropriate length for a trailer, but for me, I wanted more. Do I think the movie will be fitting 12 mid-airs? Yeah, I think that'll be Chris Pratt's final challenge. Actually, I hear they've got Chris Pratt locked in a dungeon at Nintendo HQ playing mid-air levels to get him ready for the movie. Ben Voss, thank you for the $2 super chat. Oh my goodness, Johan has just gifted 10 memberships. Johan, thank you so much for the memberships, my friend. Hell yeah. And then Liz, Liar, Leslie, thank you for the memberships. Faye Long coming in for 2 reasons. Faye Vision for the membership as well. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no, dude. This is not gonna be good. I mean, just objectively, like, the screen time in the trailer, Mario versus Bowser. Bowser had so much screen time and his scenes were so epic. Versus, Mario wasn't in it very much and he only said, like, one thing, two small lines. Mario versus Bowser. Bowser had so much screen time and his scenes were so epic.
This is the best computer fan. And this is its daddy. At $422 US, and with the ability to move nearly 500 liters of air per second. The THD 2048 HT is the most powerful PC cooling fan made by Blowimatron manufacturer Delta Electronics. We only have a couple of small problems. First, we need a case that's going to fit it. Oh, I guess we solved that one already. Second, we are gonna have to figure out how to power it. It draws 600 watts and doesn't even come with power terminations. Finally, we're gonna have to figure out how to not get our fingers chopped off while we're working with this. This is going to be a wild ride. And it's brought to you by our sponsor.
Zoho CRM. Zoho CRM is a 360-degree solution that offers intuitive UI, AI predictions, and a design studio to help you get your sales done faster. Get 50% off with code ZCRM50 using the link below.
First, the unboxing experience. As an industrial product, the THD 2048HT comes in fairly nondescript packaging, and we make the assumption that if you need one, you probably need at least two. This is a master carton that we got from
DigiKey?
From DigiKey. Oh. And I think the most noteworthy thing about it right out of the box is that instead of being made of plastic, the frame is actually constructed from what appears to be cast aluminum.
Yeah, die-cast aluminum.
Well, that would help explain some of the cost. Like a Blowymatron server fan, it's got an extremely large fan hub. That's to accommodate its powerful motor. Hey, there's one of them. And like a server fan, it's also got these airflow guides on the back that I guess no, that's not going to keep your fingers out of it. On the subject of putting your fingers in this thing, it spins at a rated speed of 7,400 RPM. Now, I can see you guys thinking, well, gee, that's not really that much faster than something like this.
That thing's 11,000.
Right. But even though this spins 4,000 RPM faster, what it doesn't have is a ton of inertia. These blades, these got weight. This gets even scarier. It's rated at 48 volts DC, but it'll operate at anywhere from 36 to 75. Does that mean it'll go faster than 7,400 RPM? Is it DC controlled?
Find out.
Do we have a variable power supply?
I think we do.
Oh my god.
This won't be our highest airflow PC, but it's gonna be like right behind it. And these are way smaller.
My first thought for powering these was no problem. There's cases out there that accommodate 2 power supplies, so we'll just put a second PSU in our system, wire up some PCI Express power connectors to it, and we're off to the races. 1,200 watts of fan, no big deal. Unfortunately, this is not a 12-volt fan, and computer power supplies only deliver 3, 5, and 12 volts. So this point is at 48 volts. So, Alex, I see you have a few different power supply options for us here, ranging from safe looking to terrifying looking.
Oh, no, we need both. So we have this power supply right here, 24 volts, 60 amps, good one. And then we have these terrifying looking things we bought off Amazon because they were cheap. And this is a boost converter, so you put 24 volts in this side, and you get whatever you want out of this side.
How do you control it? Oh my god, it's just a pot. Are you kidding me?
No,
You're not.
no, why would I be kidding? It's a boost converter.
It doesn't even have a chassis.
Who needs a chassis? It has a fan. It's rated for 1,500 watts, but we bought a couple of them because I don't trust that.
How big are those caps?
Tiny 100 volt, 470 microfarad. That's not sending you across the room, right? Ah, yeah, it's fine.
It'll hurt. It'll do a lot more than tickle.
I wouldn't lick it.
And literally, the control scheme for this thing is to poke it with a screwdriver. He laughs. I think out of all the employees, you're the one who's trying to kill me the most right now.
Well, no one else is trying, I don't think.
I mean, Dennis fought me.
Oh, true.
It's worth checking out that channel, super fun, and all the amazing behind-the-scenes and extras on floatplane.com. Oh, there's an M4 threaded thing here. Do we have like a little stand we can put it on or something?
Oh, like when we're just testing it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel like our roles have reversed here. I used to be the one who made you feel uncomfortable. Oh my god, that is not good.
It's fine, it's fine.
I want another clamp. It moves,
Barely
Alex!
moving. It's barely moving.
It moves! Yeah, you can hide if you want, Brandon, when we turn it on. Just as long as you have the camera rolling.
It's fine. Why is everyone so concerned about this? It's just a fan.
Yeah, by that logic, I mean, you should just hang out near jet turbines, right? You couldn't just get, like, a variable power supply like this that does 48 volts?
If you wanted to spend like 800
Oh, how much much were these?
$50.
I don't know which is scarier. I'm getting safety glasses. Oh my god. Do you see how crooked these are?
Yeah, it's not the best solder job I've ever seen.
I'm beginning to think the $50 price point of this is a lot scarier than the $900 price point. I am concerned about this thing.
Can we get one of the electrical engineers over here to tell Linus he's being a dummy?
A dummy, you say? Dummy! What you're looking at right now is our 1200 watt, 24 volt power supply hooked up to our boost converter. This is going to stay once we're powering the fan, but because we have no idea what voltage this terrifying thing is going to output until we measure it and the little dial, we've got it temporarily hooked up to our fused multimeter. Okay, wow, we nailed it.
Yeah.
47.87 volts.
I was actually playing with this yesterday.
Oh my god.
This one right here is your current protection, so you can set that to be like however many amps you want. And this one's a low battery detection, so if you're using this to charge batteries, you don't want like too low of a voltage going in here, so this just turns it off.
Got it.
Before we start though, important thing, which one do you want?
Oh, I'll take the pink one for sure. Is this our scientific airflow test?
Yes.
Yeah, clamps. They're really good for holding things on. Hey, Alex?
Yeah.
That's really safe. Remember, whenever you're working with anything that spins, you want to tie back your loose hair. Whoa. Whoa, buddy. Whoa! Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Alex!
So it's drawing 475 watts.
Why did we need two of them?
Why not? There's 2 fans in the case. You can't drop your number of fans.
All right, should we check how safe it is?
How safe it is.
Yeah, how safe it is.
What do you mean check how safe it is?
Well, I want to know if you get your finger or your willy stuck in there, what's gonna happen? It takes a while to get going.
It really does. Which maybe is promising from a safety standpoint. It won't, you know, maybe it doesn't have that much torque.
When it gets going though.
Yeah, it actually sounds like an aircraft lifting off. Look at the arm hair. Whoa! These blades are freaking sharp.
Oh wow.
There's nothing
It's gone.
solid. It's just gone. Look how clean that is.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, a little bit. And I don't think it slows down at all, Alex.
No.
It's just
There's a fine mist.
gone.
What's the carrot like?
Go for it.
It doesn't care at all.
All right. That's a lot of Alex, it's all over the laser. This is carrot murder. It looks like chunks, but it's actually like almost mashed consistency.
Wow, that didn't care at all.
Hey! Was the pun on purpose?
No, it wasn't.
Could you feel it drawing the object in as well, like just from the suction?
Not really, no.
Oh, I could with the cucumber. Oh, the back of the fan is pretty gunked up. If we don't want carrot all over the inside of our computer, we gotta get everything off this. Come on. Ow. Damn it, that hurt.
That was honestly terrifying.
Yeah.
Do you want to see how fast we go?
Yeah. When we put these in the case, I am legitimately concerned that they are going to overspin the fan on the CPU heatsink.
Oh, we just need to remove the fan. Yeah, it definitely will.
Yeah. And to be clear, that's the problem. So if we spin that fan in the computer too fast, it turns into a generator that is actually putting power back into the header on the motherboard and will almost certainly cause it to...
Although that actually, they have diodes and protection and
Do
stuff,
they?
so I'm pretty sure it just dumps it to ground.
because I've seen it happen.
How long ago was that?
That was a while back, yeah. It's still, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah.
Also, this is a good board, so we're fine.
Holy shit, you went absolute top of the line. Alex, what if we ruin something? What if we blow carrot chunks at it?
Well, no, it's fine. We're not gonna blow more carrots. What do you think we're gonna do? We're not gonna put an i3 in this and be like, oh wow, 65 watts. You can really dissipate that with these.
What we're doing right now is we're putting a little piece of marking tape on one of the blades of the fan. This is gonna tell our tachometer here how fast it's spinning. Now, every time this goes around, ow, damn it. Oh, that really hurt.
Yeah, this is pretty terrifying.
Anyway, here's what I was trying to show you guys. You spin this thing, and depending on how often our marker tape shows up, it gives you a readout. So if you spin it faster, with something other than your finger, you get a higher number, presumably.
Let's figure out how fast it goes.
Yeah, from a distance. 4,000, 4,500, 5,000, 6,000, 6,500, 7,200.
Look at the stuff on the other side of the room.
We're at around 7,300 RPM. Whoa, you see that? It's drawing it in from the side.
What are we at now? I don't think it's getting faster.
No, I think you're right. I think it's controlled.
Yeah.
It's still at 7,300, so it does not have DC control. Question then, could we go lower than 48 volts and would it run exactly the same?
Hello.
No, it
slows
down, but not up. Okay. Oops. We all got goggles on still, right?
All right, can we put it in a computer?
To help us measure how much real-world performance improvement we can get out of these, you can nickname things.
Sure, like Blowzooka.
Yeah, Blowzooka. It's a little catchier. To determine just how much performance improvement we can get out of our Blowzookas, we've taken before measurements for both of our CPU and GPU temperatures, in this case, with these stock 180mm cooling fans. It's going to be a bit of a challenge getting these in here since the mounting holes are actually in different locations. I'm sure that's something Alex already figured out.
I don't know if we like measurements.
I mean, based on how much I've liked everything about this video, that has literally hurt me so far.
What are we thinking? We can either do out or in.
It's got to go inside to make the argument that this is actually a computer. It should fit in the case.
Okay. Oh! Yes, like that.
Brendan asked if we're worried about the GPU fans. The airflow is not going to be directly on them, but there's going to be so much turbulent air movement that they might be a problem.
Yeah, it might be a problem. So we're going to need to do something to make sure that we don't get like aluminum bits in here.
Okay.
Did you hit the holes?
Think they'll fit? I don't know.
That was perfect.
How are you planning to do this?
Belt sander.
Good job. Surprisingly clean looking. We've got a flat top now. What are these things actually for? Do we know?
No.
Oh.
I think electronics cooling.
I guess that makes sense. That's kind of what Delta does. That's what we're doing with it. But like, under what circumstances would you need 5,000 liters per second?
My guess is not so much like on a server, but around a server. If you just need to move like a bunch of air into a room or out of a room.
Have you ever actually had to procure one of these through work or something? Like, hit us up in the comments. What are these things for?
Look, won't even be able to tell.
Now that is a sleeper.
Yep. It's a sleeper until you turn it on. Oh, we should take the CPU,
That would have been pretty bad, actually. I am still pretty worried about even some of these other fans, like these case fans. There could be enough just airflow coming out of this case that it'll spin them.
Unplug them.
Well, I don't know, let's see. Wow, they're shockingly quiet when we run them in the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 45 decibels, but also like...
It's just the noise floor in here,
Yeah.
It's not that quiet. I guess I should start a stress test?
Yeah, just go for good old Prime 95.
Okay.
Also, this is an overclocked chip. I played with it a bit. TVO's on. She goes. Oh, look at our power!
Whoa! What is happening?
Hello?
These fans don't know what to do. They're stopping. There's so much airflow. They're trying to blow air in, and these fans are blowing air through them.
Something weird's happening.
Something very weird is happening. CPU temps are going down, though.
So this one just stopped. I wonder,
Yeah.
we might be current limited.
Oh! Our CPU's at over 200 watts now. Are you just cranking the current limiter?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's enough. I just want to show you guys, coming out the back of the case, what we're dealing with here. Where are we at?
Oh my God.
Holy shit, we're at 1300 watts overload. Guys, this is just the fans. Can you tell it's like windswept? Who needs water cooling? Got the really good computer fan here. I guess we don't need any more airflow. Look at her go!
What about we have 2 of these?
Oh, how hot is that thing?
So the wire currently is at 90 degrees.
Oh, I think your black wire is a thinner gauge than the red one. We can probably fix this. No, I have a solution. We'll just put this here. Active cooling our wires.
Wires are 35 degrees, we're good.
Okay, check this out. It grabs it from out here. Oh, and if we like the aesthetics of the original fans, we could just put them here.
I wonder, we can test it. I want to see if you get a back volt or a back current.
If we get more than 12 volts, it's spinning faster than it otherwise would have. That's less than I would have expected.
Oh yeah, it must have protection.
That makes sense. Or maybe we can spin it the other way. No, it does. You're right. It does have protection.
I should put in hearing protection.
You really should. We're at 95 decibels. Stock is 1200 RPM. It's over 2000 RPM though.
Damn!
That's almost double the rated speed of this thing. And it's not even powered. Are you seeing how dangerous 90 decibels is for your hearing?
Very. You have to remember that every 3 decibels is a doubling in volume because decibels are done in a logarithmic way. So 95 decibels is really freaking loud.
You get kind of used to it though. And it's not until it's off.
In a logarithmic way. So 95 decibels is really freaking loud.
You get kind of used to it though. And it's not until it's off that you go, whoa, that was really loud and holy crap, did this perform better than actually having a fan on the heatsink?
Oh, by a lot.
Holy crap. Did we drop almost 15 degrees by removing the fan from the heatsink?
Yeah, so the red is our before with just a normal NHD15. And you can actually see here where it starts dropping is when I took the side panel off. And this right here is when we turn on the bazooka. You can just see the package power, which was dropping. It's like, wah!
Yeah, so this was the CPU throttling at 95 degrees right here. Immediately, we're back to actually a greater power budget. So we would get more performance by adding these fans to our systems.
Yeah.
I think every workstation in the building should probably have one of these in it.
Do you know what we should do? Before we close this out, we should run Cinebench ones on it. All right, do us proud.
Air cooling record.
85, 280, 230 watts, not bad. I wanted that to be higher.
Just like I wanted to tell you about our sponsor.
Vessi, do you hate wet socks as much as I do? Vessi footwear makes lightweight, breathable, and most importantly, water-resistant shoes, so no more squelchy socks. Their Dynatex material not only keeps your feet dry, but keeps them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The stretchy design shows that comfort is at the forefront, at times making you forget you're wearing shoes at all, and I love slip-ons. Vessi makes cruelty-free products right down to the glue, so their shoes are 100% vegan. Whether it's a rainy city or a rocky trail, the herringbone tread design is there to help stop you slipping around. Your feet deserve a little treat. So go ahead and click the link below and use the promo code LIONSECTIVE to get $25 off your first pair.
If you guys enjoyed this video, you might enjoy the last time Alex and I put the air cooler up the PC. I think this sometimes more elegant.
Oh yeah.
But that was also fun.
AMD just released Ryzen 7000, and that means one thing. I need to Sub-Zero it, and for once, we are doing it on the cheap. Turns out you can get a 120 watt thermoelectric cooler on AliExpress for just over $3. So I went ahead and got 20 of them for a grand total of 2,400 watts of cooling. That's enough to cool the 7950X 14 times over. Throw in 40 heat sinks for about 50 each, and we have a horrifyingly inefficient chiller for just over $150. According to the data sheet, these things right here should be able to chill our water down to something like negative 44 degrees Celsius. This might be my worst cooling idea yet, and I know that you cannot look away. Just like you can't look away from this segue to our sponsor.
Zoho Marketing Plus. Manage, execute, and collaborate on your next campaign with a unified marketing platform designed to keep customer and marketing data all on one screen. Try out Zoho Marketing Plus today using the link down below.
Thermoelectric coolers, also known as techs and LTE modules, work in surprisingly simple. As we know, heat is just how much energy particles have. The more you heat them up, the more they start moving. This has some very interesting implications for when you heat up a wire. Heat up one end here. This is my beautiful flame. The electrons on this side are going to start partying all around. They're going to be bouncing and stuff. And this causes them to become more spread out and just kind of move over to the colder side, like so. This creates a voltage. Plus, voltage. We can also see this by just heating up a thermocouple. So here we go. Is it doing the thing, Brandon? Cool. Now, if you connect two wires that are made out of different metals with a different number of free electrons, and then heat up one end, each wire will have a different voltage potential, and boom! Now you have an electric current. This is exactly what happened in our thermocouple here. So we have a nickel chromium alloy on the positive leg and a nickel aluminum alloy on the negative leg. Techs work in the same way, but in reverse. So by adding voltage, we can generate a hot side and a cold side, and then we can use that cold side to chill our CPU. Of course, all of this was a gross simplification, and if you want to know more about techs, I would strongly recommend this video by Electro Moves. Also, electrons are away as well. Well, let's make a chill. First step, we need to figure out which side of this Peltier gets cold. We really do not want to put it into our processor. Here, this side cold. This side is hot, so the text that we have right here is the cold side. Next thing I need to do is figure out how I'm going to get these heat sinks attached to our tech module. I'm kind of thinking zip ties. I really hope we can get a good squish with the zip tie, because otherwise I see no way that I'm doing this with at least 80 volts, probably more. This doesn't seem like it's working very well.
There's so much space in between the zip tie and the block in terms of like the shape, right?
Yeah, this isn't really working. All right, we have figured it out. We have this aluminum rail that was just sitting in the shop. Turns out it fits perfectly right between our thingies. Even with the tubes on, we have more than 20 holes in total. So we just, clamp it together like that. It should work great. We do need to go to Fastenal and get a bunch of bolts that are replaced. But, we're gonna start the day with LTPstore.com brand. Usually do. There we go. Today is going to be incredibly tedious. Basically, we have these techs, you need to put them in here like so, and do that 20 more times. In order to make it so that it's not just splayed out on the table, I'm thinking that we're going to go 5 wide, so that's this wide, and then create an 80-20 extruded aluminum frame so that they can go up vertically, kind of like boop, 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 boop. 2.5 hours later, this is so much better than I imagined it would look. Now what you might be wondering, how the heck are you going to power this thing? Well, here's the answer. 2 1500Is from Corsair. Yeah, we're also going to have to use 2 circuits or we're going to blow one of them. Now to connect it, we have these cable on cables. They sent these over so that we could do, very nice PC builds and stuff. Instead, we're just going to be chopping off the leads and soldering them to these guys right here. We'll probably have to do 2 of these per EPS cable so that we don't, have the wires catch on fire. We'll verify that with the FLIR later. It should be fun. The loop for this is going to be absolutely... I went into MasterCard and bought these nice little manifolds. So inlet, 20 outlets. Now, these were kind of expensive. They're like 50 bucks a pop. There are a lot of ways that you could do this for cheaper, but I couldn't think of doing this for a way that is cheaper than having 80 holes. So we did it. These plastic fittings I got suck. I've been at this for, I don't know, 30 minutes, and I have less than a quarter of all the stuff done. Hey, look at this. So I'm turning it in. Oh, wow, yeah, it's super cross-threaded, great. Now, we did clean out Home Depot of all of their brass NPT fittings, so those should be arriving shortly, and hopefully those will go in a little bit better. These guys were only 50 cents, the brass ones are like $3 a pop, so we did at least save a lot of money by buying these ones, but we're certainly not saving time at the moment. Manifolds are installed using top-tier mechanical fastening techniques, and now just need to run all of the tubing. So this one to the top, bottom of these to this guy, and something, you know. 80 tubing runs later, and just look at it. This thing's a beast. I absolutely love it. It looks like a prop from Alien. Now we have to solder. First 3 techs are soldered up. This is a PCB cable right here. This, you should see. Yep, those are definitely working, 100%. All right, now we have to do the rest. The plan for this is dead simple. 2 pumps in series, so we have lots of head pressure to get through all of these stupid tubes. Gonna split like that, go around there, and our CPU block will be very simple. You can build it.
This might be the most Alex thing I have ever seen.
So beautiful.
Do we get to fill it now?
Yeah, fill it.
Wait, what are we using for filling? Is it water?
This side's water.
Okay.
That side's antifreeze.
Is this the hot side?
Yes, the hot side.
Hot side. Okay, so what do you got going on here? You got a power supply just for the fans of the pub.
Do you want to go to college? What do you want to study? Or maybe you've been to college and you aren't quite happy with the degree that you got and what you studied and how you're faring out in the industry trying to make a living for yourself. You're looking out at all those other, ransomware actors, malware authors, cyber criminals out bringing in the big bucks. Well, my friends, do I have something for you? I am so excited to share with you, to show you this is probably the funniest thing I think I've ever seen on the dark web. For the next installment of the Dark Web documentary, please let me welcome you to Hacktown. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. Welcome to Hacktown. Available at that onion link way up there. I'm not going to try and read that, but this is a, quote, cyber criminal university. You got all the great things you could ever imagine, all the things you might ever like, a forum, courses, an armory. I believe that's where they include some malware for you to play with. Reviews for the university. Of course, any institution could not be worth its salt without solid ratemyprofessor.com, whatever that site is. I don't know. You can register and log in, but check it out. This is Hacktown. A full screen here, created by Funshine. Funshine has had some time in the limelight that we will get into. Looks like this is updated as of June 22nd, 2022. I'm recording this on October 2nd, but check it out. Hacktown is a place where you can learn specific skills in hacking and fraud, giving you the knowledge and tools needed to become a professional cyber criminal in 2022. My friends, time is running out. We're almost at 2023, and we have to capitalize on this. Take advantage of this education we might learn from a seriously cybercrime university. Here we go. The internet has a lot of information on cybercrime about hacking, carding, bank account fraud, blah, blah, blah. stuff that would easily overwhelm me back in the day, which interfered with my devious hacking goals. I needed something that would teach me the techniques, the tactics and procedures, the TTPs, ladies and gentlemen, used by successful cyber criminals in such a way that was easy to learn without the bullshit. That's right. We're all against that fluff, all against that pandering, the noise and the nonsense. This did not exist. People wouldn't discuss the illegal things that I wanted to learn openly, and that's where Hacktown comes in. I'm sorry, I'm going to try and hold myself together for this one. I hope you enjoy this just as much as I do. The Hacktown course curriculum is designed around my expertise, and boy, does Funshine know how to have fun. The experiences that he gained when he was operating as a cyber criminal. He was a successful cyber criminal who retired many years ago, cashing out the profits that he made through cybercrime and enjoying that. I don't know why that's capitalized. It's probably something that I'm just too naive, too ignorant to know, because I personally have not attended the old Hacktown Cybercrime University. Enjoying that cryptocurrency boom along with it. Floating around in life for quite some time and having too much time on your hands is never a good thing. Since I've always enjoyed writing, I designed these courses around my experience as a cyber criminal, giving you the opportunity, the blessed opportunity to duplicate my TTPs to experience financial freedom for yourself. We offer a degree, a diploma, the real certificate, the real scratch and sniff paper, the real toilet paper, the real TPs that come from the TTPs in all areas of cybercrime, catering to individuals with little to no programming experience. However, with all levels of cybercriminals, hackers, fraudsters out there, you will enjoy this place and everything it has to offer. So check out our programs of study here. We have a carding diploma. It teaches you everything you need to know about credit card fraud, designed around real-world experiences. All that time I've spent doing credit card fraud, I don't know about you, you'll have the knowledge, skills, and resources to commit credit card fraud all by your lonesome. And here it is, what you're looking for, the Cyber Criminal degree, ladies and gentlemen. Cyber Criminal degree covers advanced topics, including or introducing you operational security, OPSEC, have to have it, Wi-Fi hacking, man in the middle, and creating malicious Word documents, online scams, phishing, and includes how to hack an individual or business for profit or pirate. Ooh. This degree will prepare you for your career in cybercrime as an efficient and effective hacker. The future courses, hey, that stuff that's still cooking up in the kitchen, but you get to learn. You'll be shown step by step how to operate anonymously online, how to hack Wi-Fi networks, and drop some malware. You know the sweet stuff. RAT, Remote Access Trojan, Remote Access Toolkit, however you want to interpret the TTPs, ransomware, steal data, etc. etc. All the other stuff, etc. Along with how to commit online fraud and then some, etc. Each course is relevant to a specific topic geared towards hacking for profit. Make that money, that is the only thing that incentivizes any of us. Motivation, dollar bills. Those Ben Jerry's, Benjamin Franklin's. I should not be drinking an energy drink at 2 in the morning when I record this. Bringing you up from ground zero to eventually arming you with the knowledge you need to become a professional cyber criminal. So check it out. Here are the courses offered. There are a couple that are free. Please enjoy the 4 free courses in green before making a decision on whether or not you want to join Hacktown and enroll in your cyber criminal university. You got fraud over here, carding, Act 0, all about OPSEC, Act 1, all about Wi-Fi hacking, Act 2, and there's some strange stuff available on the screen here. Let me add the disclaimer, the next thing that I scroll down to is not safe for work, a little NSFW, SFW. It's Minnie Mouse without a shirt on at Disneyland. Without a shirt on. With, you know, a person wearing a Minnie Mouse helmet, a face, without a shirt. The tail of a rat as Minnie Mouse. Alright, we're moving past that. Let's go. This is Hacktown. Before we get too far into this, please let me add the absolute obvious disclaimer. If it's not already clear, don't take this seriously. Don't buy this. Don't pay for this. This is... Look, maybe it's not a scam, maybe it has some legitimacy, maybe it actually teaches something. You don't want a degree from the Cybercrime University. You just don't. Go to a different school. Go to a different university, not something that you find on a Tor hidden services onion leak. Funshine, you keep doing what you gotta do, my man, but this is not for you. For me, for anyone, even. Let's get back to it. Okay, so the first link over here in the navigation bar is going to the forum. It does notify you, hey, this forum is for paid members only. And I'm assuming this has to be just like, you know, their desire to learn something Blackboard or whatever, how schools just coordinate between the courses that they're going through, the curriculum, etc., where students can interact. And there are a couple topics in each section with different posts. This is kind of funny. I'm assuming this is a picture. Yeah, I'm dragging this image because it says I am logged in as Funshine. So this isn't even up to date. This is like a static image, right? But you're scrolling through the things you might learn, like credit card fraud and armor, etc. But anyway, there's a good little FAQ here. The most frequent question you might ask, why is there a membership fee? I want all this cyber criminal knowledge to be free, to be accessible, to be available to anyone and everyone. It says, look, the revenue generated from membership fees goes directly back into the Hacktown community by ensuring the resources offered at Hacktown are relevant and up to date. It takes some moolah. The goal is to ensure members have access to the latest CC credit card resources, malware, and every other cybercriminal tool you'll be needing for your adventures, while ensuring no member gets scammed. That's the key word there. No one gets scammed along the way, despite victims of credit card fraud and malware. You know how it is. Being able to reimburse those who's encountered issues. Every piece of malware made for available for purchase at Hacktown is reputable, tested, and exactly what you're looking for. So there's no need to waste any more of your time and money on garbage. Invest into yourself, as this is the only way to success. You heard it here first, folks. The only way to success, get a degree from a cybercrime university. I don't make the rules. We're not looking to be the biggest. We're just looking to be the best. Join the madness today. All right, cool. We're having some fun. That's Hacktown. All right, let's get down to business. Let's get down to the real meat and potatoes here. Let's check out our cyber criminal courses. I want to know all about fraud. I don't know about you. I want to know about that OPSEC. I want to know about Wi-Fi hacking, network and man-in-the-middle attacks, word up, online scams, fish food, and ride the snake. Now, I'm not going to scroll down to get back to Naked Minnie Mouse, but we can go navigate to some of those courses and see what we might learn here in our carding course. Check it out. Welcome to the Hacktown Fraud courses. To view all the external links, please ensure your Tor browser settings are set to standard, or view them in a normal browser, as some providers block those Tor exit nodes, and thus you'll not be able to view them properly. All right, I'm going to read this, and we're going to get into some more profane language, so forgive me. I hope you have a little bit of fun. By reading through the Hacktown fraud courses, you'll join me on a journey as I dive deep into the realms of credit card and bank account fraud. The information and knowledge we've collected previously throughout all of our cybercriminal careers here at Hacktown will be of great benefit to you. You gotta learn from the best when you're looking to learn the topics out there and discussed. I've made my profits, and I'm looking to create something new with all the bullshit nonsense out there. So it's time to pass the tradecraft down to the next. Pass the torch. Carry the baton. What a fucking time to be alive. Alright, course has been written by me, Funshine, person writing this, of course, our narrator. However, to ensure this course was up to date and relevant, I've collaborated on it with some individuals that I know personally and professionally over quite a long period of time. I don't want to read this whole thing to you. This video is just going to be just straight up me reading, and that's not going to be all that fun. But look at this. Let me just point and laugh. Let me just kind of be an outside observer to see everything that this is, man. I didn't know fuck all, just like you. What? Excuse me, what the fuck? What is this? What? Alright. Holy cow. You can read this on your own, of course. I'm trying to scroll pretty slowly. But take a look at some of those sections up here if you want to get into any of it. Oh, here's a click to begin. This is the free course, right? Like, we can just dive in. Yeah, here it is. Find me on Hacktown. My cardier. Is this the individual? This is the prelude. So this is a free course. We could all get into this. But this is... What part of this is a course? Is it not just reading? I feel like this part is just reading. Yeah, chapter 2. Mindset. Okay. Oh, the mindset thing, I'm having a little bit of trouble buying. That's like, this is the get-rich-quick scheme, but with the slight twist and turn about being egregiously clear and evident. Like, look, I'm not scamming you. I'm not scamming you. I'm teaching you how to scam other people. That's art. Masterclass. Put this on masterclass. Anti-fraud knowledge, credit card. Why all credit cards are for sale? We all fail. Is this motivational courses? Funshine is a motivational speaker. We all fail. Chapter 5 is all about failures. Yeah, this one's just reading. This course is just reading, and that's for free. The end of the course, I'm just going to speedrun this. Hey, oh, excuse me? I can't get to the celebration? I can't even get my cert? Look. Alright. What else do we got here? This is Act 0, all about OPSEC. You can see some of the chapters here, and I suppose you could navigate through this again if you really wanted to. But there is a boilerplate thing that I believe is copied and pasted repeatedly across these different courses. If you wanted to scroll through them, you can. Like, hey, this is it, man. Here's how you could get into Wi-Fi networks. Yeah. And it's more shill. Hey, join Hacktown, pay the money, jump in. Yeah. Can I click in on any of these, or is it? I think this is the one that's going to tell me no. Oh. What the heck? Oh, hey, those are some pretty genuine stuff, right? Those are alpha car readers. Those are Wi-Fi car readers. I'm not going to pretend, because again, maybe some of this has genuine value. I don't know. I'm not going to purchase and... Is that a Mr. Robot scene? This picture's going to render here. This is straight up the picture from Mr. Robot. It literally has a subtitle. That's Darlene. With the femtocell thing, right? I don't know. Alright. Look, I don't need to be making too much fun of this. I'm sure it has its value. Check it out, Networking Men in the Middle of Text. I'm still drawing my stake in the ground. Don't believe in this by any means. But we still have some more fun to dive into. If you have any interest checking out some of the courses, there's tons of these getting into word macros. Oh, however, here we go. This is where it gets into like, whoa, you gotta pay. Pay up, my friends. If you want to get into online scams and hidden services, dude, it's gonna cost you a pretty penny. These are the others that are requiring a membership fee. Yeah. Now, let's get to the fun part. Here is where the reviews come in. Again, no school or university is even worth its own conversation without reviews. So this has something on Dread. It's got something on Forbes, Tape, Telecoms.com. There's even a member of a podcast. I could go check this out. They're included with Immersive Labs. It's like good or bad. The first 10 minutes is an audio clip about Hacktown. Most of it isn't true, but you'll find truth in it. My face is in the way. It's not true, but you'll find truth in it. What does that mean? All right, let's dig into Dread. Let's open Forbes. Let's go open up Tape. Check out Telecoms, because there might be some fun stuff in here. Let's see if the Dread link loads. Looks like Forbes is dead. Kind of a bummer. Might be able to go check it out on another page here. It looks like this link says this hacker university offers dark web cybercrime degrees for only $125. Is that the price they were selling here? I wanted to go check it out. Here's the Armory. I was looking at the other links. paid members only. The armory contains items for purchase that every cybercriminal needs, including rats, ransomware, password sealers, accounts, credit cards, and much, much more. However, you need to be registered to join that page. Now, if you wanted to really get a part of the action, to zoom in, to really be a member of Hacktown at the Cybercriminal University, if you want up-to-date hacking and fraud information with all the resources on where to purchase rats and all the goddamn madness you can handle, it speaks for itself, honestly. This is such a delight. Hacktown membership includes access to all the different courses, the forums, R&D. Wait. Oh, that's not something included for you. That's not for the... Anyway. Only the knowledge and tools you need to be successful as a cybercriminal in 2022. $250. They raised their prices. They must have raised their prices. Let me click here to purchase. Let's join the dark side of hacking for profit and take a step into the black. Whoa! Pay in Monero. If you have Bitcoin but need Monero, XMR, go ahead and click here, or here. This misc.php has an action, act 0 to 8 convert. Oh, they have a little guide to show you how you can switch your cryptocurrency up. One Onion link and a couple other on ClearNet. Fascinating. Oh, and they set up how to show your wallet. Who Look, see, I think some of this stuff could very well be like genuinely, actionable, genuinely valuable, but not going to pay money. That's just me. I'm just putting it out there. Funshine, like all the other people on their group, they're going to be like, hey, free advertising. Thanks for sharing it, John. I cannot wait to hear from the folks and be like, this is legit. I bought it. I came from Funshine. And look, again, I'm not making the claim that I know one way or the other. But check out Telecom's article. Here we go. This is actually way back in 2020. Okay, so this was out for a while. Budding cyber crims can now enroll at Hacker University. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick Wood. For a one-off fee of $125, you too can become one of the scumbag who preys on elderly internet users and small online businesses. That cuts deep, man. You gotta call it what it is, alright? Keep it a stack. Cybersecurity provider Armor this week revealed in its latest annual threat report that the so-called Hacker University, offering online courses, teaches students how to commit various cyber crimes. Include how to access routers admin software, deploy ransomware, locating targets and compromised networks. Good stuff. Oh, here it is. Oh, we're zoomed in. What was it? All this accessible for the right price, low $125. Now $250. They doubled it up. So Armor, I believe, was the first one that was like, hey, chatting about this, and that might be some worthwhile thing to chat about. But that's it. That's the end of the article. Not so much a review, I guess more just kind of an awareness. Like, hey, they landed in the news. Forbes didn't load for us. Dread still needs me to come through something. Oh gosh, their capture thing is so weird. What even is that? Oh, I'm zoomed in. I cannot see that. It's a 6. Whoa, F. What's it? X. I cannot see that. That's a J. Useless. Yeah, of course it's an error. Okay, here's W. Here's an L. This video is going to be me trying to solve a CAPTCHA again. V? Got that one. That's a P. And that is an F. Let me in. Why are you just throwing a D there at the end? Come on. Please, please. Whew, here we go. Oh, this is Funshine. He posted this himself. Look at this. 2 years ago, buy Funshine. Hey, now. Okay, so this is in Dread, so we gotta take it with a grain of salt here. Hacktown is a place designed to teach people more about cybercrime, how to become a professional cybercriminal. This is for his own subreddit. That's fascinating. Taking courses offered at Hacktown, you gain everything that you might need. Okay. look, again, I'm not telling one way or the other. Maybe it has some valuable actionable intel, but let's see what T-Seeker has to say. I was one of the first people to witness the rise of Hacktown at the end of 2019. First time I entered the site, I was astonishing that I instantly knew this place. This is the place that I'll learn everything related to hacking and cybercrime. But more than that, it's more than that. It's more important. Hacktown is an idea. It's a freedom nest that encourages freedom of information. It's literally $250, dude. Not freedom of information. Everyone has the right to share information, and governments and authorities may see it as a threat. And that's fair. You know what? Paint the world full of shadows. Captain James Flint. Who is that from? Oh, did the site go down? Hacktown's gone for good. RIP. Rest in pieces. The site was apparently DDoSed. Funshine's back in action. Okay. 2 years ago. Wow. Okay. 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 That's a fun one. I think, ride the snake, baby. What the heck does that mean? Sweet. Now it's good to know. I think the real fun comes from tape. Now I've taken a look through this review, and I think it's the real thing. Review of Hacktown, a darknet site associated with hacking. Hacktown's designed to provide learning material to help people seeking from profit to hacking, and this is everything they're chatting about. However, let me show you something super cool, because they go through this in this review, and I believe it like showcases a little bit more of the previous website design where you had the chapters over on the right hand side, and it showcases a little bit more. Chatting about everything that they showcase, I don't know if you're getting in anything. I think it might just be, again, static text that you read. I don't know if there's videos, I don't know if there are quizzes, I don't know if there are exercises or labs. I'm not going to get a cert out of this one, but some good stuff here. You can scroll through all this, and you can see, hey, they actually have some messages out on Torm. I think Torm is down now. CryptBB should still be kicking, and that's how you can go ahead and interact with some of them. Now, over on the right-hand side, I thought I saw a related article, because they had an interview with Funshine. Are there any related posts? Oh, I can just search on this page here. Interview. Spelt all wrong ways. Search for that. Okay, here it is. Hacktown website review. This is actually August 5th, so that seems more recent than before. Okay, there's some stuff in here. Again, I believe tape has a certain amount of legitimacy to it, but exclusive interview with the Hacktown admin. Is this website review one is different from the March one, is it not? Anyway, while that page is loading, I have a ton of tabs open in Tor, so it's probably tweaking out. But this is the Forbes article, accessing it on the ClearNet. It says, hey, this hacker university offers dark web cybercrime degrees for $125. And again, this is back in 2020, so gives it even a note for you, hey, this article is more than 2 years old. Hacktown is a hacker university selling dark web cybercrime degrees and courses. Chatting about how Armor tracked this down. There's alerting on this. People behind Hacktown, the hacker university in question, described it designed to teach people how to become professional cybercriminals. Welcome page states that every course is geared towards hacking for profit and committing fraud. All right. Okay. Is that? Oh no, that's it. Yeah. Fast track your cybercriminal career. Wow. We've been seeing the professionalization of cybercriminal organizations for quite some time now, with corporate-like structures and slick customer services becoming the norm. You know what? I think that's fair, and I think that's a worthy thing to kind of maybe sprinkle in here. When I talk often about, look, cybercrime, it's an industry, it's an enterprise, it's become so commoditized. One of the craziest things to me is to have this be part of the conversation. Like, there is a school, whether or not you believe it or not, take this with a grain of salt, but like, there is a university. There is a straight-up institution on the interweb, on the dark web, on the whatever you want to call it, deep net, deep web, etc. Look, it's just shenanigans. Absolute bonkers. Whoa. Capture the flag style tasks? of people are chatting about this thing. Almost all information required to become a hacker is already available via open channels such as YouTube. Alright. There's a lot of folks that they, like, reaching out to. That's quite a story. Alright, I finally got the tape page on the exclusive interview with the Hacktown admin to load and check it out. This is actually pretty recent. This is way back in August of 2022. So, hey, the tape news team interviewed the admin of Hacktown in an exclusive conversation that provides a clear picture of what this dark web platform is all about. Hacktown has achieved the status of the dark web's most notable cyber criminal university, whose purpose is to allow users to achieve the once inaccessible knowledge and skills in order to gain from the highly lucrative dark web cybercrime industry. Whew. Okay, so this is an interview. This is honestly, hey, a one-on-one conversation between them and Funshine. They explain, hey, what is Hacktown? Going through everything that this thing is, what it stood for, where it came to be, the origin story of Hacktown. This is like an interview that I would do like on my channel, like with the CEO. Say, can you give a range of how much money an aspiring user will need to spend to access Hacktown? Right now, $250. That's it. Membership fees are used to purchase, test, and audit products. Probably for some of the malware in the armory. Good ransomware can and will cost upwards of $1,000 a month, except when the Lockbit builder gets leaked. Gotta make a video on that or something. I don't know. What is Hacktown's best-selling product and services? I don't know. I don't keep track of what product is highly used, but I do know that Remcos, that's malware that we've actually got to see, in Warzone, and what used to be a ransomware product for sale before the member was arrested. It's a rough life being a cyber criminal. Don't I know it? Idle hands are never a good thing. That's the inspiration to form Hacktown. Cashed out on my cyber criminal adventures some moons ago. And then I wanted to teach and share the knowledge for proper information regarding cybercrime. Fascinating. Background and experience. I'm no different than anyone else. Grew up around computers, always interested in them in a bad way. Went down the hacker route. All these air quotes here. Went down the cybersecurity career path. Then I got into ransomware. Went full tilt till I cashed it all out. You know what? Ransomware does make some money. So, COVID-19 and all these things are influencing global cybercrime. And this is actually kind of a pithy thing that I do think is worthwhile. COVID-19 has done some damage. Struggling since I lost a close family member to COVID. But honestly, it's been an excellent phishing pretext to work with when targeting an individual or business online. Nothing better than sending an email about updated COVID-19 regulations or standards in the workplace rules. That gives an ideal social engineering hook to work with, that's for sure. A little spooky. Hey, I get that. Ooh, talking about being an influencer here. Have you influenced the dark web community? I'm not sure if I've influenced anyone. Funshine, do you consider yourself an influencer? Do you got a TikTok account, my man? Helped numerous amounts of people along the way. I've heard success stories and failures. That's not how we all learn. Any parting shots, any words of wisdom for aspiring Hacktown users? Hey, if you learned anything from the free courses offered at Hacktown, the plate's for you. Curious to which ransomware rat, etc. to purchase, but not sure if that product really is what they say it is? Let us do the lifting and testing so you don't have to. Everything that you find in Hacktown is as real as it gets. Don't let time pass you by, because cybersecurity is getting better and better each year. That is how you can go find it. Man, what an exclusive interview with the Hacktown admin. Thank you for gifting us with this knowledge here. I think it's just eye-opening. And again, I'm joshing about this thing. Let me pivot to the real talk camera. Look, this very well could be legitimate, and this very well could be, and I think it might be, in all actuality, some of the portions of it could very well teach some potentially actionable, valuable stuff. But just the idea of it is so funny and ludicrous to me, of a cyber criminal university where you can get a degree in cybercrime. I've said before, hey, this whole thing, the cybercrime integrates, the syndicates, the underground enterprise, it's commoditized and it's accessible, and now anyone can go poke and play at it. And maybe this just opens the gates and breaks down the walls even more in a different way. For you, the casual onlooker wanting to, see those scenes through my own eyes, exploring the dark web and torrent services, this is a thing. It exists. It's real. At least it's there anyway. So take it with a grain of salt. Take it as food for thought. Think about it and just like wonder with some strange awe and a twisted admiration, I don't know, of Hacktown, a cyber criminal university where you can get your degree in cybercrime, carding, bank fraud, ransomware, malware, etc. That's the next stop on our safari ride as part of the Dark Web documentary. But I hope you enjoyed this video. I know it was a little bit of a long one, but wanted to show it to you for all that it is. And let me know in the comments if you're going to be kicking it at Hacktown. I don't know, that's your alma mater, maybe. Folks listening in, hey, I'm an alumni. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this video. I love you. If you want to support, you can do all those YouTube algorithm things, like, comment, subscribe. Make me an influencer, you know? I'm kidding. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. See you in the next video. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I'm happy you're here. You read the title. You know what we're doing today. This one should be pretty fun, I think, right? We're doing something new. We got something spicy for the gamers in the room, the gamer gang. We're going to be taking a look at some Discord malware. And I think that's kind of peculiar and kind of neat. So if it wasn't enough for me to be checking out some Discord, you know, gamer stuff, I'm wearing a Legend of Zelda t-shirt. So if that doesn't make you like the video, I don't know what will. What we're going to be diving into today is something that kind of fellow community member, right, a viewer had offered to me, sent it along, and again, please, please, please keep sending me malware. Thank you. Literally, please send me malware. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. But this user was generous enough to donate this, send it along, and I think that it is worthy. I think it is something that we could have some fun with in a video here. Disclaimer, right? The usual kind of notion and thing that I had to go out and say, this is a very exploratory video, and that I don't know what I'm doing as I'm going through it, and I don't know all the things, I don't have all the answers, so forgive me where I fumble and stuff, but hopefully it'll be fun. We'll get to learn a little bit, we'll have a good time, and obviously this is all for education. This is all for educational purposes. There's obviously nothing spooky, scary in here meant to make you some uber elite hacker. No. We're here to learn. We're here to have some fun. So let's get to it. You know, let's hop over to my computer screen where all the good stuff's going on. I have this script open. This was the maybe Discord malware.py, and the .py extension, right, tells us that it is a Python script. Interesting decision, for one thing, because if this were to end up running on an end-user computer, if this were to run on the victim or the target, it would need to be able to, like, know how to interpret and run this. It would need the Python interpreter program, because Python is a scripting language, right? So you could freeze it, you could compile it, you could do some weird things with it to make it a bundled, packaged executable, but that would be, I don't know, I feel like it would make for a large file if you were to try and get that on a victim, but whatever. We'll explore it. We'll see what's going on here. So this is the file, maybe discordmalware.py. I'm having fun with this one because it is not obfuscated whatsoever. It's also written in Python, and I tend to read and play with Python a decent amount. So we'll see how it goes. We've got a little import OS statement right up at the top here. So getting that module, kind of getting the operating system library to be able to read in and pull some data out here. And then it immediately goes for an if statement like, hey, if the os.name, or if that property from that module here is not equal to NT, then we exit. Then that program just goes ahead and dies. That is important because it tells us this is literally only going to run on Windows. So I have Python 3.9 installed on my machine here. I'm running Windows currently, so if I were to import OS, if I were to do an os.name, we can see that it is the string NT, or New Technology Windows thing, and that's all. If I were to do that exact same thing over on a Linux virtual machine, so I have a little Ubuntu virtual machine created up here, I'll spawn a terminal, use Python import OS, os.name will tell me POSIX, because it's running Linux and it is not NT, it is not Windows. So there's that distinction. And that way we know, okay, this will only run on Windows. We pull in the find all method from regular expressions, that built-in library. We pull in some functionality to be able to load and dump strings that are in the JSON format with a JavaScript object notation. Of course, base64 for some base64 decode for decoding base64 represented data. And we pull in the Popin and pipe data and stuff. I lost track of the words of it because Popin is going to end up being a function where the class constructor thing to create, and pipe will go ahead and be the constant that it will need for making pipes. But subprocess means we're going to end up running code, right? We're going to end up running a command, executing like system shell commands. URL lib is pulled in to grab requests and URL open, etc., so we can make calls to the internet. We, of course, want to know the time. We want to be able to spawn threads, grabbing the sleep functionality, and knowing arguments that we pass into this program. So I don't know if I want to go this entire video at that pace. That took us some time to just go through the import scenes. And some of you that are veterans of watching this content, you know, like, what? Okay, John, that easy baby stuff, but I want to make this approachable for everybody. So all of this, right? All these modules that we're seeing right now are native and built in to Python. So it doesn't need any other libraries or modules kind of included to run this malware. It'll just do it if you have Python. They're all part of the kind of core standard library that Python will work with. So then we go ahead and get some environment variables from that OS module here. They're defined as local and roaming, which will be the name of the variables here, but we're getting the environment variable local app data and app data. Now again, this is only going to be running in the context of Windows, and because I'm on Windows, I will open up a command prompt and see what those values are. I've showcased this plenty before in batch tutorials that I have that are like decades old, and if you were to actually try and reference a environment variable or a variable in batch, kind of the language of the command prompt in Windows to begin with, you would normally use it wrapped in percent signs. If delayed variable expansion is on, it could be exclamation points, but that's a whole nother can of worms. Right now, we just want to use like the percent signs surrounding the variable name that we want to look at. So app data, right? It's going to evaluate out for me C users John H app data roaming. Now we know the value of what that would be. We'll do the exact same thing for local app data, right? Local app data, and now you can see it is local as the subfolder rather than roam. So those are some worthwhile directories apparently because the program is going to grab and gather those. And then we have a whole list of paths. This is end up being a dictionary, right? So Discord will be referenced with the roaming folder /Discord, roaming folder /Discord Canary, etc. and some local folders as well. But it's peculiar here because we can see Discord being referenced, Discord Canary, PTB, and Google Chrome, as well as Opera and Brave and Yandex. All of these are seemingly getting the file system location or the path to the data and configuration stuff that might be stored for that particular So we'll do the exact same thing for local app data, right? Local app data, and now you can see it is local as the subfolder rather than Notion and thing that I have to go out and say, this is a very exploratory video and that I don't know what I'm doing as I'm going through it, and I don't know all the things, I don't have all the answers, so forgive me where I fumble and stuff, but hopefully it'll be fun. We'll get to learn a little bit, we'll have a good time, and obviously this is all for education. This is all for educational purposes. There's obviously nothing spooky, scary in here meant to make you some hacker. No. We're here to learn. We're here to have some fun. So let's get to it. You know, let's hop over to my computer screen where all the good stuff's going on. I have this script open. I have this script. This was the maybe Discord malware.py. And the .py extension, right, tells us that it is a Python script. Interesting decision, for one thing, because if this were to end up running on an end-user computer, if this were to run on the victim or the target, it would need to be able to, like, know how to interpret and run this. It would need the Python interpreter program, because Python is the scripting language, right? So you could freeze it, you could compile it, you could do some weird things with it to make it a bundled package executable, but that would be, I don't know, I feel like it would make for a large file if we were to try and get that on a victim, but whatever. We'll explore it. We'll see what's going on here. So this is the file, maybe discordmalware.py. I'm having fun with this one because it is not obfuscated. whatsoever. It's also written in Python, and I tend to read and play with Python a decent amount. So we'll see how it goes. We've got a little import OS statement right up at the top here, so getting that module, kind of getting the operating system library to be able to read in and then pull some data out here. And then it immediately goes for an if statement like, hey, if the os.name, or if that property from that module here, is not equal to NT, then we exit. Then that program just goes ahead and dies. That is important because it tells us this is literally only going to run on Windows. So I have Python 3.9 installed on my machine here. I'm running Windows currently, so if I were to import OS, if I were to do an os.name, we can see that it is the string NT for new technology, Windows thing, and that's all. If I were to do that exact same thing over on a Linux virtual machine, so I have a little Ubuntu virtual machine created up here, I'll spawn a terminal, use Python import OS, os.name will tell me POSIX. It's running Linux, and it is not NT, it is not Windows. So there's that distinction. And that way we know, okay, this will only run on Windows. We pull in the find all method from regular expressions, that built-in library. We pull in some functionality to be able to load and dump strings that are in the JSON format, or the JavaScript object notation. Of course, base64 for some base64 decode for decoding base64 represented data. And we pull in the popen and pipe data and stuff. I lost track of the words. The popen is going to end up being a function, or the class constructor that we create, and pipe will go ahead and be the constant that we'll need for making pipes. But some process means we're going to end up running code, right? We're going to end up running a command, executing like system shell commands. URL lib is pulled in to grab the request and the URL open, etc., so we can make calls to the internet. We, of course, want to know the time. We want to be able to spawn threads, grabbing the sleep functionality, and knowing arguments that we pass into this program. So I don't know if I want to go this entire video at that pace. That took us some time to just go through the import statements. And some of you that are veterans of watching this content, you know, like, what, okay, John, that easy baby stuff, but I want to make this approachable for everybody. So all of this, right, all these modules that we're seeing right now are native and built in to Python. So it doesn't need any other libraries or modules kind of included to run this malware. It'll just do it if you have Python. They're all part of the kind of core standard library that Python would work with. So then we go ahead and get some environment variables from that OS module here. They're defined as local and roaming, which will be the name of the variables here, but we're getting the environment variable local app data and app data. Now again, this is only going to be running in the context of Windows, and because I'm on Windows, I will open up command prompt and see what those values are. I've showcased this plenty before in batch tutorials that I have that are like decades old, and if you were to actually try and reference a environment variable or a variable in batch, kind of the language of the command prompt in Windows to begin with, you would normally use it wrapped in percent signs. If delayed variable expansion is on, it could be exclamation points, but that's a whole nother can of worms. Right now we just want to use like the percent signs surrounding the variable name that we want to look at. So app data, right? It's going to evaluate out for me C users John H app data roaming. Now we know the value of what that will be. We'll do the exact same thing for local app data, right? Local app data, and now you can see it is local as the subfolder rather than roaming. So those are some worthwhile directories apparently, because the program is going to grab and gather those. And then we have a whole list of paths. This is end up being a dictionary, right? So Discord will be referenced with the roaming folder /Discord, roaming folder /Discord Canary, etc., and some local folders as well. But it's peculiar here because we can see Discord being referenced, Discord Canary, PTB, and Google Chrome, as well as Opera and Brave and Yandex. All of these are seemingly getting the file system location or the path to the data and configuration stuff that might be stored for that particular program, right? We're going to end up seeing that in app data, local, or roaming. That's where that's typically stored. We also have some other functionality defined here, get headers. and it will take in a keyword argument token that is kind of by default optional and set to none, but it also includes a content type as a keyword argument that is set and defined to application/JSON. I don't think that'll actually end up being used or modified anywhere else, truthfully, because most of the stuff this is going to end up doing, if it does end up working with Discord via their API, it's going to be in that JSON format. So the headers that it defines inside of this function after it takes in potentially the token and content type are the content type for what request it might make if it were to create some headers, and it adds a user agent for a regular, like, Firefox, Chrome here you can see. Chrome browser connecting to it. And if it has a token, it will go ahead and add that into the headers with headers.update with the authorization. That is good to know, because that, I think, will basically be the crux of how this works. Let's kind of minimize that for now, or like fold that code. So we can get user data, right, with the token, and that is a mandatory parameter. It will try to loads, and that's going to be the JavaScript object notation, JSON structure and format for making a request with the URL of library to discord.com/API/v6usersme with the headers that it's created previously with that token, reading it out and decoding it. So that call on its own, get user data, will get information about your Discord account. That's it. It's just querying the Discord API to be able to do that as long as it has a token. That needs to be passed in. So the tokens, that's going to be the most valuable part, right? It's going to be how your account and you are kind of connected in Discord, and how Discord knows who you are. It's via your token. Now, these are apparently stored, and this is news to me. I was learning this, right? With the path that is passed in inside of this get tokens variable function call here, right? It adds this path, it takes in that argument path and adds in a local storage level DB. Now it creates an empty list of these tokens, and then for every single file name that it finds inside of that directory or the path that it's just built out here, it will check, hey, if that file name does not end with .log and it doesn't end with .ldb, then just ignore it. Continue on this for loop and keep cruising through until we find something that actually does work. If we do find a file that has a .log or .ldb, then we will look through every single line in that file once we open it up. We'll open up that file, ignore any errors, and then read every single line and look through them. So, it just pulls out those lines, and then it uses the regular expression syntax for a regex in this kind of tuple of two potential regex structures, the patterns that it's going to look for, whether it is a word character or another 24 iterations or occurrences of those, word character following a period, 6 iterations of those, another one, etc., etc. Or, because it's a for regex in both of these, it'll continue to loop through both of those. Or if it starts with MFA, a period, and then 84 word characters. If it finds those based off of that find all call, it goes ahead and adds it to the collected tokens. So it's just going to end up carving those out. That's it. Interesting, right? There's a real functionality to steal and harvest the tokens for your user account. So let's put that away temporarily. And then we have another good one. We have this get developer function here. I don't know what this dev equals WODX might be referring to. I don't know if that is why that's created or why it's set to that, because just after it, again, it will try to do something. If it fails, it totally ignores it. But it will go ahead and download the data from this pastebin URL. Now, I wish I could make this pretty cool and pretty fancy, but I don't think that actually exists. Yeah. pastebin.com/raw that. It's no longer available. I don't know if anyone knows or if there's a good way to be able to kind of track down some previous pastebins, or maybe it's a Wayback Machine or Internet Archive or whatever. But that would be interesting to see what that had. Regardless, can't offer too much there. Another interesting function, though, get IP. All this does is make a GET request out to api.ipfi.org, which we've seen in other videos will just straight up tell you your IP address. So it collects your public IP address. That's what this Discord malware is. Another thing, another piece of information that it will steal. It will also grab your avatar. Again, just reaching out to the Discord API with your user ID and avatar ID, seemingly. Yep. But those would be pulled in and passed to this function here. Carve it out. And then we do some interesting stuff that's kind of native and local to that computer. This get HWID, or the get hardware ID, that's going to end up using WMI, or the Windows Management Instrumentation C command line, right? That tool utility. Kind of old. It's a very cmd.exe-like and DOS-oriented interface to the Windows Management Instrumentation interface. It will go ahead and grab the UUID of this current computer. It will run that as a shell, collecting all the data, and that's why we pulled in Popin, or those sub-process module functions, right? Pull all that down, collect it, have the convenience functions to be able to do that. Then it does some other spooky stuff. Like, hey, we got get friends, carving out, hey, whatever relationships your Discord user might have, again, passing in the headers generated by the token. And it will get chat information based off of another user I'm assuming you're chatting with, right? Reach out to the Discord API for the current user with that token for your current account, data, checking if the recipient's ID is going to end up being whoever that other individual wants to talk to, or their chat history might be. Pulls it down and pulls it. Now, this one's kind of spooky, spicy, juicy. Hey, what kind of payment methods do you have? Do you have payment methods? Let's pull it down. Let's carve it out. So all this one does is check whether or not you actually do, right? It'll return a Boolean value if there's content in there. It determines from length, or length, right? As it loads and carves out the JSON. Checking out your billing payment information and those sources there based off of the token. Nice. This one is a send message functionality, so you can chat with other people that actually, the program itself can send other messages via the API. And it adds it in as a really interesting, like, file. Multi-part form data boundary, it's actually added in there. Form.encode, read encode. Okay, so it posts that data sent along to it, I'm assuming. And this other function is called spread. It takes a token, takes the form data in a delay variable, and it actually is currently disabled. This return function will tell it, hey, don't actually run anything for that function. Just kind of stop and don't bother. But if you were to comment it out, just like this comment here says, hey, remove to re-enable this, well then it'll continue down on the rest of this code. And it grabs all of the friends that your account has, and then it tries to actually get the conversation with them, get the chat ID, right? Get to know who that individual is, know the message conversation, and then send them a message with the supplied form. So imagine all of your friends on Discord getting slammed with whatever message or spam comes from it. And it'll sleep just a little bit of time to not be an absolute machine, but that's how it will spread this virus or malware, collecting and harvesting more tokens. Now, this main function is where all the real action happens. This is where it all kind of goes down. The main function is what's going to end up running and executing when the program runs, but all these other functions that we just saw previously, that was building out the functionality for what this tool can do. Now, the main function will apparently cache some of the data that it finds. It stores it in roaming.cache with a little hidden name there. It'll prevent spam, supposedly. I don't exactly know where that else is going to be used. Even if it is, I'm control Fing for it, but that's literally the only place that's defined and ever used. It doesn't do anything. Self-spread equals true. That is apparently used later. We have 2 matches in that, so we'll get to that in just a moment. But the embeds is an empty list, working is an empty list, checked, all these other things are defined, but it, of course, immediately grabs your IP address, hence that get IP function. Then it will grab your username based off of the environment variable on your computer, and we've done this already, right? Pulling up our command prompt, getting that variable username. In this case, it's John H for me. Other one it grabs is computer name. Good enough. Creator is the name of my desktop machine right now. And user profile is going to end up being where it will look for your like programs, etc., etc. So your essential home directory, right? In this case for me, it's users John H. And that's usually just a user's directory. Developer is going to end up retrieving whether or not supposedly this is a developer account, but we don't know what that paste bin link actually ever had. And then we start to steal some tokens. Yeah. Now we start to loop through all of those paths that we had seen already defined up top here for Discord Canary, Discord PTB, Google Chrome, Opera, Brave, Yandex, etc. Now, I'm not positive if this is stealing like Google Chrome or Opera credentials. I really don't think it is. I think it's strictly looking for the things that Discord stores and saves and how they do that. But we'll explore and we'll dive into it in just a moment. For each platform and path in those locations, it will try to see if that path exists. If that folder, if that file location doesn't exist, well then it's safe to assume, okay, Opera is not installed, Brave is not installed. So it'll just continue on and keep moving. Now, it'll try and get tokens from that path. So this location, roaming / Discord, now looking at that get tokens function again, / local storage / level DB with these log or LDB functions, those will have the tokens that this malware is trying to carve out and steal and compromise. That is the data that's going to end up kind of grabbing. If it has them, if it's kind of in checked, then it won't bother to do them again. If it does already have those, or if it doesn't, it'll keep getting those. If it doesn't start with MFA, I'm assuming that's going to be like multi-factor authentication. It will try and do some base64 decoding magic to grab the other format or representation. But then, all it simply does after it has your token is it grabs your user data. And then it gets all the information that you might happen to have. Right? Your username, your Discord ID, your avatar, your email address, your phone number, your premium type, whether or not you're using Nitro, you're grabbing your avatar, and, of course, your payment methods. So, let's get a little meta right now, because I think we've laid out enough groundwork that we could really show you how this works, and I have to be careful about doing this because I'm essentially going to hack myself. Put it out on the internet or whatever. I'm going to blur, obviously, a lot of the sensitive stuff out, but we know the file locations where Discord is going to end up storing our token, right? Check it out. Do we still have our command prompt open? No, we don't. All right, so let's bring this down again. We know that's going to be in that roaming variable, which was grabbing the data out of app data. So if I go into that directory, we know that there was a Discord directory, right? Because that's where it tries to go find the Discord. Now I have Discord installed, right? You can see it kind of in my system tray down here, and I use it all the time. Inside of the Discord directory, we know from this get tokens function, there should theoretically be a local storage subdirectory and a level DB subdirectory. So let's go check that out. And there are those directories. So if I clear my screen here, CLS, I think, in Windows? Yeah. I'll dir to see what files we have in this directory, and check it out. There are these log and .ldb files, just as it mentioned. Now, I need to be super duper careful here, because I'm going to basically hunt for those tokens the same way, or at least in a very similar way, that we know this function was going to do it. It just looks for regular expressions where a MFA might be present with other word characters. I'm going to do that just for my account, and I'm hopefully gonna successfully blur out the contents here. Because if I were to go ahead and try and run strings, and I have that Linux utility kind of installed on Windows right now for MingW and stuff. If I were to strings out everything, there's gonna be a lot of crap and a lot of content. I'm really sorry, seizure-inducing thing. But if I were to take that strings of everything and look for the plain text strings, and if I were to essentially use grep, if I were running on Linux, right? But I don't have grep installed, so I'm gonna have to use the Windows find string. If I were to run find string with that data that we know is going to be in the text there, MFA, I will add some spaces so that's visible. Check it out. I'm gonna have to blur that. I'm gonna have to censor that because those are genuinely my Discord tokens. So now let's make it even worse. Now that I've showcased that, let's go ahead and try and retrieve the same information that this malware would have received. Yeah? I'm gonna hop over to my Linux virtual machine to be able to do that really quickly. And create a new directory here. Just for keeping things clean, I have to make the directory. Make directory Discord mal for Discord malware. And we know I'm going to censor a lot of this here. I'm like collecting my thoughts as I realize what I'm accidentally or might be showing on screen, right? We want to use the curl command so we can actually go ahead and access that API. I'm gonna nerf that command prompt real quick, and I will paste in the authorization that we know was the header that used our token. So now that my token is pasted in, there we go, I will go ahead and retrieve the data that might come from getting my user information, that get user data function, right? So Discord app users me is the link that we're going to, including the headers, all that we've sent thus far. So if I include that, if I hit enter here, I made a mistake. Authorization is wrong. I will try a different token. I did have a couple others that opened up in that command prompt. Let me go reopen and do that in just a moment. Okay, back. Now, I have verified that I have the correct token because there were multiple that were listed in my account. So if I were to go ahead and make this curl request, hiding my address here, I will pipe this to JQ so it's kind of pretty and beautiful. There we go here. Take a look at that. That's the data that you can pull. You can see a supplied phone number. You can see the email address. You can see the country code, the avatar, the ID, etc. Now, if we were to try and pull the payment methods, if we were to try and pull the actual friend list, if we were to try and pull other messages and send other messages, that's what this could do. Let me do that just to show you the spooky, right? So we had some fun with get user data, but now that we know we could get the avatar or get the friends or the payment methods is probably going to be what the hackers are interested in, right? They want to see what other information could they carve out of this. So I'll grab this location. And I will go ahead and add that in to what we will go ahead and display out with JQ here. Paste that in, and I'm going to need to blur this. You can see a kind of card payment method. You can see the last four of that credit card. You can see the original address for the billing address, etc. That can get kind of spooky. Okay, that's enough publicly embarrassing myself or trying to hack myself via this malware. Just using the tokens that you can uncover from the Discord account that is stored and saved on your computer here. Let's continue to explore what we had because this now got interesting in that it would collect all this data, right? Whether or not you have Nitro, what billing methods you have, and you would be able to have that message received, and if you were the hacker, if you were the bad guy, if you had this malware, if you were distributing this virus, right? You can get the account info, the PC info, IP address, right? PC username, PC name, etc., and token location, right? I think I see over here. Yeah. And then the token themselves, right? So you could become and act as that user. The author here is whatever is really supplied in that username or user ID. But the footer is kind of interesting. It says, hey, this is a token grabber by THC4L. Gotta love that attribution. Am I right? I love it when they just straight up tell you who you are. Granted, this is a hacker handle. It's an alias. It's not anything like whoever. It's not a name or an individual. But we could obviously do some more research, do some more digging, and trying to see who THC4L happens to be. And with these embeds, right, now we've saved and captured all of that, and it could be sent later on and retrieved, right, for whoever was ending up using this token stealer. This malware. So it will, of course, save all this information in that cache path that we saw previously. It will append some data to working that I'm not exactly positive why that's doing it. But take a look at this webhook, right? The webhook includes the embeds that was just carved out for this username that we might want to supply in for the bad guy, right? And this avatar URL is supplied. Now, if I were to go back to Chrome, try to see what this avatar might be. I wish it were something kind of more fun, but it's just kind of bland Discord. So, after we've defined this webhook, we try and make a request to the webhook and send that data, right? So that way, the bad actor, the one waiting to receive all the stolen information, the stolen tokens, etc., those would be displayed and sent to them. Those are fish that they caught in their fishing. Great. We also have some other functionality for self-spread, whether or not this thing is going to spread, and we did see that was set to true, right? So for every token that it knows is working, for everything that it collected, it will try and open up itself. It'll try and open up this script, like this Python code on its own. It'll read that, save it as this content variable, and then develop a payload that will send with the data, information name. The file name will be this file, right? And then the content being this entire script, being this code. And now, an interesting thing is it includes the message server crasher, Python download, and it links to the Python website so that potential victim or target might be fooled and maybe they'll go download Python so they can run this, go crash some servers, I don't know. Or it'll just keep farming tokens for the original bad. So, there's that. This thing could potentially spread, but it does rely on that end user target victim computer, of course, having Python installed. So that's why they're literally linking the download to go install Python. And it threads this out, right? For every single token, it tries to spin it off, and they'll go spread that function that we saw earlier that will message everyone in their friends list. It'll include the token that it needs, right? The payload, and then how long it's going to actually wait to send this. It looks like, what is that, 7.5 seconds, I think? But starts it. And that's it. It runs that main function. But that is the damage that could come from this thing. Now, I got kind of curious, right? I want to know who is this THC4L if they're literally telling us, hey, check it out. This is a token grabber. Here's some Discord malware by yours truly, me. Is this known? Is this present on the internet? So I started to, ask Uncle Google. Went to our good friend over here. Token grabber by THC4L. Let's look for, I guess, a Discord reference here. And now there's a lot of peculiar stuff. In fact, this one I just saw the other day. This is literally when I was receiving this message when someone sent this code to me, which was yesterday. This video was released then the day before, and now this is 2 days ago. But this video is kind of peculiar. It shows other interesting things. It's just not the exact same code. It's actually a completely different program. So maybe we'll dabble in that for just a little bit. I actually kind of want to table this, but the comments are here are interesting. This I like this thread here. It says, "Hey, this is for educational purposes only. I'm not responsible if the tool is used for legal purposes, as you can download it with the password here." But the tags are Discord token grabber, GitHub, Discord token grabber, Discord token grabber, best Discord token grabber, Discord. Like, yeah, is that so, buddy? Educational purposes only, except you really want to tell people about it. You people really should know. So that's that. The comment is like, "Hey, lol, malware." And the comments are like, "For real? Yeah, man, LMFAO. Nah, the file itself is a token grabber, so he's trying to grab people that are trying to grab someone else." Ooh, what a scheme. Hack the hackers, am I right? So, there's that. There's another interesting one. How to use token grabber on this location. Uh-oh. Oh, where am I now? Easy way to get Discord tokens. This just looks slow. This just looks sketch. Discord malware stack overflow. How to spam raid Discord servers 2020. Best Discord token stealer. Oh, there's GitHub stuff like this. So this like opened my eyes to a complete new world that I had no idea existed. And this actually, the original individual that had sent this to me told me that he produced this or published this and posted it on Stack Overflow. And he said, "Hey, a friend of mine contacted me with a problem he's been having with Discord. Windows asks what program the code below should be run with, and the default is Discord. Every time Discord is run, the chunk of code is run." So looks like they didn't have like Python actually installed or something, and maybe it just straight up wouldn't run. But that was the original code. The comments here are like, "Yeah, hey, it does seem to be malware." He says, "What I believe to be the creator's YouTube channel is referenced in the code here, and you can go visit this link." But of course, hey, that's been terminated and shot down for being a bad guy. And then the creator's Twitter account is apparently linked in the code. I didn't see that exactly, but Kelly Lincox that are protected tweets. Errors.tools. Oh god, that brought me to a Discord server. I'm sketched out. Leave me alone. So let's put that one away. Sorry, I didn't mean to be shouting. The response is, "Hey, that is malware, not only a token logger, but also stealing Chrome, Brave, Opera, and Yandex passwords. Uninstall that immediately and change your passwords." YouTube channel of creator. That's the same link as earlier. As it turns out, it also steals your IP address. So we saw that as we were going through it, but I'm not 1,000% positive if it is stealing like your Chrome cache or the web browser passwords that are stored and saved locally. Brave, Opera, and Yandex passwords. I don't know, because I just don't know off the top of my head where those are stored or how those are stored, but it looked like it was more pertinent to getting the Discord stuff. It didn't seem to have anything specific to like tracking or... Those are not the right words. But tracking down the Chrome cache and everything. These were specific to Discord, I think. Maybe those are going to be the locations if someone were to open and use Discord in the browser. In those browsers, maybe where that information is stored. I don't know, truthfully. The desktop application of Discord is what I'm using, and that is where we saw genuinely the Discord tokens. That's that. This is an interesting one, I think. This site wants to show me notifications. No, thank you. Of course, video is no longer available. Some other peculiar things, but like, look at this. Some of these oh no, these actually aren't that bad. There's like, hey, create a Discord bot, you know, good stuff. genuine, purposeful use. But best Discord token stealer grabber hosting in scripts, March 19th. Oh shit, that's actually today. You can see that down below, like in my calendar down there. It's genuinely March 19th. Is this updated today? These are just, that's just a crap ton of tags. You don't need to download any files. Imagine the audacity, right? Imagine what fire has to be in you to make this sales tactic, to market this thing like, oh, you don't need to download, you don't need to have any extra software, it's fully undetectable. Whatever you do to like market and have a business strategy for malware and bad stuff is just insane. Oh, here's a video. Today I will show you a Discord token stealer. Yeah? Is that right? Oh, this is the same YouTube video that we saw earlier, isn't it? Wait. Let's go to YouTube. Let's see this thing for real. No, this is back in February. Tame Devo download area. Oh, they sent me a Discord link. I don't like it. 51 comments? What are these people doing? The Juice WRLD song just hits different, man. Okay. You know what? Let's, what else is this thing? Oh no, this is the exact same footage that we saw in that one that was uploaded just 2 days ago. Wait, what? What is he sending? Install this to get free Fortnite hacks legit? H1111.exe? What the heck? What was that? Webcam.jpg. Oh, I don't like it. Oh no. Get me out of here. I'm leaving. GitHub stuff that doesn't exist. But like, check it out. So let's say we were to look for that on YouTube. Like we had Googled THC4L, and now there's a Grey Dank discussion community post apparently redirecting me to slamnetwork.rf.gd. That might not be good. But he's all about, look, dude, check me out on YouTube. THC4L cheats. Check me on YouTube. I don't know if this is the way to internet fame, my guy. I don't know if this is the path you want to take to be a content creator. Shop bade my THC4 Discord token shop. I'm clicking on I'm going to weird parts of the internet right now, and I probably shouldn't, so I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna do that anymore. But look at this video. Before I actually, hang on. I've said a lot of things. I did have an original thought, though, that I wanted to latch onto before we get to kind of the end of the video. This best Discord token stealer grabber 2021 that was released 2 days ago, this download is different, right? I'm gonna check it out. steelybuilder.rar. I just want to see if it was the same thing, because from when I checked, it was different. I am gonna do this on Linux. Actually, I have iLSpy, so I know, right? I'm gonna have a little bit of foresight to, figure out what might be going on here. I need to have a RAR decoder. Do I have iLSpy on this thing? Opt iLSpy? I do. All right, so let's do that. We have Firefox open on this. Go to that URL. Please download that thing. Come on, Mega. Yep, that's fine. Download the thing. Downloaded it. Save, please. I'm gonna go back to my terminal. I'm gonna move that downloads. steelybuilder.rar. Let's unrar that thing. What? Unrar is a command. I have to install it. What? All right, if you guys can't tell, at this point, I have taken off my presenter, showman persona, and now I'm just kind of goofing. So, yeah, let's unrar that thing. Because now we're back on the keyboard. Why can I not tab complete that? Unrar X or something? Yeah, enter password. Oh, it said it was 6. Yes, use the same password on all of them, please. Okay, so now I have this builder directory. I have all these files in here. We have a steelybuilder.exe and an assembler source. What is that thing? Steely.il. Whoa. Whoa. What is this? This should be a C# syntax? Is that right? I don't know. Module is Hog Stealer v4. I don't know how much we'll get out of this, but index.js? What the heck? Alright, this, before we dive in, I don't think we really need to deal with the IL thing because we know that this executable, right, is a .NET assembly. So we can open it up in IL Spy, especially if this is a .il. There's particularly good stuff in there. So let's run opt IL Spy, and completely change direction to go analyze something else. You know? Oh, please forgive my malware. Please totally ignore all the other things I had open. We want to go to Discord mal, builder, Steely Builder. And our good friend Steely Builder has assembly version 0.0.0.0, which makes sense. Some of the references that it refers to are nothing interesting. Actually, there's a lot here, though. There's like a lot here. I don't know if that's just from what it already had in IL Spy or something, but first and second have these values. This looks like JavaScript code. That looks like JavaScript code. Am I wrong? Those are in the resources, though, but we genuinely have and can see those. Can we not? Res, resources, steely.res. Is that going to be plain text? Nope. What about you? Nope. I also could save that to a table, so let's do it. Let's put that in Discord Mel, builder. Wait, no. I just want like a plain text thing. Resources.xml? Resources. Imagine that. We'll call the resources file resources. Resources. What the F, guys? I don't know what I'm doing. Can I copy this thing on? No. Screen table? That looks like JavaScript. It's very obfuscated and not easily readable, so I'm very sorry that you can't see it. Sorry for that tangent. That's the danger in doing it like live, except it's not live. You're gonna be. This is a dead John by the time that you watch this video, but I'm doing it live in the past so that I can have the opportunity to edit things out and blur things like payment information, my Discord token, and all that. So yeah, this Hog Stealer v4 program checks out a couple build strings. Discord, of course, enumerates through all of them and runs mod and melt. So mod will check if the directory exists in the get folder environment special name /build, which is that. And if it does, inside of each of those directories, it adds an index.js. Oh, wow. Okay, so that index.js must have been that other value. For each string text and files, if it contains a Discord desktop core, it will go ahead and take the full path of that location and replace the Discord desktop core modules with our index.js. Okay, so it's just going to like basically hijack what Discord will do. And it replaces the hook ID, hook token, variables, and that I'm assuming is going to be another webhook, right, to send that data out to individual, the bad guy collecting all this data. So username will be Hog Delivery Service, avatar URL. Ooh, we got a little bit.ly link here. Dude, we should check that out. Let's do it. I am in my VM still, right? Look at that hog stealer. So part of me wants to save this image and go look around to see like where else is this used on the internet. If I do a Google Images on this, are there any other spooky, squirrely places that people have just straight up, I don't know, used this software? If we were to search for Hog Stealer V4, is there anything out there? Soft. The definition by Merriam. Fat pig meme. Okay. Let's get back to looking at C# and elsewhere. So, content says, congratulations! A Discord client has been infected with Hog Stealer. Whoa, congrats, what a party! Modifications will only be applied upon restarting the client, so you may have to wait a little. Yeah. And then, okay, it sends like webhook stuff. Melt, I'm assuming, looks like it starts cmd.exe with a choice and deletes itself. The and del is to run the other command, and it's going to grab its current process and its file name, so it deletes itself. Okay, and that's it. Checking out settings over here. Oh, you got a your webhook. So, like, the webhook that we saw in the Python script and this webhook that we can see right here, like, it's cool that we can see it and all, but I don't know if there's a way that we can, like, kind of skirt back as to where it's used or how it was, where it was ever put to use. Maybe I'm just naive. Maybe I'm stupid. But if your webhook contains that information, it checks, hey, is this a valid webhook, right? Then it will carve out the hook ID as is necessary and the hook token and grab it all and then program melt or kill itself, supposedly. That's Hog Stealer. That's kind of an extracurricular as to the Python one that we were doing, this time written in an actual executable, right? Actually written in a .NET assembly program to be compiled and could run, but I don't think this will spread the same way, unless we don't know what that index.js was then. Oh, I really want to find that index.js. Was it in steely.il? We had this thing open. We know there was a constant value in a string? No. Oh, dang. I really want to see how we could deobfuscate that JavaScript. But maybe that'll have to be a different video because I think we're already been going for quite a while. We're already at If I were to run foremost, though, on like steely.resources, would it carve it out? Is it an output? No. Which is odd. Oh, that needs to be r because it's a directory. Same problem. Checking out output. Yeah, nothing. And it would be a string, so maybe like a strings everything rep for that constant command. Rep.i. Oh my gosh. Okay, we don't even need .i. So for cost. Oh. It's all going to be on one line, right? This is humongous, though. And this is probably up some. Oh, this is like base 64 in here. I'd be curious to like run this with Node and look at it. Yeah. Discord modules.node. It's indexing a bunch of stuff. This would be a gold mine. It's also horrifically disgusting obfuscated JavaScript, and that will be hell to go through. But I see some passwords and stuff in here. Oh, dude. Content type, hook ID, Hogstealer v4. We're in the right spot, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if we're cleanly carving it all out, though. Just trusting strings. That seems like a bad idea. But this definitely is a good start. So, regex, electron require. Yeah, massive, funny. Maybe this has some goodness to it that we could look through eventually, but I don't think I have the volition to do it right now. Add it to the list. Keep screaming at me in the comments if you want me to go back and do this thing eventually. If I can. I'm probably going to fail at this thing, but wow. Okay. Well, I hope you had fun. I will say, as I mentioned, that this is crazy to me. Because, look, we were looking up Discord token stealer. When we had looked it up on YouTube, there's a lot of stuff on this idea. Demonstration, Discord token stealer 3 months ago. There's one 2 weeks ago. Imagine running one in Python. Oh, we have to watch this now. Easy way to get Discord token. Best Discord token grabber. Grab all the information of the account. How to hack a Discord token. Oh my gosh. This is a whole new world, and I have no idea. So, maybe we'll have to pour into this a little bit more if some folks are curious about the Discord stuff. But I think that just blows my mind. Because, I don't know. I'm not that kind of guy. You shouldn't be that kind of guy. No one should be that kind of guy. No one should be doing that sort of thing. It's all bad. It's bad. So, I hope you did learn a ting or two. I'm getting to the end of the video and I'm burning out. You guys know me. So, I hope you had fun. I hope you learned a thing or two about some of this Python stuff that we were doing. I hope you enjoyed maybe diving into some of the research or just Googling around with me. ILSpy again for checking out that Hogstealer one. We can maybe research if there's some other stuff on that. But of course, like the token grabber thing we saw reference to. And if we're Googling a Hogstealer 4, the sewer pig, cool grabber, black troll malware, anarchy grabber stealer. This has some runway, you know? Oh, this is the source code. This is just the original thing. Don't have to use ILSpy, is it? Oh, wow. Oh. I thought I was gonna end the video, but I mean they're doing basically the same thing. Kind of neat though. Solution settings, yeah. The sewer pig, not cool, dude. Hog spammer. Discord rating tool written in HTML and JavaScript. Check out. Oh, join my server, everybody. Prepare to get spammed. Oof. Anarchy grabber targets Discord users. That's insane. Oh, it does the same thing though. Index.js file. Apparently that's a known technique. Clobbering index.js to a bunch of different things. We literally hijack what Discord does as it starts up. Well, hey, if you didn't know anything about Discord tokens and Discord session stealing, now you do. You know just as much as me at this point. So, wow. Hey, I think I'm done recording at this point. I had fun. I hope you had fun. I hope this was a good video. I really appreciate you watching. I appreciate you doing all the YouTube algorithm things. And you can tell by the end of this video I'm already going crazy. So, if you enjoy my suffering, if you like watching this pain, if you like kind of seeing it, please do those YouTube algorithm things. I'd love to see you like the video. Remember the Legend of Zelda t-shirt. Dude, that gets a like. Come on, I feel like that gets a like, comment, and subscribe. If you could please like, comment, and subscribe, I'd be super duper grateful. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I love you. I'll see you in the next video. This has been fun. Take care. Do you want to go to college? What do you want to study? Or
I'm at the University of Western Australia. That is one of the world's most advanced self-driving vehicles, and this pattern should confuse it enough into thinking that I'm a banana and running me over. Please don't try this at home. Before I go recuperate my university fees by committing insurance fraud, we first need to try to understand what's going on inside our autonomous bus's brain. We've been trying to get autonomous vehicles working for the better part of 80 years. In the early days, we had some really exciting successes by embedding metal magnetized road spikes into the roads, which our vehicle could navigate along. While this was surprisingly successful, especially given the rudimentary level of our computing technology at the time, it's not a particularly scalable technology. Australia alone has around 800,000 kilometers of roadways, only 40% of which are actually paved over. While it might work to get you from A to B, if you want to get to any other location, it's really not going to work out. For that, we need something that is infinitely more scalable. Maybe GPS could work. While it's great to let you know wherever you are on the planet, it's not particularly precise. You know your car is on the road, but you don't know which bit of the road it's on. It might crash into a bus going through the other lane. We already use sight-based navigation to get around the roads today. We use it to stay within a lane, to stop ourselves from crashing into the bus ahead, and importantly, for knowing what hazards are up by looking at street signs. On top of that, cameras are getting pretty cheap. Because of this, most of the serious attempts at getting self-driving vehicles commercially available use visible light and high-definition cameras. However, this means we need to really understand image recognition. Given how easy it is for us to spot and identify objects, we often forget that this is actually quite an impressive feat. Even within the animal kingdom, we have especially well-developed vision. There is a compelling theory that our unusually complex brains came about in order to facilitate vision processing. Individuals which could tell the subtle differences between the shape and hue of safe and unsafe berries, or could spot a lion hiding in wait in the long grasses, had a competitive advantage, and were able to pass on these successful vision genes onto future generations. We think, according to this theory, that science, literature, art and engineering, while all being very useful, are actually just unexpected byproducts of these complex brains developed for vision processing. When we try to replicate how we humans identify objects within a computer, especially a computer with limited processing power, we run into a few problems. To see why that's the case, let's take the basic example of street signs. These are highly regular shapes, with bright colours and strong contrast. They're also pretty universal, which means that once you've been able to identify the street signs in one country, that should carry over to the next. This standardization is as a result of the 1924 National Conference on Street and Highway Safety, which laid out the ground rules for traffic signs which still influence the streetscapes around us today. Apparently, the committee was really afraid of pointy objects, because when they elected to use a shape-based system of identifying hazards, they reserved shapes with more corners to denote more dangerous things. Pedestrian warnings, not that dangerous. Let's make it a triangle with 3 points. Speed limit, a bit more dangerous. Let's go for 4. Stop signs, oh boy, you get 8 sides. The committee thought that train level crossings were the most dangerous of all. So those signs didn't get 10, 12, or even 50 corners. They got infinity corners, or what we commonly refer to as a circle. I'm in Australia, so some of the most important street signs for us to recognise are those that say warning, kangaroos, cows, bobtails and snakes crossing. Which of those animals do you think is most dangerous to hit, going at 110 kilometers an hour? Regardless of which one you really don't want to hit, ultimately we need to be sure that our car is able to recognise the street sign when it's quite far away and respond accordingly. How are we going to get a computer to recognise a sign? Here is one approach which may be an option. Okay, it's a yellow square with a nice thick black boundary, rotated 45 degrees, and a silhouette kangaroo in the middle. Let's start out with that boundary. 4 lines meeting at 90-degree angles. But what's a line? Well, it's straight. Fantastic. But that doesn't really correspond into computer code. So we're going to need to come up with some sort of algorithm. Let's look at the pixels and just consider the ones that are dark. Pick one, and now consider the pixels that surround it. Are any of those also dark? Nope. Okay, let's find a different one. This time, are any of those dark? Yes? Cool. Okay, now have a look at its adjacent tiles. Are any of those also dark? Great. Now look at its adjacent tiles, and that one's adjacent tiles, and another, and another. Now plot the coordinates together. Is the gradient roughly consistent? Perfect. That means we've found ourselves a line. Repeat this a bunch more times, and if the plotted lines match up in a roughly diamond shape, then we found ourselves a street sign. Now that we've identified our square, we need to check if it's a warning sign or just a random box on the side of the road. We do this by taking the average RGB value from inside our rectangle and corresponding it to either yellow or not yellow, telling us if it's a warning sign or just a random box on the side of the road. Now we need to work out what the caution sign is warning us against. If it's kangaroos, then our response should be to slow down and be a bit more cautious. If, on the other hand, it's warning us about drop bears, then the only appropriate response is to wind up the windows and get out of there as fast as possible. For this, we need an even more advanced line plotter algorithm, and maybe include a few matrix transformation routines to take into account if we're looking at our kangaroo from an angle. But not all kangaroo drawings look the same, so we need a database of potential designs. What if there are branches in the way? Well, that would mess up with our shape. So we need to accept a range of kangaroo-like objects and maybe include a function that removes branches from the image. Now do this for every single street sign, zebra crossing, set of traffic lights and road marking that you can think of, and a few which you might have forgotten. You can start to appreciate how this quickly becomes a very complex coding nightmare. Rather than getting an underpaid, overworked, sleep-deprived, caffeine-addicted undergraduate student to manually program every single conceivable object that your car might come across, another option is to get a computer to do that for you. This is what's broadly defined as machine learning. What a code is what's called a neural net, similar to the neurons within a human brain. Rather than taking a set of instructions and just going through it one by one, instead we have a complex web of relations between input, analysis, and output. Here is how you might apply it to a 16-pixel image. We start out with 16 neurons, each which look at the specific brightness value of a single pixel. They then send this value to a set of 20 nodes, which each compare the output of these signals and give their own output based on some rule. For example, in this node, it might be to find the average brightness between these 4 adjacent pixels, ignoring all the other inputs. The results from all 20 of these comparisons are then sent through to the next node network, which does another round of comparisons. Subsequent layers do more and more analysis, eventually leading to the final output layer, which by this point knows that the input image was of the letter A, and gives A as the output result. Putting in a different image into the exact same neural net will give the letter B. While this may look like magic, this complex behavior derives entirely from simple relations. Unlike with normal programming, no one is manually going through the net and manually changing how the nodes sit their weighting. Instead, a special training program is doing that for itself. Our neural net training machine is basically pattern recognition turned up to 11. We start out with a few hundred randomly assigned networks, each with slightly different node weightings. Obviously, when we chuck in some sample images, the results we're going to get are going to be pretty much gibberish. However, a few of them are going to be slightly less gibberish than the other ones. These are the most fit of their generation, and in a process similar to evolution, are allowed to combine with each other, giving us the next generation. We also include a little bit of random mutation, which means that the next generation can be even better than their parents, or alternatively completely garbage. We'll take the ones that are really good and combine those together again, giving us the next generation, which we combine the best ones of again, giving us another generation, and another, and another, and another. Eventually, after maybe hundreds or even thousands of generations, and a huge amount of processing power, eventually we get a network that works pretty much all the time with pretty much all of the samples. What happens during this training is that the net is slowly identifying key characteristics which correspond to each of the objects being analysed. If you or I were describing a bus, we'd probably say something about it being bright coloured, with lots of windows and a big wing mirror. The difference being that the net will occasionally identify characteristics which, while true in the training data, don't necessarily correspond to the real world. Here is one particularly dangerous attack created by an American researcher. The team trained up their own neural net using some publicly available street sign data. After a couple of weeks of training, they could reliably identify stop signs, such as this one. Next, they attached some white and black bars. You and I can still tell that it's a stop sign, but the team's neural net could not. Instead, it was certain that it was a speed limit of 45. If the neural net was in control of an autonomous vehicle, then it would have driven straight through the intersection. Instead of recognizing the shape or letters S, T, O, and P that you and I might recognize in a stop sign, instead I think the neural net has latched onto something different. I think that because the number 4 always has a white patch in the middle and the number 5 some sort of line at the bottom, it's seen these characteristics, knowing that it only ever sees them in the context of a speed limit 45 sign, and just run with that. This is always going to be an issue when we have limited processing power and storage. If we have a complex way of identifying a sign and a simple way, and both are equally successful with our training set, then the evolutionary pressures of this algorithm will prefer the simple option. So what makes my t-shirt so dangerous? Here is a demonstration come up with by the folks at Google, working on the Google Vision AI. Here they're identifying the subject of an image, and yep, they've correctly identified it's a banana. And now they're adding in a picture of a toaster, but no simple toaster picture is going to make Google confuse what the subject of the image is. No sir, they are much smarter than that. Oh dear, pretty much 100% certain that it's a toaster. And this thing doesn't even look like a toaster. What's going on? Here is what the classifier algorithm thinks is the pure essence of the toaster. When the neural net sees it, it ignores everything else and just looks for the toaster. This is what the Google team dubbed as adversarial patches, and they're surprisingly simple to grade. Here's the one that has on my t-shirt. It's what the algorithm thinks is a banana. As long as it can get a clear shot of the patch, then it should ignore me entirely, and potentially run me over. All it thinks it's doing is running over a banana. Let's head to the real world to test it out for real. So what's going to happen with the UWA bus? I have the right t-shirt on, it has the wrong sensors. In a few meters, I'm going to become a banana-flavored pancake. Except, it stops. That's because although we may have been able to confuse the neural net, ultimately there was a backup system. There were some infrared proximity sensors which stopped when I came too close. No autonomous system should rely on just one level of redundancy. In addition to our proximity sensors, we could also cross-reference the government databases, which store the location and types of all the country's street signs. We could then compare this with what we're observing on the streets around us. On top of that, Google appeared to be improving their Vision AI. Here is a Python program which I've written using the Google Vision AI. We take a photograph and then the Google AI identifies the most likely candidate for the subject of that image. Here we can see that we're correctly identifying a banana. Here we have some sort of book. And finally we have a collection of tools. Now we expect that this should have worked. Remember that Google AI was trained for just this sort of use case. But what I want to know is what happens when we add in these adversarial patches, designed specifically to trick the Google AI. Here we see that the banana is still a banana, the book is still a book, and this collection of tools is still just a collection of tools. Either Google were lying to us when they said that they'd been able to trick their own AI, or more likely, the version of the AI that I'm using has been improved upon the 2017 edition, which was discussed in the paper. Like with the game of whack-a-mole, what I think must be happening is that whenever research comes out that says the Google AI can be fooled in some way, the engineers are behind the scenes, quietly patching the issue. While this may work fine in the short term, I'd rather not trust my life to an AI which may or may not stop at the next stop sign before Google managed to catch and then patch the issue. In order to get a truly safe autonomous vehicle, Not only does it need to reliably identify objects, but it also needs to understand how this fits within the broader road context. As our vehicles become smarter and smarter, where do we draw the line between the human passenger and the vehicle becoming more like us? This has been James Dinkley from the Frontier. Keep looking up.
Okay, to be clear, I'm not talking about the whole Mario franchise. This isn't about how many Mario games there are, the question is how many Super Mario games there are. Within the Mario franchise, there's a distinction that can be made between the mainline games and spin-offs. So like, which games are which? How many games are actually in the mainline Super Mario series? No, really, I promise this is an interesting question. Actually, you know what? Hey, if you're coming into this and you think you already know which Mario games are part of the mainline series, please pause the video and try to count how many there are. You don't have to post a comment with your list or anything, just have your own list of which games you consider to be the main Mario series on hand. Got it? Cool. So for everyone else, I guess I should actually explain what's going on. I'm going to assume you already know, like, what the Mario franchise is. And you probably also already know that there's a series of platformer games at its core. That's the Super Mario series. But despite being an incredibly popular series of games, there is no consensus about exactly which games are part of it. And by no consensus, I mean absolutely no consensus. If you look at Wikipedia, the Super Mario Wiki, the official Japanese Super Mario website, and the official American Super Mario website, you will find at least 6 completely different lists of games. So like, what's the deal with that? This is one of the most popular series of games of all time. How can there be so much disagreement about what games are in it? I'm Jan Miseli, and how many Super Mario games are there? First of all, does this question even make sense? Is it reasonable to talk about the Super Mario series as though it's a coherent series of games and to distinguish between Mario games and Super Mario games? Personally, I think it does, but a lot of people don't. See, as research for this video, I conducted a survey asking thousands of people which games they consider to be part of this series, and I got a lot of very interesting results. I'll be citing the results from this survey throughout this whole video. One of the most interesting things was just how many people seemingly think of the Super Mario series as being synonymous with the Mario franchise as a whole. A lot of people down in the other option at the bottom said they consider the Mario Kart or the Mario Party games to be part of the same series as Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario Odyssey and the like. Others said that Super Mario games are simply Mario games that have Super in the title, so most Mario Kart and Mario Party games don't count, but Super Mario Kart and Super Mario Party do. Just to be as clear as possible, the series I'm talking about, the Super Mario series, is one of many series of games within the Mario franchise. It's the series of mostly platformers that includes Super Mario Bros. For the NES and all of its sequels. There's a lot of different names people call this series. The Super Mario Bros. Series, the mainline Mario series, or even just the Mario series. However, the most common name seems to be the Super Mario series, so that's what I'm calling it. So now that I've hopefully cleared up what series I'm talking about here, let's get to actually listing games. I'll start with the fully uncontroversial ones. Games that basically everyone agrees are part of the series. To be clear, when I skip a game in this list, it's not because I don't think it's part of the Super Mario series. It's just that there's some statistically significant group of people who don't think it's part of the series. We'll come back to the ones I skipped soon and go over the arguments for and against each one. This list is just a baseline of games that everyone can agree on. The fully uncontroversial games in this series are Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World, and that's it. It's just those 3 games, Mario 1, 3, and World. Every other Mario game is at least somewhat controversial as to if it's part of the series or not. Now, when I first started this project, I already thought that was the case, that those 3 games are the only ones basically everyone agrees are in this series. That's part of why I did that survey, just to make sure I wasn't completely off base with that. And it was extremely validating to see the results, that those 3 games are the only ones that fewer than 5% of respondents said are not part of the series. Of course, that isn't to say that all 3 of these games are definitely part of the Super Mario series. I mean, okay, Super Mario Bros. Definitely is. I think if someone says the Super Mario series doesn't include Super Mario Bros., they're either lying or not talking about the same series I'm talking about. But for the other 2, you definitely could argue against their inclusion. They wouldn't be very convincing arguments, and almost everyone would think you're wrong, but you could. And naturally, I don't think there's anyone who thinks that 1, a coherent Super Mario series of games exists, and 2, the only games in it are Mario 1, 3, and World. However, there are a couple big groups of games that are sometimes, but usually not, considered separate from the mainline Super Mario series. First is the 3D games. The split between 2D and 3D Super Mario games is a pretty noticeable one, so a significant number of people, as in over 5% of the people who responded to the survey consider the 3D games as a rule to be separate from the mainline Super Mario series. Although exactly what the 3D games are, if not Super Mario games, is unclear. Some consider all 3D Super Mario games to be one single series, while others divide it up further. The pairs Galaxy and Galaxy 2, or 3D Land and 3D World, are sometimes thought of as mini-series in their own right. The 3D collectathons, Mario 64, Sunshine, and Odyssey, are often grouped together, sometimes called a separate series and excluded, or more often considered to be the true form of 3D Mario, with all other 3D Mario games excluded. Although the Galaxy games sometimes get grouped in with them, and it's just 3D place games that get excluded for not being true to 3D Mario gameplay. There's another interesting nuance with the Galaxies and the 3D places. Some people, though not many, consider Galaxy 2 to not be its own distinct game, and think of the two Galaxy games as one thing. However, for the 3D places, it's more common for 3D World to be counted but not 3D Land, even though 3D Land came first. This is, I think, not a case of the two games being similar and therefore the same game, but rather a case of home console purism, where some people in general believe that for a game to count as a mainline Super Mario game, it has to be for a home console, so handheld games like 3D Land don't count. This isn't a super common opinion, especially now that the Switch makes the distinction between console and handheld games kinda arbitrary, but it's still an opinion held by a substantial number of people. The other set of games that's almost always included but still sometimes debated is the new Super Mario Bros. Series. This one is pretty straightforward. Around 15% of people consider the new Soup games to be a distinct series, separate from the Super Mario series. However, as before, there is nuance here. Home console purism is relevant once again, with two of the new Soups being games for handheld systems. New Soup Wii is the most commonly included of these games, with the others close behind. For reasons I do not fully understand, the original New Super Mario Bros. For the DS was included by fewer respondents to my survey than any of the other three unambiguous New Soups, including New Super Mario Bros. 2 for the 3DS. Hundreds of people said that they consider New Soup 2 to be a Super Mario game, but not New Soup 1. I have literally no idea why that's the case. I know, the reasons you're thinking of right now sound very plausible, and I thought it was those too, but from analyzing the data from the survey, I ruled almost all of them out. It isn't a case of misplaced home console purism, where people think handheld games don't count but don't know that New Soup 2 is a handheld game. It can't be that, because about 70% of people who included New Soup 2 but not New Soup 1 also included Super Mario Land. It's also not just a portion of the respondents picking their answers completely randomly. Within this group, every single one of them also included Mario 1, and over 95% of them included Mario 3. Their most included games, aside from New Soup 2, the game most included from the group, line up with the general population, which wouldn't be the case if they were just picking games randomly. It's also not people who think that New Super Mario Bros. 2 refers to New Super Mario Bros. Wii, the second New Super Mario Bros. Game, because over 80% of people who included this game also included New Soup Wii. I also don't think it's entirely explained by people just not knowing what game New Super Mario Bros. DS refers to. New Soup 1 was included significantly less often than New Soup 2, even among people who describe themselves as experts on the Super Mario series. And like, this is not an obscure game. New Soup DS sold over 30 million copies. So like, what the heck? Who are these people? What is their reasoning? My best guess is that since I put DS in parentheses after the title of this game on the survey, they assumed that this game is a port of some other game without really thinking about it. Looking at what other games this group is less likely than average to include, there's a lot of other games with parenthetical console names up there. I don't know though, I don't think that many people who are knowledgeable about Mario games in general don't know that the first New Super Mario Bros. Game was the one for the DS. Maybe it's just because I was the right age 15 years ago when this game came out that all my friends were in the target demographic for a Mario game, so this game is better known among people I know than it is among the general population. Anyway, with those games, we now have the set of games that are almost completely unambiguous. Mario 1, Mario 3, World, 64, Sunshine, New Soup, Galaxy, New Soup Wii, Galaxy 2, 3D Land, New Soup 2, New Soup U, 3D World, and Odyssey. These 14 games are all included by almost everyone, with very small groups considering some of them to be separate. Cool, we can now move on to the games where the controversy is actually significant. First of all, there's a pretty obvious gap between Mario 1 and Mario 3. Where's Mario 2? I hear you ask. I mean, you're probably not asking that because the thing with Mario 2 is like the single most well-known piece of video game trivia. Just in case you're one of the 6 people who don't know this already but somehow are invested enough in this video to still be watching at this point, there's 2 separate Mario 2s. Just for the sake of clarity, I'll be calling these 2 games by the names they have that aren't Super Mario Bros. 2. So the game that's called Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan is Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, and the game that's called Super Mario Bros. 2 in America is Super Mario USA. Sometimes people like to be annoying and pretend that they think the game called Mario 2 in America and Mario USA are 2 separate games, as though the differences between the NES game Super Mario Bros. 2 and the Famicom game Super Mario USA are any more significant than the regional differences for literally any other NES Famicom game. And they're just gonna have to deal with that. Anyway, yeah, pretty much everyone includes at least one of the Mario 2s. Most people include both, and what I had expected would be the case is that there'd be some people who say Lost Levels is the real Mario 2, and other people who say Mario USA is the real Mario 2. And while that is technically true, there's there's a fourth group, people who don't think either Mario 2 is part of the Super Mario series, and there's considerably more of them than I had expected. In fact, there's slightly more people who responded saying neither Mario 2 is a Super Mario game than people who said Mario USA is a Super Mario game but not the Lost Levels. I think it's understandable why more people include Lost Levels than Mario USA, given the history of the two games that you've already heard before, and excluding the Lost Levels makes some amount of sense too, because it's pretty much Mario 1 again, but with different levels. But what's really interesting is how this compares to the various authoritative sources on the topic. The official Nintendo of Japan Mario website says that both Mario 2s are part of the Super Mario series, which most people agree with. The same is true on Wikipedia and the Super Mario Wiki. But Nintendo of America's official Mario website claims that Super Mario USA is a Super Mario game, but not the Lost Levels. This is the least commonly held opinion about the status of these two games in the series, the one that you'll find at supermario.com. To be fair, it makes sense that Nintendo of America would present it this way. From their perspective, the Lost Levels is an unreleased game. They're the ones who lost these levels in the first place, after all. But it's not like this game is completely non-existent outside of Japan. It was one of the games remade in Super Mario All-Stars, it was included in Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, it was released on Virtual Console on the Wii, 3DS, and Wii U, it's part of the Nintendo Entertainment System Nintendo Switch Online service, and so on. And that said, most people do still agree that both Mario 2s are Super Mario games. This next pair of games, on the other hand, has significantly more controversy surrounding it. I'm talking, of course, about the Super Mario Land games. The Mario Lands are a special case in the Super Mario series. They're included more often than not, but they're significantly less clear-cut than the other games we've listed so far. Mario Land 1 was included by about 80% of respondents, and Mario Land 2 was only included by around 2/3 of respondents. There's a few reasons why these games are somewhat ambiguous. The first is, again, home console purism. These two games were both released for the Game Boy after all. But it's not that simple, of course. As early handheld games, the Mario Lands have a completely different vibe from the other Super Marios from the time, mostly due to the limitations of the hardware they were created for. Mario Land 1 in particular was really janky. It was one of the very first games developed for the Game Boy, so naturally nobody on the development team had any experience yet. Another major contributing factor is that the Mario Lands were released during a time when Super Mario games were still being numbered. In Japan, Super Mario Land was released between Mario 3 and Mario 4, and in North America it was released between Mario 2 and Mario 3. So that's a clear separation between these games and the other Super Marios. The other big factor is the existence of Wario Land. Wario was first introduced in Super Mario Land 2 6 Golden Coins as the main antagonist. Wario Land Super Mario Land 3 featured the character as the protagonist, and for Wario Land came a full new series of games starring Wario. Almost half of respondents to my survey said that they consider Mario Land and Mario Land 2 to be Super Mario games, but not Wario Land. The other two most common opinions on the matter are roughly equal, with about 20% saying that none of the Mario Lands are Super Mario games, and another 20% saying that all three games, including Wario Land, are Super Mario games. Most of the other respondents said that Super Mario Land is a Super Mario game, but not 6 Golden Coins or Wario Land. Are these people suggesting that Wario's presence in this game means that Mario Land 2, not 3, is the first game in the Wario Land series? It's definitely possible. However, I think it's more likely that people just haven't heard of Mario Land 2 before. This is one of the lesser-known Mario games, and I think someone who can see Mario Land 1 and say that its gameplay is similar enough to the rest of the Super Mario series to count would have to agree that Mario Land 2 is a much more traditional Super Mario experience. Before we move on, I think I should talk a bit more about Wario Land. Why do most people who consider the Mario Land games to be part of the Super Mario series not consider Wario Land to be part of it as well? It is subtitled Super Mario Land 3 after all, so on paper it should count. The most obvious thing about it is that Mario isn't in it. You don't play as Mario, you play as Wario, so this isn't a Mario game, it's a Wario game. And of course, there's sequels to Wario Land. Wario Land is very clearly a whole series of games outside of the Super Mario series. Please keep these facts in mind, they're going to be relevant again soon. For now, we have a list of Super Mario games that I think most people will agree with. It's all the games we had before, plus both Mario 2s and the first two Mario Lands. Personally, I would say this list is complete. There are 18 Super Mario games, simply because there are 18 games that a clear majority of people, over 2/3, can agree are Super Mario games. In fact, this exact list was the single most common response to the survey I conducted. Now that isn't to say that this list represents any sort of consensus. There is no consensus. Even though this was the most common list of games, it still represents less than 2% of everyone who responded to the survey. While most people's idea of the Super Mario series is similar to this, almost everyone's personal list deviates from it slightly. I intend to present the full range of ways that people classify games in this series, and even though I have now given the list of games I personally consider to be part of the Super Mario series, there are still several more games worth discussing. We are now ready to get into the games where there is no clear consensus regarding if they are part of the series or not. At the time of writing, the most recently released game that more people than not would describe as a Super Mario game is Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. This Switch cartridge includes two games, the Switch port of 3D World and the new game Bowser's Fury. So, what's up with Bowser's Fury? This isn't the most ambiguous game in terms of what the consensus around it is, but it is the one I'm personally most unsure of. Here's the main points for and against it. Bowser's Fury does not exist as a standalone game. You cannot just get Bowser's Fury. You have to get it bundled with Super Mario 3D World. So in terms of what the product itself is, Bowser's Fury is the same game as the Switch port of 3D World. But like, why is that important? It's clearly a different game. It's 2 games included on one cartridge, like how Super Mario Bros. Was commonly bundled with Duck Hunt. However, Super Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt were also released separately. That's not the case for Bowser's Fury. Bowser's Fury is built off of the 3D World game engine, reusing many of its assets. But the gameplay is significantly different. It's a 3D collectathon instead of a linear course-clear platformer. Bowser's Fury is more different from 3D World than, say, Galaxy 2 is from Galaxy 1, or The Lost Levels is from Super Mario Bros. However, it should be emphasized again that Bowser's Fury does not exist by itself. It is one half of Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. And honestly, calling it half is generous. Bowser's Fury is clearly a different game from 3D World, but can the same be said of the whole package? On the survey, I included 2 separate options for Bowser's Fury. One for just the game by itself, and another for 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Most people selected at least one of those options. In fact, the 2 options collectively were included by more people than Super Mario Land 2. However, between the 2 different options, the results are inconclusive. The least common opinion was that Bowser's Fury on its own is a Super Mario game, but not the bundle. And the most common opinion was that neither Bowser's Fury nor the bundle are Super Mario games. So you could argue that this suggests that most people think that Bowser's Fury on its own is not a Super Mario game, but that the bundle that has it and the port of 3D World is. That said, it's not very clear, and I'm not confident in coming to any sort of conclusion about it beyond my own opinion, which is that Bowser's Fury isn't a separate game, so it shouldn't count. There is one more game which is ambiguous at the same level as to if it's a separate game or not, and this one is arguably an even bigger mess than Bowser's Fury. New Super Luigi U. This game was first released in 2013 as DLC for New Super Mario Bros. U. Then, later that same year, it was released as a standalone game. And then, still in 2013, the bundle New Super Mario Bros. U plus New Super Luigi U was released, with both Enzimbu and Enzlu on one disc. Then, in 2019, a port of New Super Mario Bros. U plus New Super Luigi U was made for the Switch, called New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, a title which consists of 3 adjectives, a letter that refers to a console the game is not for, the instantly recognizable name of an internationally famous video game character, and the word Bros. Unlike Bowser's Fury, New Super Luigi U does actually exist as its own standalone game. But also unlike Bowser's Fury, that standalone game is just the same game as New Super Mario Bros. U, but with different levels. And yeah, you could say the same thing about Galaxy 2 or The Lost Levels, but I think the similarities between Luigi U and Mario U are significantly more than those other cases. But still, a lot of people say the different levels and the Luigified physics are enough for Luigi U to be counted as a separate game, and that's completely understandable. Of course, there's another sillier argument against this game. You're not playing as Mario in New Super Luigi U, you're playing as Luigi, so it can't be a Mario game. Remember, this was one of the key points against Wario Land, so this really does matter. Between these 4 versions of New Super Mario Bros. U, there's at most like 2 separate Super Mario games, right? I mean, I certainly think so. As you probably expected, there's no consensus about that. Most people either said that all 4 of them are Super Mario games, or that New Super Mario Bros. U is a Super Mario game, and that the rest of them are just different versions of that. I would like to focus on the 3rd largest group here, however. The people who said that exactly 2 of these versions of New Super U count as Super Mario games. This group is split almost evenly between people who say the 2 Super Mario games in that set are Mario U and Luigi U, and people who say the 2 games are Mario U and Mario U Deluxe, with just slightly more people in the New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe camp. I don't really understand this viewpoint, that New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe is a separate Super Mario game from New Super Mario Bros. U, but not New Super Luigi U on its own, or the bundle that U Deluxe is a port of. That said, this is actually Nintendo's official stance on the matter. Both the Nintendo of America website and the Nintendo of Japan website's official lists of games in the Super Mario series include New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, but not New Super Luigi U. My own take is that Luigi U and Bowser's Fury are the 2 games that come closest to being separate Super Mario games without actually being separate Super Mario games. These games are both incomplete without the games they come packaged with, even though Luigi U technically also exists as a standalone game. That said, I completely understand the viewpoint of people who include either or both of these, and I have changed my opinion on this matter multiple times over the course of making this video. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe and Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury are both weird edge cases. But the funny thing is, there's another game that's far more unambiguously just a new version of an older game that's included more often than either of these games. That game is Super Mario 64 DS. This makes sense to me. 64 DS has tons of new content, with new graphics, new playable characters, new courses, new mechanics, and so on. I would say that remakes in general shouldn't be counted as separate entries, but there is a pretty strong argument you could make that Mario 64 DS is different enough from the original to be thought of as a distinct game. It's pretty clearly more different from Mario 64 than New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe is from New Super Mario Bros. U plus New Super Luigi U, that's for sure. Mario 64 DS is one of the handful of Super Mario remakes and re-releases that some people consider to have enough new things to be counted separately, while while also believing that remakes in general shouldn't count. New Super Luigi U and Bowser's Fury are simply the most extreme cases of this. But the question is, where do you draw the line? How different do two games need to be considered separate games? The Super Mario series has seen plenty of remakes, re-releases, and ports over the years. Many of these add new content to the games they're remaking. So when enumerating the Super Mario games, should these, in general, be counted? This is the case where the limitations of a simple binary checkbox survey question make interpreting the data difficult. Many people, myself included, would say that remakes and re-releases of Super Mario games are definitely Super Mario games, but they're not entries in the Super Mario series. So how people respond to the question depends on how they interpret it. The other remakes that are most commonly counted separately are Super Mario All-Stars, Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, and the Super Mario Advance series. Each of these has a substantial amount of differences from the games they're remaking. All-Stars is a full remake of 4 separate Super Mario games, bringing the NES and Famicom entries into the mid-90s. Notably, this is the first time The Lost Levels was released outside of Japan. Deluxe is a port of Mario 1 and The Lost Levels to the Game Boy Color, finally allowing people to play these classic games on a screen that's too small to see the game. There's also a decent amount of new content, including the U vs. Boo side mode. The Super Mario Advance games are where things get interesting, I think. There are 4 Game Boy Advance ports of different Mario games. 2 of them are ports of games originally released for the Super Nintendo, and the other 2 are ports of individual remakes from Super Mario All-Stars. There's a whole range of how much new stuff these remakes add. For the most part, they're the same as the SNES originals, but with new voice acting and slightly worse music. The one that has the most new stuff is Super Mario Advance 4 Super Mario Bros. 3. Wow, Nintendo is good at naming things. Advance 4 was the first Super Mario game to have DLC, which it implemented in the most archaic way possible. There was this card reader accessory for the GBA called the e-reader, and you could swipe cards that stored the data of individual levels to download to the game. It was this whole convoluted process, and when I played this game as a kid, literally nobody I knew had an e-reader, so I never played any of these levels. They were included in the Wii U port of this remake, though. Honestly, I think that if someone thinks New Super Luigi U or New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe should count as separate Super Mario games from New Super Mario Bros. U, there's no reason to not also include Super Mario Advance 4. And sure, throw in Mario 64 DS while you're at it. The rest of these remakes don't have as much going for them, but their inclusion as entries in the Super Mario series depends on what your standards are for what counts as a unique game. Is it original levels? Then Mario Deluxe, 64 DS, and Advance 4 are all Super Mario games. Naturally, there are several other remakes and re-releases that generally aren't thought of as separate games. It's mostly just these ones that people include in their lists of Super Mario games, unless, again, they consider remakes in general to count. I'm not sure if that's because of people actually thinking these remakes are the ones that differ the most from their corresponding original games, or if it's just a lack of familiarity with some of the more obscure remakes and re-releases. I'll talk about those obscure games later, since there's still a few pretty important games that haven't been brought up yet. For now, we'll just leave it at these remakes of the NES Famicom games, Mario World, Yoshi's Island, and Mario 64. Wait, Yoshi's Island? Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island is the single most ambiguous game regarding its inclusion in this series. Opinion surrounding this game is split almost exactly down the middle, with 49% saying it is a Super Mario game, and the other 51% saying it's not one. Wikipedia says this game is part of the Super Mario series, and the Super Mario Wiki says it isn't. Who's right, and why are so many other people wrong? Here's the main argument in favor of including Yoshi's Island. First of all, it's called Super Mario World 2. Practically everyone agrees that Mario World is unambiguously part of this series, and Yoshi's Island is a direct sequel to Mario World, so it has to also be part of this series. Additionally, multiple developers who worked on the game have said in interviews that they consider the game to be part of the core Mario series, including Shigeru Miyamoto himself. So that settles it, right? Primary source directly saying what the game is. But hold on, right? Because remember, there's official websites from Nintendo that have lists of Super Mario games, and both Nintendo of Japan and Nintendo of America's official lists exclude Yoshi's Island. So then what's the case against Yoshi's Island? Well, the biggest factor is that Yoshi's Island can't be a Super Mario game because you're not playing as Mario, you're playing as Yoshi. And there's a whole separate series of Yoshi games, including multiple direct sequels to Yoshi's Island. The way I see it, there's 5 different ways someone could analyze this game's relationship to the Super Mario series. Option 1, you could say that Yoshi's Island is not part of the Super Mario series because it's part of the completely separate Yoshi series. Option 2, you could say that, yeah, there is a Yoshi series that exists that's a distinct thing from the Super Mario series, but Yoshi's Island isn't a part of it because it's part of the Super Mario series instead. Option 3, you could say that Yoshi's Island is part of the Super Mario series and the Yoshi series. Nothing stopping a game from being in 2 series at the same time. Option 4, you could say that there is no divide between the Yoshi series and the Super Mario series. The 2 series are one and the same. And option 5, you could say that yes, Yoshi's Island is part of the Yoshi series and not the Super Mario series, but it's also a sequel to Super Mario World, World. So therefore, Super Mario World is also part of the Yoshi series and not the Super Mario series. Wait, do you hear that? Oh hey, it's Wario Land again. Hi there, Wario Land. So Wario Land is in a very similar position to Yoshi's Island. Both games have titles that suggest that they're sequels to Super Mario games, but completely different gameplay styles. And both games also were the starting point of completely separate series of games. So those 5 different analyses of Yoshi's Island all have direct parallels with Wario Land, and there's a lot of great insights we can find by comparing these. First of all, there's no reason why someone has to analyze these two games the same way. If you think Yoshi's Island is a Super Mario game, that doesn't mean it's completely irrational to not also think that Wario Land is a Super Mario game. Second, it's actually really common for people to use Wario Land as evidence that the first 2 Mario Lands can't be part of the Super Mario series, but that argument is almost never applied to Super Mario World, which is very interesting. Now, my survey didn't include any Yoshi's Island or Wario Land games beyond these ones, since the list of Super Mario games I use comes from the Super Mario Wiki's article about the series. However, a significant number of people wrote in that they consider some of the Yoshi's Island or Wario Land sequels to be part of the Super Mario series. So then, is Yoshi's Island a Super Mario game or not? What's the correct answer here? Well, obviously, there isn't a correct answer. It's all subjective. You can choose to analyze these games however you want. Personally, I don't think it should count, and statistically about half of you will disagree with that, which is completely okay. More than okay. I think it's really cool how open to interpretation this is. That's like the whole point of this video. I don't want to just give you one list of Super Mario games and say that's the right answer. My goal here is to present the tools necessary for you to create your own. Was that a good transition? I'm talking about Mario Maker now. Most people agree that the Mario Maker games are not part of the Super Mario series, but there is still a lot of ambiguity surrounding them. Interestingly, Maker and Maker 2 are 2 of the 20 games that Wikipedia, the Super Mario Wiki, and the 2 Nintendo websites all agree are part of the series. The main thing going against the Maker games is their genre. While the Mario Makers do feature traditional 2D Mario platforming gameplay, playing courses isn't really the main appeal. The main appeal is creating your own courses. So the Mario Makers are often classified as creative tools instead of platformers. However, another way you could think about these games is as platformers that just happen to contain extensive level editors. Both Mario Makers have selections of original courses included in the base game, so you could theoretically play either of them without ever playing any online courses or creating any yourself. Mario Maker 2 is slightly more fleshed out in this aspect, featuring what can generously be described as a story mode. And if you're thinking of the Mario Maker games in terms of the levels that come packaged with the games themselves, then technically there is a third Super Mario Maker, Super Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS. About a year after Mario Maker 1 was released for the Wii U, it was ported over to the 3DS. This is, practically speaking, just a worse version of Super Mario Maker. You couldn't upload levels online, you could only play levels people had uploaded from the Wii U version. Of course, this is now true for the original Mario Maker as well, but you know. Anyway, one thing this 3DS port has that the original doesn't is the Super Mario Challenge, which features a set of 100 completely new levels. So if that's the defining thing that makes 2 games distinct, then the 3DS version of Mario Maker is a different game from Mario Maker for Wii U. But like, that's obviously missing the point of Mario Maker. When people think about playing Super Mario Maker, I don't think most people think of the sample courses or Mario Maker 2's story mode. These games are about making original levels and playing levels made by random people online. And as for whether playing courses or making courses is the main focus, well, I mean, it's open for interpretation. All analyses of these games are valid. There's no clear answer here. It could go either way. Who's to say for sure what the focus of these games really is, truly? It's hard to say one way or the— Oh yeah, remember Super Mario Run? You know, that mobile game from 2016? All 4 of the big sources for lists of Super Mario games call this game part of the Super Mario series. But is it? Very few people seem to think so. In the survey, it ranked lower than the cancelled Nintendo 64 DD sequel to Super Mario 64. It's not like definitely not a Super Mario game, but there's more agreement that this game isn't part of the series than there is for some of the games I was comfortable saying unambiguously are part of the series. So, okay, why isn't this game a Super Mario game? Nintendo has officially referred to it as a mainline entry in the series, so is that enough? Much like the Maker games, genre plays an important role here. While Super Mario Run is definitely a game with Mario in it that features jumping and platforms and the word super in the title, it's not exactly a 2D platformer. It's an auto-runner game, like Temple Run or Subway Surfers or, I don't know, Jetpack Joyride. It's one of those games. It's a whole established genre of mobile game is the point, and Mario Run has gameplay that's closer to those games than it is to Celeste or Sonic Mania or a third example of a 2D platformer. But does that actually matter? I mean, a whole bunch of games in this series are 3D collectathons, and very few people consider that to be a reason to exclude them. Is there something about auto-runners that makes them in particular too different from what Super Mario games are supposed to be? Another factor is an updated version of the home console purism of old. Super Mario Run is a mobile game. It's not a game for a real video game system. I disagree with this mindset, but it is a very common one nonetheless. And there's a lot of subtler things that this overlaps with. Super Mario Run was never released physically, it's not available for any Nintendo-created hardware, stuff like that. I think wholesale disregarding mobile games in general is a bit narrow-minded, but I completely get why Run in particular is generally not thought of as a core part of the Super Mario series. The thing with Mario Run not being made for Nintendo hardware in particular is an interesting point, actually, since there's a few other games where that's relevant. Super Mario Bros. Special is a sequel to Super Mario Bros. Developed by Hudson Soft for the PC 8801 and Sharp X1 computers. On the surface, it looks kinda like a port of Mario 1, and it's commonly confused for one, but it's not. It's a new game made with Mario 1's assets, similar to the Lost Levels. This game is really weird. It was officially licensed, but beyond that, Nintendo wasn't involved in its creation in any way. It's a relic from an era before Nintendo was as protective of their intellectual property as they are now. So hey, is this game part of the Super Mario series? This is another one I feel mixed about. Its gameplay is about as faithful to Mario 1 as you can expect for the hardware they were working on, but the fact that it wasn't developed or published by Nintendo makes it hard to justify calling it part of the actual series. But like, who cares what company owns the building that a game's developers works from? That's not how art works. Sure, Nintendo might be the copyright holder of the Super Mario brand, but games aren't actually made by corporations. They're made by people who are employed by corporations. That said, no, nobody who worked on Super Mario Bros. Special also worked on Mario 1. But also most Super Mario games weren't made by the people behind Mario 1. 2 people were credited as programmers for Mario 1. Toshihiko Nakago hasn't been a programmer for a Mario game since 2004, and Kazuaki Morita hasn't been a programmer for a Mario game since 1995, unless Yoshi's Island isn't a Mario game, then it was 1993. Also, Toshihiko Nakago is credited as the level design advisor for both of the new Soup games released in 2012. I don't know how much work that actually involves, but I don't think that counts as being a programmer. Anyway, while I don't really like using game companies to decide what games should count, basing it on what specific developers made a game would mean that, like, the last real Super Mario game was Mario 64, since that was the last time Shigeru Miyamoto had any sort of actual active role in the development of a Super Mario game and not just general producer or supervisor or game design concept. So for Super Mario Bros. Special, the hardware the game was made for is the clearest thing to point to as something that differentiates it from the canon Mario games. But even that feels like a strange thing to focus on. Like, seriously, the main reason to consider Super Mario Bros. Special to not be part of the series is just its vibes, you know? Like, maybe if some developer Nintendo granted the Mario license to back in the day actually managed to capture the same feeling as the Nintendo-developed Super Marios, then these games would be harder to dismiss. And naturally, I can't talk about Mario games made for non-Nintendo hardware without bringing up Hotel Mario.
You know what they say, all toasters toast toast.
Hotel Mario is a game for the CDI released in 1994, developed by Fantasy Factory and published by Royal Philips Electronics. It's mostly remembered for its animated cutscenes, immortalized through the tradition of YouTube poop. It's an arcade-style platformer, more similar to the Mario games from before Mario was Super than it is to any of the Super Mario games. That said, it is still a platformer starring Mario, so it deserves a mention. I didn't include Hotel Mario in my survey because, as I said before, that list of games comes from this article on the Super Mario Wiki. It is not my own. Nonetheless, Hotel Mario was one of the most common games people wrote in for other, with some specifying that they were only doing this as a joke, and others specifically saying that they're not doing this as a joke. Now, I did include a different CDI game on that survey, one which is not nearly as well known as Hotel Mario. Years before Hotel Mario was released, a sequel to Super Mario World began development for the CDI. This game was going to be called Super Mario's Wacky Worlds. It was in development for about half a year before being shelved in 1993. So is Super Mario's Wacky Worlds a Super Mario game? Like, it was going to be a sequel to Super Mario World, and the player character was Mario, so that should mean that it's at least as much of a Super Mario game as Yoshi's Island, right? The only problem is that this game doesn't exist. It was never finished or released. If it had been finished, it could have been a full entry in the Super Mario series, but it wasn't. All that exists of it is this clearly unfinished pre-alpha build. Super Mario's Wacky Worlds isn't the only potential Super Mario game that we know of that was never finished. It's joined by a Virtual Boy Mario Land game and the highly elusive planned sequel to Super Mario 64 for the Nintendo 64 DD. I think most people would say that none of these are part of the Super Mario series. Like, who cares that they would have been Super Mario games if they existed? They don't. There's infinitely many Super Mario games that could have been released but weren't. So unless you're satisfied with that, then there needs to be some sort of standard of existence for a game to be part of this series. So let me ask a different question. Is Super Mario Bros. 35 a Super Mario game? Super Mario Bros. 35 was an online multiplayer version of the original Super Mario Bros. Created for Switch as part of the 35th anniversary of the Super Mario series. This game doesn't exist. It did exist for a while, but it doesn't anymore. The game was taken offline and made completely impossible to play on April 1st, 2021. Is there a difference between Mario 35 and those unreleased games? And if so, what is it? There's a couple different relevant things here. The more significant one, I think, is that Mario 35 was actually completed and released at one point, even though it's impossible to play currently. The other is that, unlike those unreleased games, Mario 35 wasn't a completely original game. It was a different version of Super Mario Bros. Notably, the official Japanese Mario website lists Super Mario Bros. 35 as part of the Super Mario series, but the official American Mario website does not. Mario 35 is not the only Super Mario game that used to be available but isn't anymore. Also made for the 35th anniversary of the series was Super Mario 3D All-Stars, a collection of slightly updated ports of 3 3D Super Mario games. This too was only available for a limited time. However, this game still exists. You can't buy it from Nintendo anymore, but you can still play it. You can still buy physical copies secondhand for way too much money. If the requirement for a game existing is the ability to buy a new copy directly from its original publisher, most video games don't exist. Yet there are other Super Mario games that are, just like Super Mario Bros. 35, completely impossible to play legally, due to being released through a games as service platform that has since been taken offline. These are the games released for the Satellaview. The Satellaview was an add-on for the Super Famicom that allowed gamers in Japan to tune in to games that were broadcasted through a satellite radio station. You could only download games that were currently being broadcasted, so each game was only available for a limited time. BS Super Mario USA was a slightly altered release of the All-Stars remake of Super Mario USA, released episodically, with 4 weekly installments broadcasted to the Satellaview throughout April 1996. While the gameplay was mostly identical to the All-Stars version, it took full advantage of the satellite broadcast format, featuring radio-quality background music and full voice acting. See, it wasn't just a game. BS Super Mario USA was also a radio drama, with a story that continued in each new episode, and stuff could happen in the game to line up with what was going on in the story. It's such a wild concept, it's almost ahead of its time. It's a shame that none of this stuff has resurfaced at all. None of the Satellaview games have. The other Super Mario game broadcasted through the Satellaview was BS Super Mario Collection. This was the Satellaview version of the rest of Super Mario All-Stars, released in 4 weekly installments in January 1998, with the first part featuring Mario 1, the second and third being different parts of Mario 3, and the fourth being the Lost Levels. Like BS Super Mario USA, it featured new music and full voice acting, as well as some completely original gameplay elements, like this completely unique world map for Mario 1. The Satellaview games were a bizarre period of Nintendo's history, and they do not exist anymore, just like Super Mario Bros. 35. But for the brief windows when it was possible to play these games legally, were they actually part of the Super Mario series? And if so, should they still be considered part of the series today? Luckily for me, I don't consider remakes or re-releases in general to count as separate games, so the status of these ethereal games doesn't change the number of Super Mario games I think there are one way or the other. But surely these games are at least as distinct from their respective original games as New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, right? And on that topic, I guess we're back to the question of how much new content needs to be added to a game for it to count as a separate game. I've already mentioned most of the games that are generally included in this discussion, but there's several more. Super Mario All-Stars has been released a few different times. The Satellaview and Game Boy Advance versions of the remakes added a decent amount of new content, but the other versions are really just Super Mario All-Stars again. There was that time it was bundled with a slightly different version of Super Mario World on the SNES, and there was also the Wii version that was just a Super Nintendo ROM on a Wii disc. And honestly, All-Stars and Mario 64 DS are really the only Super Mario games that I feel completely comfortable calling full remakes and not just enhanced ports. Other people will draw the line in other places, and that's obviously completely fine. Outside of the remakes already discussed, the majority of remaining Super Mario re-releases are pretty unambiguously not separate games. The various virtual consoles, the Nintendo Switch Online games, those weird GBA ports of Mario 1 and Lost Levels, the classic mini plug-and-play consoles, and so on. Mario 1 and the Lost Levels specifically have had an absurd number of different releases. I've already talked about the Game Boy Color version, and I very briefly just now mentioned the Game Boy Advance versions, but there's a couple others that have a bit more potential to be considered separate games. One notable one is the arcade version from 1986, versus Super Mario Bros. It might look like yet another direct port of Mario 1 with the Play Choice 10 version, for instance, but it has several changes, both major and minor, to the level design. Its levels are mostly from Mario 1 with minor tweaks to make them harder, but a handful are from the Lost Levels instead, and the levels aren't in the same order they were in originally. It's also the game this version of the Mario 1 ground theme is from. Much more obscure is All Night Nippon Super Mario Bros. This game is an officially licensed ROM hack of the Lost Levels that replaces some of the sprites with different Japanese celebrities who had appeared on the radio program All Night Nippon. It's kind of like versus Super Mario Bros. In some ways. The levels are taken from both Mario 1 and Lost Levels, but for All Night Nippon it's mostly Lost Levels instead of mostly Mario 1. The levels are in a different order again, and there's some minor tweaks to their general layout. I don't really know what to make of this game, but now you also know that it exists, so I don't have to bear this knowledge alone. Oh right, I can't forget the most recently released version of Mario 1 and the Lost Levels, the 35th anniversary Game & Watch Super Mario Bros. I guess this handheld is kinda like Mario Deluxe in that it includes both Mario 1 and Lost Levels separately, with some random extra bonus features. That said, I don't think any of those new features are enough to make this a new game. It's definitely less of a new game than Versus Super Mario Bros. Or the other one. In contrast to Game & Watch Super Mario Bros., we can look at Super Mario Bros. Game & Watch. Unlike Game & Watch Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. Game & Watch is a very different game from the NES game it shares its title with. In fact, there's really no ambiguity with this one. Super Mario Bros. Game & Watch is very clearly not the same game as Super Mario Bros. is. But is it a Super Mario game? It is a platformer, kinda, that features Mario as the main character, and it has Super Mario in the title. Game & Watch games are often ignored when discussing Nintendo's old franchises, and I absolutely believe that these pocket-sized games can still have value and shouldn't be overlooked. But, are Game & Watches video games? Like, isn't a video game a game with video? Game & Watches don't have video, not really. I mean, the new fake promotional Game & Watches Nintendo is doing now have video, but I'm not talking about those. Okay, here's a question. If we say Super Mario Bros. Game & Watch is a Super Mario game, what about Super Mario Bros. Game Watch? You know, the Nelsonic Game Watch? It's the thing from...
You say Zelda Game & Watch, what about the Zelda Game Watch? That's right, the Nelsonic Zelda Game Watch.
Yeah, it's that. The Nelsonic Game Watches were these watches that had games on them, which is a completely different thing from what the Game & Watches were. And yes, some of these games were based on Mario games. It's very hard to find literally anything about them because absolutely nobody cares at all about the Nelsonic Game Watch games, but hey, are these part of the Super Mario series? Also, fun fact, one of these is based on Super Mario World, and apparently it was released internationally as Super Mario Bros. 4. So technically, this is the only game that was officially sold outside of Japan with that title. This wristwatch that I couldn't find any good pictures of, a game too obscure to have a dedicated article on the Super Mario Wiki, is the true Super Mario Bros. 4. But wait!
You say Super Mario Brothers Game & Watch, and you say Game & Watch Super Mario Brothers. And you say Super Mario Brothers Game Watch. What about the Super Mario Brothers Watch? That's right.
The McDonald's Happy Meal Super Mario Bros. Watch. Is this part of the Super Mario series? Is this trilogy of wrist-mounted Super Mario games canon or not? Can somebody please acknowledge the existence of Mario's Egg Catch, Luigi's Hammer Toss, and Princess Toadstool's Castle Run? There are so many of these games is the thing. You have no idea how massive the Mario franchise is. If your idea of the Super Mario series is just games with Mario in them, there are hundreds of Super Mario games. And we're back at the start with the idea that maybe it doesn't make sense to say that the Super Mario series is a thing in the first place. That said, we can go further with this without just saying that every single Mario game is also a Super Mario game. I've already gone over all the ones I included on the survey, but there's still a few specific categories that... Oh wait, I haven't gone over all the ones I included in the survey. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker was also on there. Treasure Tracker was the game that the fewest people consider to be a Super Mario game, which makes perfect sense. I absolutely agree. The reason it's listed by the Super Mario Wiki with the other games is that it's like a full game version of something that started as a small section in Super Mario 3D World. But it's still really weird that the wiki considers this game to be related to the Super Mario series, but not Super Princess Peach or the Luigi's Mansion games or indeed Hotel Mario. Like, come on, at least Wikipedia's Super Mario series template has the decency to call Super Princess Peach a major spin-off. Although Wikipedia's Super Mario series template also calls Yoshi's Island not a spin-off, so there's a few specific categories that some people single out as part of the mainline Super Mario series. Earlier I dismissed the idea of someone calling the Mario Karts or parties part of the main series, but it's not bad out there. I disagree, I think calling these different series makes way more sense, but there are worse ways you could think about the Super Mario series. Unrelated, a lot of people consider the RPGs to be part of the main series. Once again, I think this is a case where an analysis that calls these multiple separate series just makes more sense, but I can see why someone else might want to include these. Super Paper Mario gets a special mention since it's another platformer with both Super and Mario in the title. Also, for some reason, a lot of people brought up some of the edutainment games. I'm assuming that's mostly a joke, but Mario Teaches Typing was the single most commonly included writing game for the survey, with Hotel Mario very close behind. I guess some of the edutainment games are more like platformers. The NES version of Mario's Time Machine looks vaguely like a platformer, kinda, so, sure, this one could work, I guess. Another big group is platformers from before Super Mario Bros. The un-Super Mario Bros. Arcade game and its blatantly anti-capitalist Game & Watch predecessor have the strongest case, since they are the games that Super Mario Bros. Is the Super version of. Granted, the Game & Watch original isn't a platformer, but the branding is still very strong here. It is not hard to argue that Super Mario Bros. Is meant to be a direct sequel to at least one of these two unrelated games with the same title. There's also some other non-Super Mario Bros. Games. I'm not going to list all of them here because I explicitly do not want this video to turn into just a list of every single game in the Mario franchise, but a bunch of people will yell at me in the comments if I don't say Punchball Mario Bros. At some point. The other extremely significant Mario game from before Mario was Super is Donkey Kong, the game Mario first appeared in. I think the separation between the Donkey Kong series and the Super Mario series is pretty clear, but it's still important to not forget where it started, so it makes sense to include it. The main point I want to make against Donkey Kong being the first Super Mario game, rather than simply the first Mario game, is that every series within the Mario franchise can be traced back to Donkey Kong. Like, is Donkey Kong also the first Mario Kart game? Is it the first Mario Party game? I think the analysis that makes the most sense is that the Super Mario series is a spin-off of the Donkey Kong series. The connection of being the same genre, platformer, is important, but I don't think genre alone is enough. Obviously, a lot of people disagree with that, which I actively encourage. If you want to argue that every platformer in the Mario franchise is part of the mainline Super Mario series, please do. I just want you to be aware of exactly what that entails, because this franchise has a lot of platformers. The Donkey Kong series in particular has a lot of strange edge cases. Sure, this game may be a platformer where you play as Mario, but Donkey Kong Jr. and Donkey Kong 3 definitely aren't. And that's not to even mention the entire Donkey Kong Country series. I think the most interesting rabbit hole here is found with Donkey Kong for the Game Boy. I think a lot of people who don't know about this game assume that it's a port of the arcade game, but it's not. It's a full sequel with like 100 different levels. Its scope is honestly really impressive. And yeah, this is a platformer game where you play as Mario, putting it in the running to qualify as a Super Mario game. There was a spiritual successor of sorts to Game Boy Donkey Kong for the Game Boy Advance, called Mario vs. Donkey Kong. If you've heard of the vs. Donkey Kong games before, you can probably predict where this is going. So this game is about how Mario set up his own toy company that manufactures these mini Mario toys, and Donkey Kong steals all of them, so Mario has to get them back. So the whole game you're going through these puzzle platformer levels getting these mini Marios, and then after you've done a few of those, there's a level where you have to guide all of the mini Marios you rescued and the other levels to the goal. Just as like a little side note. So then Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2 comes out, and it's all about guiding mini Marios through puzzle platform challenges. And that is what the Mario vs. Donkey Kong games have continued to be. This series has successfully Ship of Theseus'd itself from a revamped take on the original Donkey Kong into Mini Mario and Friends Amiibo Challenge. Also, Wrecking Crew exists. Mario is there. There are hundreds of Mario games that exist, and even more that don't. Most gamers agree that some, but not all of these games, make up some sort of nebulous series of games that either mostly or entirely consists of platformers. However, there is no consensus regarding which games are part of this series, which is not only okay, but really cool. There's a list of 18 games that happens to be the most commonly held model of what this series is, but almost everyone disagrees with it at least a little bit. Some people consider the new Super to be separate, and some people consider some or all of the 3D Marios to be separate. New Super Luigi U and Bowser's Fury are weird, and it's very ambiguous if either of them should be thought of as full games or not. Separately, many remakes and ports of Super Mario games have significant added content. Opinion on these games' status ranges from excluding all of them to including all of them. In the maximal case, there is no meaningful number of Super Mario games that you can give due to just how many times Nintendo has re-released their old games in slightly different forms. Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island is the single most ambiguous game with regards to its relationship to this series, with opinion on its inclusion split almost exactly in half. Wario Land Super Mario Land 3 is a game in a very similar position, but including it as part of the Super Mario series is not nearly as common. Official sources additionally include the Mario Maker games and Super Mario Run, which is not in line with how most people think about those games, though significant groups of people do still include them. There are also several games that are extremely obscure, so they're generally not thought of as part of the Super Mario series. However, it's likely that if more people knew that these games existed, they would have similar amounts of controversy surrounding them as there is for games like Yoshi's Island. The level of ambiguity surrounding the Super Mario series is fascinating, and is only increasing at the time. You're probably watching this in the future, so it's a safe guess that between when this video is made and the time you're watching it, another Super Mario game has been released that we here in the past don't know about yet, and there's a very good chance that it'll be another weird edge case like Bowser's Fury or Super Mario Bros. 3 and 5. Either that, or it'll be the first truly unambiguous entry in the series since 1990. When a Mario game's status of being part of the Super Mario series or not is completely uncontroversial, that's the exception, not the rule. I've been Jan Measley, and please stop saying that Jumpman and Mario are different characters. It doesn't make any sense, and there's so much stuff in the text of these games that directly contradicts it. Welcome to Conlang Critic, the show that gets facts wrong about your favorite conlang. I'm Jan Measley, and in this episode, we'll be looking at The Language of the Planet, Lingua de Planeta. At the time of writing, most people who are subscribed to my channel subscribed in the past month. To all of you new subscribers, welcome! I plan on continuing to make video essays like Hangman is a Weird Game, but the main thing I make for this channel is this little hyper niche show about linguistics. Conlang Critic is a show where I describe and review constructed languages, which are called conlangs for short. And right now is the first time I've ever felt the need to explain that in an episode of Conlang Critic itself. I've always just assumed a level of familiarity with conlanging for my audience that it just doesn't make sense to assume anymore. So, this episode of Conlang Critic is going to be a special one. I would like to use this review of Lingua de Planeta as a way of demonstrating what a conlang is to those of you who are unfamiliar with conlangs or even linguistics. I will attempt to make as few assumptions about prior knowledge as possible. And for any cute frauds out there who have already watched every single episode of Conlang Critic and have had no trouble understanding the advanced linguistics concepts, it's still useful to get a refresher on the basics. Plus, I'll be putting my own Nisalian twist on it so you won't get bored. In any episode of Conlang Critic, I start with an overview of the language that the video will be about, explaining who made the language, when, and why. I then spend the bulk of the video describing specific aspects of the language's design, while sharing what I think about the different design decisions. I then present a sample of what the language is like in practice, and then conclude with my final thoughts and opinions. Lingua de Planeta, or LIDEPLA for short, is an international auxiliary language, or IAL, created by a team led by Dmitry Ivanov starting in 2006, with the earliest version of the language published in 2010. My primary source of information for this review is the official website linguadeplaneta.info, which appears to have been most recently updated in 2018. As an IAL, LIDEPLA was created to be a culturally neutral language to be used for communication between people who otherwise wouldn't have a language in common. Lingua de Planeta is part of the specialized subcategory of IALs whose theoretical target audience is everyone around the world. When designing a global international auxiliary language, there is a large number of things that need to be taken into consideration, which I will explain as they come up in this review. What I care about most is how easy the language would be to learn for people with different first languages. This lens is part of the reason why when I critique IALs, I have a tendency to focus on phonology more than other aspects of the language. Phonology is the categorization of sounds used in languages. A language's phonology consists of two main parts, the phonemic inventory and the phonotactics. A phonemic inventory is the set of phonemes that can be used to form words, and phonotactics are the rules that determine how those phonemes can be put together. Let's talk about the inventory first. A phoneme is an abstract unit of sound used in spoken language. The smallest meaningful difference there can be between two words in the same language is replacing one phoneme with another. Phonemes themselves are not sounds, but they are distinguished by their phonetic realizations, the sounds that appear at a surface level when the phonemes are used in words. A single phoneme can have multiple realizations, which are called its allophones. Which allophone is used often depends on the surrounding context of what other phonemes appear around it in a word, but it's also common for realizations to vary from speaker to speaker. The set of phonemes that exist in a given language is that language's phonemic inventory. It's entirely possible for different phoneticians to come to different conclusions about what phonemes a language has, because, like most things in nature, language is messy and often difficult to categorize. To present a phonemic inventory, it's handy to organize phonemes into charts, sorted according to their most basic phonetic realizations, like this chart which I made categorizing LIDEPLA's consonants. Lingua de Planeta's consonants are ma, na, pa, ta, cha, ka, ba, da, ja, ga, fa, sa, sha, ha, va, za, wa, la, ra. This chart contains slightly inaccurate information, which, to those familiar with the notation, is transparently intended to make the chart itself more compact. However, given that I'm about to spend a few minutes explaining how these charts are meant to be read, here's a more accurate version. See, it just doesn't look as good this way. There's a lot more empty space. Anyway, this chart lists LIDEPLA's consonant phonemes. Each phoneme is represented using both the way it's spelled in LIDEPLA and with its representation in the International Phonetic Alphabet. The IPA, regulated by the International Phonetic Association, is an international standard for phonemic and phonetic transcription. Since the same alphabet is used both for phonemic analysis and for phonetic transcription, the two are distinguished by placing phonemic analysis between slashes and phonetic transcription between square brackets. The columns of this chart represent place of articulation, and the rows represent manner of articulation. A place of articulation is where in the mouth the sound is produced. Labial means lips, alveolar means the alveolar ridge, which is right behind the top front teeth, postalveolar means a little bit behind the alveolar ridge, and velar means the velum, or soft palate, the back of the roof of the mouth. In general, consonant phonemes involve two articulators, an active articulator and a passive articulator, which interact in an articulatory gesture to produce a sound. The primary active articulators used in spoken languages are the lips and labial consonants, the tongue and lingual consonants, and the larynx and laryngeal consonants. Passive articulators are more numerous, and as such, they're usually what place of articulation categories on these charts are named after. You'll notice that an exception on this chart is the labial column, which technically can be divided further into bilabial with both lips against each other, and labiodental with the bottom lip against the top teeth. You'll also notice that the W here is listed in 2 columns, which we will get to. A manner of articulation is the way a sound is produced. All the consonants in Lidepla are pulmonic consonants, meaning that they are pronounced by restricting the airflow from the lungs in specific ways. Nasals, or nasal stops, have the 2 articulators connect while allowing sound to pass through the nasal cavity. Plosives, or stops, block the airflow entirely, building up pressure at the place of articulation which produces a sound when released. Fricatives are pronounced by 2 articulators coming very close together, bottlenecking the air into a specific turbulent path. Affricates are consonants that start like plosives but are released as fricatives. They're the stops that don't. Approximants have their articulators come close together, but not close enough to make the airflow turbulent. Both approximants in Lidepla are special cases. W is a labiovelar approximant. It's pronounced with rounded lips, so it's labial, and it's also pronounced with the body of the tongue approaching the soft palate, so it's velar. Since it's pronounced in 2 places of articulation at once, it is said to be co-articulated. The is an alveolar lateral approximant. Lateral means that the sound actually comes from the sides of the mouth. And then there's rhotic, which is a completely meaningless category. Okay, that's not entirely fair. Rhotic means R-like sound, the sorts of sounds that are represented in the Latin alphabet with the letter R. Lidepla's rhotic consonant is what I like to call the whatever rhotic, and we're gonna have to put a pin in that and come back to it later. So, one more thing about how to read this consonant chart before I get into actually talking about this consonant inventory. You'll notice that some of the manner of articulation categories cover 2 rows. In all of those cases, the top row contains voiceless consonants, and the bottom row contains voiced consonants. Voicedness, or just voice, is a distinction made for whether or not the vocal cords vibrate while pronouncing a sound. This act of vibrating your vocal cords is called voicing. Okay, I think that's all the basics covered. If you don't mind, I'm gonna switch back to the more compact version of the chart now. There we are, much nicer. So Lidepla does a few things in its consonant inventory differently from other IALs. I do think the velar nasal ng is a good feature to have, and I do like the way it's implemented. It's the NG sound in English words like thing, and it's also rather common in Mandarin Chinese. Lidepla vocabulary is derived from words from various commonly spoken languages, so having a velar nasal in its inventory allows it to make words from languages like English and Mandarin more recognizable. Another thing I like is how the voiceless distinction for the plosives was handled. The voiceless stops, p, t, k, are all phonemically aspirated. Aspiration is essentially when you exhale a little bit after a consonant is released. Most major languages have at least 2 sets of plosives. Languages like French distinguish between stops with voicedness, with all stops being unaspirated. Languages like Mandarin distinguish between stops with aspiration, with all stops being unvoiced. Languages like Hindi distinguish between voicedness and aspiration separately. And then there's languages like English, which distinguish between their 2 stop series with a combination of voicedness and aspiration. Voiceless stops in English, like in Lidepla, are both voiceless and aspirated. This is easiest to notice by pointing out a context in English where they are not aspirated. The K in key is aspirated, but the K in ski is unaspirated. The reason Lidepla copies English in this way is that it works as a compromise between the different systems. When listening to someone speak Lidepla, speakers of languages like French can easily pick out the voicedness distinction, while speakers of languages like Mandarin can easily pick out the aspiration distinction. Now let's get back to the whatever rhotic. The letter R is strange. It's pronounced in a very wide variety of ways with very little actually connecting them. Nonetheless, most major languages have some sort of R sound. As a result, it's common for IALs to recommend that people learning the language just pronounce the letter R however they're used to pronouncing it in their native language. Lidepla goes one step further by not even recommending any specific pronunciation as the default. I pronounce it like a trill when I was reading the chart, but following the actual recommendations, I probably should pronounce it as an Englishy approximant, since that's what I'm most comfortable with. The problem with the whatever rhotic is that this wide variety of ways one letter can be pronounced means that it's likely to at least sometimes be indistinguishable from at least one other phoneme. There are a few more things worth addressing, which I think are best incorporated into what's the most commonly spoken language whose consonant inventory is incompatible with that of this particular international the show that exists to draw out the already bloated phonology segments of commonly written episodes to be even more unnecessarily long than they were before. And now, here's your lovely host, list of languages by total number of speakers from Wikipedia, free encyclopedia. Welcome, Lingua de Planeta. It's great to have you here on the show. I am talking to a language right now. If you don't know how this game works, the rules are very simple. I'll be going through the consonant inventories of the most common languages and seeing how they compare to your consonant inventory. For it to count as compatible, the natural language's inventory must have at least one consonant that can directly correspond to each consonant in your inventory within a fairly forgiving amount of acceptable variation. All I am concerned with here is the consonant inventory itself. so I won't be looking at vowels or phonotactics. If a language's inventory is not compatible, that means that for monolingual speakers of that language who learn to speak Lidepla, they'll need to teach themselves how to learn to pronounce at least one new unfamiliar consonant, something that puts them at a distinct disadvantage before they've begun learning anything. So, Lingua de Planeta, are you ready to play? What's the most commonly spoken language whose consonant inventory is incompatible with that of this particular international auxiliary language? English. 1.27 billion speakers. The velar fricative ch can be pronounced as a more familiar model of the rhotic is an approximant, and the voiced alveolar affricate, z, if it can be considered a problem at all, can be pronounced as a fricative z instead, fully compatible. Mandarin Chinese, 1.12 billion speakers. The voice in this distinction can easily become an aspiration distinction, and the post-alveolars and rhotic can all become retroflex. It almost gets there, however, the Mandarin consonant inventory has no approximation for Lidepla's voiced labiodental fricative. Sorry, Lidepla, but I'm afraid your inventory asks that Mandarin speakers learn to distinguish between f and v, which... Oh, what's that? Sorry, folks, but it appears that I've missed something. Yes, it's clearly spelled out right here in the Lidepla reference grammar. The phoneme v is free to be pronounced as w. Well, in that case, Lidepla is in fact compatible with Mandarin Chinese after all. Phew, that was a close one. Hindi, 637 million speakers. This one's a near miss. The velar nasal is marginal at best in Hindi, only occurring in consonant clusters, and th only appears in loanwords. Additionally, Hindi doesn't distinguish between v and w, having a single labiodental approximant that's somewhat like both. Still, given that that's accounted for in Lidepla, marginally compatible. Spanish, 658 million speakers. For Spanish, you can kinda make it work, but you need to make a lot of compromises. By necessity, the voice stops have to become Spanish's kinda stop, kinda fricative, kinda approximant things, which is fine, I guess. And also you have to use both the post-alveolar fricative sh and the dental fricative th, both of which are only found in some Spanish dialects, and even fewer speakers have both. And on top of that, you still have to use the same thing for v and w if you don't want to introduce a completely new phonemic distinction. Like, I'll give it to you, Lidepla, but I'm not happy about it. French. 277 million speakers. This is it. It's all come down to this. Will Lidepla succeed where Novial failed? Nope. So I'll give it to Lidepla that French speakers would be completely fine pronouncing affricates as stopped fricative sequences, even though affricates are not in fact phonemic in French. However, the French language has no good equivalent to Lidepla's velar fricative. The closest thing is the French uvular rhotic, but that's already the rhotic. This is the same exact problem that Novial ran into last time I did this game show segment. French speakers, if they want to learn this language, will have to familiarize themselves with a new whispered guttural fricative. Well, that's kinda disappointing. Oh well. In general, I think this consonant inventory is decent. I like some of the choices Lidepla makes here, like how by design you never have to distinguish anything by voiciness alone, and while as a whole there is room for improvement, it's probably good enough. Lingua de Planeta's vowels are E, E, O, A. This is the 5-vowel system. You might know it from languages like Spanish and Japanese. This is the most commonly used set of vowels across different languages, and for an international auxiliary language, there isn't really any reason to use anything else. Vowels are arranged on charts like this according to their positions in vowel space. The horizontal axis is where in the mouth the tongue is positioned, and the vertical axis is how open the mouth is. Additionally, the open vowel A is usually a central vowel, halfway between front and back. Since in 5-vowel languages like this one it's the only central vowel, this is shown by having it span across 2 columns rather than giving it its own central column. But yeah, there really is not anything interesting I can say about the 5-vowel system. If language was food, then the 5-vowel system would be water. In addition to the inventory, a language's phonology also includes its phonotactics, the rules for how phonemes can be put together to form words. A lot of auxiliary languages don't define their phonotactics at all, which is how you end up with words like in Sambasa. Unfortunately, Lidepla also seems to have this same problem. Lidepla words tend to be borrowed almost directly from source languages, with little to no consideration being made for pronounceability. Let me explain. Spoken languages tend to group phonemes into syllables. A syllable has some phoneme, typically a vowel, at its core, called its nucleus, which can be preceded with a set of consonants on the onset, and followed by a set of consonants called its coda. A language's phonotactics restrict what phonemes and sequences of phonemes are allowed in each position. In English, the velar nasal phoneme, n, only appears in the coda of syllables, in words like wing, song, and conlang. Even though ng is a perfectly normal English phoneme, a syllable that that starts with a velar nasal, like narf, doesn't subjectively feel like an English word to native speakers, and as such, untrained English speakers will have to spend time becoming comfortable with putting phonemes in an unfamiliar order before they are able to speak a language which allows a velar nasal in the onset of a syllable. Lidepla, fortunately, had the foresight to only allow the velar nasal at the ends of words, so this specifically is not a problem. This isn't just for the benefit of English-speaking PQ, as Mandarin Chinese has the same coda-only restriction for its velar nasal. However, there is an analogous problem that Lidepla did not have the foresight to avoid. In English, just like how ng only appears in the coda of syllables, the glottal fricative h only appears in the onset of syllables in words like heart, home, and human. However, a syllable that ends with a glottal fricative, like split, once again doesn't feel like an English word to native speakers. Asking an English speaker to put an H sound at the end of a syllable is asking them to spend time learning to get comfortable with an unfamiliar way to use their speaking muscles. And yet, Lidepla seems to do this exact thing in words like mach, pinach, and much. Now, many of you will be quick to point out that the phoneme represented with the letter H in Lidepla is a velar fricative, not a glottal fricative, and that a velar fricative does appear at the ends of English words like lach for some speakers. However, I'd argue that for most English speakers, this is either asking them to learn to make a new sound that they're unfamiliar with, or asking them to put a sound they are familiar with in an unfamiliar position. And it's not just about English speakers. Many common languages have phonotactics that are far more restrictive than English, and for speakers of those languages, Lidepla's complete lack of restraint is a serious hurdle that gets in the way of its goal of neutrality. In general, I don't think Lidepla phonology is bad. It could have taken a few more things into consideration, but as it stands, I think it works for what it's going for. Given that the vocabulary is derived from various common languages, all the problems I've brought up are probably intentional features meant to make the vocabulary more easily recognizable, which I can respect. Orthography is the way a language is written. For an international auxiliary language like Lidepla, this should be as boring as possible. There is room for creativity in designing how a language writes things, but for an IAL, clarity should be prioritized above all else. The Latin alphabet is the most commonly used writing system, and it's used in a very wide variety of ways. It's common for different languages to pronounce the same sequence of letters completely differently. When designing auxlangs, it's generally understood that the best practice is to use the Latin alphabet more or less phonetically, with everything pronounced the same way regardless of context. So, it's always possible to unambiguously determine pronunciation from spelling alone. However, even if spelling to pronunciation is simple and clear, that does not automatically make it possible to unambiguously determine spelling from pronunciation. Those sorts of ambiguous situations lead to inconsistency, which leads to frustration. Lingua de Planeta has a couple of these ambiguities in its orthography. One that's common for IALs is the way it uses the letter X. Lidepla uses X for the consonant sequence x, with a couple of extra rules allowing but not requiring its pronunciation to be altered in some context. This, on its own, is fine. It matches the way the letter X is used in plenty of languages that use the Latin alphabet. However, there are several words where the sequence x is spelled with KS. And from pronunciation alone, you wouldn't be able to predict which words use X and which use KS. This too is fine. Novial had the same exact problem. It's just a little bit of ambiguity that could be somewhat frustrating, but it helps to preserve the origins of the words in question, so it's not that big of a deal. The other ambiguous thing in Lidepla orthography is the letter Y. As you saw on the vowel chart, the vowel E can be written with either I or Y. Lidepla uses Y purely as an alternate way of writing E. Neither letter is ever used for the consonant y. I was prepared to point to this as another example of something that could be frustrating, but in the end helps make it more clear where words come from. But Lidepla actually uses Y in a way that's more clever and creative than that. But to explain it, I'll first need to talk about stress. In many languages, but not all, words with more than one syllable have at least one of their syllables emphasized more than the others. This is the stress syllable of that word. A stress syllable can be a higher pitch, louder, longer, or some combination of these. While in some languages stress always follows a specific predictable pattern, in others, stress is a phonemic feature, a meaningful distinction which can be used to differentiate between specific words. In English, stress is the difference between the words insight and insight. Anyway, in Lidepla, stress is a phonemic feature, though I don't think there's any cases of it being the only difference between two words. Where the stress appears in a word is mostly predictable. The stress falls on the vowel before the final consonant in the word, with special cases made for a few specific suffixes and vowel-vowel sequence. However, there are exceptions, and these exceptions are marked in the orthography in a way that I think is kind of clever. See, whenever the stress appears somewhere that doesn't follow that pattern, the stress syllable is marked by doubling its vowel. So if cafe simply must have its second syllable stress to be understood, this is indicated with a double E. Now, let's take the stress rules and apply them to a word like helium. Now, it's pretty obvious that the word for helium should be helium, since that's a widely used word internationally. So, put the stress in the vowel before the last consonant and you get helium. Well, actually, is one of the specific suffixes that gets a special case saying that it's never stressed. So the stress moves one syllable over to helium. This sounds a bit off, and in fact, the consensus across different languages is that the stress should go on the first syllable. So we just double that first vowel and get helium. Well, now it looks a bit off. So should Lidepla go with the option that looks right but sounds weird, or the option that looks weird but sounds right? Or maybe there should be another special case for eum, making the stress rules more complicated. And this is where Lidepla's use of the letter Y comes in. Even though Y is pronounced the same as I, it's specifically never stressed, so it's perfect for situations like this. Just replace the I with a Y, and you get something that doesn't look awkward while still following an intuitive stress pattern, all without needing to overcomplicate the general stress rule. This workaround is very clever and neat, which is bad for an IAL. Remember, the orthography should be boring and functional. This is too interesting for its own good, and it gets in the way of clarity. I mean, just looking at the way the letter Y is used, it looks like it's being used as a consonant most of the time. This looks like it should be pronounced like a 2-syllable helium, and not like a 3-syllable helium. Maybe that is what it's supposed to be, and I just misinterpreted the reference grammar. I mean, if you look up videos of people speaking Lidepla, you can easily find multiple examples of people pronouncing the letter Y as a consonant. So, either the official documentation of the language wasn't clear enough for me to understand how the letter Y is supposed to be pronounced, or this use of the letter Y is unintuitive. Either way, it's not great. Grammar is the underlying structure of language. Where phonology and orthography are what determine a language's surface-level aesthetic, grammar is the backbone, the heart of what makes the language tick. When making a conlang, grammar is where the conlanger has the most room for artistic expression. It's what can make a language truly unique, and it's also the most difficult aspect to fully appreciate. For an international auxiliary language, grammar can be the most difficult thing to get right, because there are multiple conflicting philosophies regarding how an auxlang should work. It's commonly agreed that an auxlang's grammar should be simple, elegant, and consistent. Once you've learned a few easy-to-understand rules, a few months of dedicated memorization of pure vocabulary will be all that separate you from full fluency. It's also commonly agreed that it should be possible to say anything in an auxlang that you can say in your native language, allowing, but not requiring, you to make any of the subtle distinctions that you're accustomed to. Any text may be translated into and out of the auxlang without the loss of any information along the way. These two goals both sound great, and it's impossible to achieve them at the same time. The more things a grammar allows you to do, the more complex that grammar must be, and vice versa. For that matter, it's also impossible to fully achieve either goal separately. Natural languages, as it turns out, are complicated, and if a conlang were to actually capture the sum total of all grammatical distinctions made across all natural languages, that conlang would be far too complex to ever be practically used as an auxiliary language. On the other hand, natural languages, as it turns out, are diverse, and what's intuitive and simple to some will always seem arbitrary and complex to others. This paradox is part of why I don't think it's possible for an international auxiliary language to actually be good. Nonetheless, the design challenge of trying to balance these conflicting goals can be an enticing one, and it's worthwhile to examine and appreciate the craftsmanship that goes into trying to solve this paradox, even if the result inevitably ends up as something that wouldn't really work as a truly neutral international language. Lidepla's angle is to favor elegance over expressiveness. An easy thing to point out is the complete lack of a word for the. It's just not a thing that you can say. While in English you can make a meaningful distinction between the cats sleep and cats sleep, in Lidepla both sentences are translated as kotas somni. The word the is a definite article, and while definite articles are relatively common, they aren't universal, and to someone who doesn't speak a language that has them, the distinction can feel arbitrary and confusing. I mean, how would you explain to someone who speaks a language without definite articles what the word the means? Bonus points if you can also explain the difference between the and that. Some other common but not universal grammatical distinctions exist in Lidepla entirely optionally. For example, the word kota, in its most basic form, does not contain any information about number. It could mean either cat or cats, but you can specify plural using an optional plural suffix with kotas, and you can specify singular using an optional singular suffix with kotate, or by just saying kota, which specifically means one cat. Additionally, the word kota does not contain any information about gender. While in English, the basic form of a noun being ungendered is completely normal, some languages have grammatical gender, which, side note, isn't the same thing as gender. Grammatical gender is a system of classifying nouns into mostly arbitrary categories that function differently. In Indo-European languages that have grammatical gender, words for women and men are usually put into different noun categories, so those specific grammatical genders are usually called feminine and masculine, respectively. But one, that's not the only way grammatical gender can work. The noun classes can be based on literally anything or nothing at all. And two, the feminine and masculine genders in Indo-European languages have almost nothing to do with the genders they're named after. In German, the actual literal word for girl is grammatically neuter. It's almost completely arbitrary which words belong in which class in different languages, with the only exception being that words for things that can have genders generally, but not always, use the corresponding grammatical gender. Anyway, speakers of languages that have grammatical gender are used to always specifying the genders of animals in all contexts, the same way speakers of languages with grammatical number are used to always specifying whether or not there's more than one of something. So, if you want, LiDepla allows you to specify a female cat with Cotina or a male cat with Koto. There are still some things that are perhaps more strict than the pure design philosophy should have led to. The personal pronouns in particular are somewhat arbitrarily more complex than necessary. The second person pronoun you, which means you, is the only personal pronoun without grammatical number. First and third person pronouns distinguish between singular and plural with completely separate roots, which is weirdly inconsistent with how nouns work. I get how a first person distinction between me and us makes sense, but it makes much less sense in the third person. By the way, in addition to the third person singular we and the third person plural ta, there's a few extra third person singular pronouns with the specific gender and animacy meanings that English speakers are already familiar with. There's further special cases made for the personal pronouns dealing with their possessive form. You know, the thing English usually does with the apostrophe s sign. In LiDepla, there's an analogous may suffix that's used for the possessive forms of most nouns, which can be applied to these personal pronouns, but then there's also separate words that you can use instead. I think the system as a whole is fine. It works, but it could have been more elegant than it actually is. Now, I'd like to discuss how verbs in LiDepla work, but first there's something about this language that I haven't brought up yet. See, LiDepla was heavily inspired by the Auxlang Novial. I made a video about Novial like a year ago, and while the languages do have many significant differences, the most clear and direct similarities between them can be found in their verbs. Now, if you've seen my video about Novial, you'll know that I think Novial's verbs are overly complex, so it'll be fun to see what changes LiDepla makes to the system. Much like Novial, LiDepla marks different tenses and aspects on verbs using a set of particles that go before verbs, with a handful of things that use suffixes. Unlike Novial, this system feels more refined and internally consistent. There's no doubling up with multiple verb forms with the same meaning. For example, in Novial, sal and ve are both used for the same future tense. They both mean the same thing, but in LiDepla, ve is used for the general future tense, as in I will eat, and sal is used for the immediate future, as in I'm going to eat or I'm about to eat. While I do think there are still too many of these particles, it is generally easier to get a hang of how they work in LiDepla than it is in Novial. I think the best change is in the meaning of the root form. In Novial, the basic form of a verb is used for the present tense, but in LiDepla, the basic form of a verb contains no tense information. This little change makes it so that if you want, you don't have to worry about tense marking at all, which is a welcome. LiDepla's verb system connects directly with its word derivation system, the system used for making new words out of existing words. It's common for auxiliary languages to attempt to make deriving words a completely regular process. Consider in English the various ways to derive nouns from adjectives, even though a noun that comes from an adjective usually has a completely predictable meaning. A common solution used in IALs is to have all words of a certain part of speech end with a specific letter. Then you can just swap out that one letter to derive new words. This was popularized by Esperanto, where nouns end with o and adjectives end with a. This sort of system works pretty good, with the only problem being the restriction it puts on vocabulary. Novial does a similar thing, but in a way that makes it easier to tell if a word is derived from another word or not. LiDepla, somewhat expectedly, is similar to Novial in this respect, using suffixes that clearly mark which words are not in the root form. In general, nouns in LiDepla end with a, adjectives end with a, and verbs end with e, but there are exceptions to all three of these trends. So, unlike in a language like Esperanto, you can't necessarily determine what part of speech a given word is just by looking at it. You have to know what the word means first. However, as long as you are familiar with the word's root form, derivation is still relatively consistent. Take, for example, the process of turning a verb into a noun. Most verbs end with e. Replacing e with a will turn the verb into a noun. So, reflecti is reflect, and reflecta is reflection. But since not all verbs end with e, this doesn't always work. So for verbs that don't end with e, you suffix sa instead. So, John is know, and jansa is knowledge. Then in addition, there's other suffixes for different types of nouns that you could want to derive from a verb, summarized in this table. Now, while not being able to necessarily determine what part of speech a word is right away can make parsing text somewhat slower for beginners, it has the benefit of allowing words to be more recognizable. Lingua de Planeta is an a posteriori auxiliary language. That means that its vocabulary, the set of all words that can appear in the language, was based on existing natural languages and not created from scratch. This is how most international auxiliary languages create their vocabulary, and it's for a good reason. If words are taken from common natural languages, then some people will have a chance of being able to recognize and understand individual words without needing to spend time learning them. You might be able to immediately notice an obvious problem with this. The point of an IAL is to be a culturally neutral language, equally useful to everyone regardless of their native language. So then, if its vocabulary is derived from specific natural languages, that gives a clear and measurable advantage to speakers of those specific languages. This makes the language less neutral. A solution to this problem is to derive vocabulary from a very wide variety of languages, and to calculate what the most cross-linguistically recognizable word for any specific concept is. This is very difficult in practice, because there are a lot of languages, and despite what you might have been led to believe, your average linguist doesn't have comprehensive knowledge of every single natural language. So instead, a posteriori conlangs tend to pick a set of specific languages as their sources. languages which are well documented, widely spoken, and, ideally, representative of the global population. It is in the process of selecting these source languages where most popular auxlings run into the same specific problem: Eurocentrism. Broadly, Eurocentrism is the idea that European culture is the default, and the assumption that things that are universal in Europe must also be universal for humanity as a whole. In international auxiliary languages, Eurocentrism most commonly manifests in a set of sources that overrepresent European languages. The reason IALs tend to do this is that the most common European languages show a clear family resemblance to each other. You're probably familiar with the Romance languages, the family of languages descended from Latin. There's also the Germanic languages, including English and German. While the Germanic languages are not descended from Latin, if they were, they'd be Romance languages, Romance and Germanic languages do have a common ancestor. The two language families are branches of the larger Indo-European language macrophone. While not all languages spoken in Europe belong to the Indo-European language family, the most common ones do, and this common ancestry makes it easy to find things these major Euro-langs have in common, which, if you're using a set of European languages as a sample meant to represent the whole world, will lead you to assume that those common features are universal. So, if you want to pick a set of source languages to derive words from without being Eurocentric, what can you do? Let's welcome back our old friend List of Languages by Total Number of Speakers. This set of languages with over 45 million speakers has representatives from the world's most significant language families. Now, according to the official Lingua de Planeta website, LiDePla's source languages are the top 10 most spoken languages. Of course, since the language started its development in 2006, we can probably expect that list to be slightly different from this one. So, Dimitri, what are your source languages? Well, there's 6 European languages: English, German, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian. And then there's another 4 non-European languages: Chinese, Russian, Hindi, and Arabic. Huh. It sure is interesting how much can change in just 14 years. I mean, wow, did Italian really have more speakers than Bengali, Indonesian, Urdu, Swahili, Marathi, Telugu, Turkish, Yue Chinese, Tamil, Western Punjabi, Wu Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, Hausa, Javanese, and Egyptian Arabic as recently as 2006? Why, that's literally unbelievable. Regardless of if these really were the 10 most spoken languages at the time or not, how representative of different language families are they collectively? Of these 10 source languages, 8 are Indo-European, of which there are 4 Romance languages, 2 Germanic languages, 1 Indo-Aryan language, and 1 Slavic language. The other 2 non-Indo-European languages consist of 1 Chinese language and 1 Semitic language. At the same time, massive language families like the Niger-Congo, Austronesian, and Dravidian families are completely unrepresented. But, to be fair to LiDePla, at the very least it does use its non-European sources. Mandarin and Arabic words make up a significant portion of the lexicon, which is more than I can say for the more explicitly Eurocentric auxlings out there. Additionally, languages outside of the 10 sources weren't completely ignored, as they were used when determining which words are more internationally recognizable. There are even cases where there is no consensus among the source languages what a word should be, and so LiDePla uses a word from outside of its primary sources. In general, I'm impressed with how diverse LiDePla vocabulary is. Compared to earlier IALs, it's definitely a step in the right direction, and it's clear that a conscious effort was made to avoid the typical Eurocentric bias, despite the dubious set of source languages. I'd like to specifically highlight the way that words from Mandarin Chinese are incorporated. I spoke in the Sambasa episode about how loaning words from Chinese languages presents a challenge in auxlang design. There's 2 main reasons for this. First, although Chinese languages make up one of the most spoken language families in the world, it's rare for words from Chinese languages to be loaned into languages spoken outside of East Asia. Second, when filtered through an auxlang's phonology, it can be hard to tell that words in different languages that do have the same Old Chinese ancestor are related. Here's one LiDePla word alongside its cognates in several Chinese languages, as well as Japanese, Korean, and Vietnamese. As you can see, while it's clear that as a set, all these words share a common ancestor, there's still a large amount of variation among them. At first, it might appear as though LiDePla finds a compromise between these different languages. In reality, it's more of a literal interpretation of the Romanized spelling of the Mandarin word specifically. The letter R in Mandarin is usually pronounced like zhe, a very J-like sound. So the Mandarin word zhan is loaned into LiDePla as jan. While this approach isn't necessarily bad, it does cause some strange problems dealing with Mandarin vowels specifically. Here's another example. Here, the word is pretty consistently pronounced with either ow or o, but LiDePla loans the Mandarin word literally, according to its Latin spelling. So even though in Mandarin the word is pronounced ow, in LiDePla it's how, ending with o and not u. It's subtly different in a way that's just slightly annoying. One last thing I'd like to mention is how LiDePla uses endonyms. When talking about a specific place, an endonym is the name for that place used by the people who live there, whereas an exonym is a name applied to that place by people outside of it. For an IAL to be truly neutral, I think it's important for everyone to be able to refer to the place where they live by the name they call it when talking to other people who live there. This same principle can apply to names of people, cultures, and languages. However, using endonyms is often in direct contradiction with the stated design goals of international auxiliary language. It's very common for a name imposed on a region by outsiders to be more internationally recognizable than a native name for the region. In these cases, more often than not, you'll see auxlings default to using the more well-known exonyms rather than the more culturally neutral endonym. A simple test I use to see if an auxling uses endonyms or not is the what do you call Germany test. Since Germany is a country with a very large number of exonyms, Lidepla passes the what do you call Germany test, as its word for Germany is Deutschland. Of course, a language passing the what do you call Germany test could mean that it only uses endonyms for European countries. So there's also the what do you call Japan test, used for auxlings that passed the first test. And once again, Lidepla passes. The word for Japan is Nippon. In fact, Lingua de Planeta, as a rule, always uses endonyms, which is exactly what I think an IAL should do. Now, one thing about place names is that there's usually some other words that you need that are related to them. At a bare minimum, you'll want a word for a person from the place. Dealing with endonyms, this leads to a dilemma. Some country names are derived from the names of people who live there, while some names for groups of people are derived from the names of the countries they live in. This inconsistency can make learning the names of countries in a given language theoretically up to twice as difficult. What Lidepla does is a pretty decent solution. The word for a person from a country can always be derived from the name of the country itself with the same Jane suffix. But names for cultures and languages separate from specific countries are given their own separate words, even in cases where etymologically those names are related to the names used for specific countries. So on one hand, you won't be able to figure out what the word for the English language is just by knowing the word for England. But on the other hand, why should the English language be called something that means England language? It's spoken in a lot of other places too, after all. The following text is an excerpt from a Lingua de Planeta translation of an encounter with an interviewer by Mark Twain. Questa, Kulezi Uriash, Jawaba, Shininiar, Imesit, Ka, Verku, Me Wudumi, Ke is Trishi Pet, or Trishi Zitia, What you done me, Ja, in Missouri, Ka, when you begin to scribi, Ja, Iniar Milotsto Trishizi, Ka, Como ze mogbi, zi ues, Sol Chininiar, ne now, Ja. Mebujan, ver, se zimbli, idian ajibe, ka, ajibe hi, will zui merkival geniupo miti ini urjiva, ja, aronbur, ka, bati you bog mogte miti aronbur, si you es sol chinini arne, ja, well, si yujan ome piukem mi selfa, dan why you questi me. All in all, Lingua de Planeta exceeded my expectation. I was ready for this to be yet another boring auxling, but it has a few interesting ideas, and it does a few things very well. Its biggest weaknesses are the cases where it relies too heavily on its predecessor's ideas rather than explore its own identity. Nearly every complaint I have about Lidepla can be traced back to something that was in Novial, and I thought Novial was kinda okay. Lidepla makes an active effort to avoid the issue of Eurocentrism found in almost all of its most popular competitors, and that alone puts it ahead of the curve. Yet it still fails to quite be something that's a truly neutral language of the entire planet. Is Lidepla the language that finally solved the impossible puzzle of designing a good IAL? No, not by a long shot. It does better than average, but the bar is very, very low. Lidepla did its best, and its best is just okay. However, a language that improves on Lidepla's ideas to the extent that Lidepla improved on Novial might just have a chance of being the first international auxiliary language that's better than just okay. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time, where I'll be reviewing Viosa. And by the way, if this was your first episode of Conlang Critic, thanks for sticking around this long. It's people like you who have made me able to believe that I can become a full-fledged professional YouTuber in the near future. If you're at all interested in learning more about conlangs, I highly recommend the series The Art of Language Invention created by David J. Peterson, the guy who made the languages in Game of Thrones. If you like this video, be sure to smash the share it, support the Patreon bell notification. Black Gill. Black Gill. Conlang Critic, the show that gets facts wrong about your favorite conlang. I'm Jan Measley, and in this episode, we'll be looking at the collaborative con pigeon, Viosa. I'm going to be doing something pretty different for this episode because Viosa is a special case. I mean, for one, it's somewhat ambiguous whether or not it can be called a conlang. What I usually do is research a conlang until I know enough about it to develop an informed opinion and then talk about it. But for Viosa, I can't really do that, so I did something else instead. I spoke to several members of the Viosa community about their experiences with the language, because one of the most amazing and unique things about Viosa is the amount of variety that exists within the language, how much of it is different from person to person. So I decided that the best way to present this language would be to show it from a bunch of different perspectives.
I am Selp. I am a linguistics student. I'm also into language learning. I speak Finnish and English natively. I also speak Japanese and Spanish. Japanese was my major contribution language for Viosa, and we can get into what exactly that means in a little bit. I was basically the most, responsible for Viosa forming. I was the founding member and stuff.
Hi, my name is Pauli. I'm from Finland and I'm actually a musician, but I'm conlanging because I'm into making my own fictional world, and that got me into conlanging, and that got me into linguistics.
I'm Yana, and I have been in the Viosa community, I suppose, nearly since the beginning, basically a week after it started.
I'm Nico Miko. I live in Florida, near Tampa Bay. I'm a saxophonist. I'm in school for, I've been back and forth between music and linguistics for the past couple of years at the USF. I came in a week in.
My name is Kibitsky. I joined the Viosa Discord server pretty recently, last month, and I've already made quite a lot of progress with the help of the community.
I am Pancake, and I've been speaking Viosa for probably, 2-3 months now. I'm a native English speaker, and I have taken 3 years of high school Spanish.
My username is PK Almond. I live in Belgium. I study classical languages and literature, and I speak French natively.
Of course, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have been able to make a video about Viosa just by reading about it, because by design, Viosa is very poorly documented. The only way to learn Viosa is through immersion, and by extension, the only way to learn about Viosa is directly from its speakers. So then, what is Viosa?
Viosa is a very unique language experiment.
It's this collaborative project that's been going on for 5 or 6 years at this point.
The main purpose of it at the beginning was a collaborative con pigeon, basically trying to create a pigeon by not speaking in English.
And for those of you who are watching who aren't familiar, a pigeon is basically a language that forms via contact between other languages. And so the experiment was to see if a pigeon could be formed online by people speaking different languages and trying not to use any shared language, just to see what would happen, whether we would establish any kind of understanding.
Which is kind of emulating circumstances where different language populations meet each other and start forming a language because they need to communicate somehow.
I like to call pigeons nature's auxlangs because they naturally develop in this type of situation where an auxiliary language is necessary.
That is quite an accurate way of calling pigeons.
And well, this is the end result of all that.
So the result is essentially a hybrid language built off of a dozen or so main languages that we pulled vocabulary and syntax from.
The basic idea is if you can make yourself understood in Viosa, then it is Viosa, so there's no set standard for it.
How does that begin, for the first couple of sessions?
Video calls was the answer to that, because it's very easy to visually show items or actions, maybe even adjectives, but it didn't take too long until we were able to also describe new words with words that we already knew.
The project originally started on Christmas Eve 2014. It was on a Skype group which sprung out of the original Con Skype group as well. And the original starting group was about 10 people. A lot of the people have dropped off completely, so it's a bit of a mystery who all was involved from the beginning.
Due to the lack of a single standard version of Viosa, I can't do the thing I always do on Conlang Critic where I make charts of all the phonemes and read through them. Fortunately, as I was talking to Selp, she said...
Actually, if you don't mind, I'm gonna really quickly just get out of the
Oh, go for it,
It's
yeah.
gonna take 1 second, but I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, go for it.
I assume this will be edited out.
Oh yeah, this is... If I don't edit parts out of these interviews, this video is going to be about 5 hours long.
Do you want me to pronounce my own phonology, or just list it out? Do you want me to send it to you?
I mean, yeah, post it, and then we can do the thing where you read it out.
For my phonology in particular, I use I think the most marginal phoneme that I specifically use is the glottal stop, which I happen to have in a few words simply because I contributed like a handful of words from Ainu that really stuck for a tiny bit. So I have the glottal stop in a few of these words, and I don't think anyone else does. But it's possible that they also have glottal stops in some places. And then there's je, which is actually a lot more common, but I don't usually use it. I sometimes do, but most of the time I replace it with the affricate. So I think that's the most, notable thing as well, that I happen to lack something that most people do have.
Ma as in min, na as in namae, nga as in ring, ba as in ber, ba as in böse, ta as in ting, da as in dan, ka as in ga, ga as in gammel, fa as in für, va as in vi, sa as in taten, sa as in sama, za as in zan, sha as in pashun, ja as in jin, ha as in maha, ra as in brö, la as in lied, ya as in yam, wa as in wasu, cha as in chisai. I guess one of the basic things is I absolutely have a trill for my rhotic, especially if it's at the end of the syllable. I have voiceless dental fricatives in some places, although that seems to be pretty rare. A lot of other people's brands of Yose, for the words that the loans did have a voiceless dental fricative, replace it with the sa affricate.
There is one thing that I tried to do at some point, which was that all the sh and j consonants would be th and the in my dialect, but it didn't really catch on, so I went back. I think I did it mostly because I like the letters thorn and ed.
I mean, I guess my idiolect, it sticks somewhat closely to a basic Germanic sounding phonology, I suppose.
Pa, ba, ta, da, ta, da, ka, ga, ta, ma, ra, ra, fa, va, sa, za, sha, ja, sha, ja, sha, ja, sham, ha, ha, ya, la, la, sa, za, cha, ja. The way the experiment is designed, we all pulled from a particular language to contribute, and so the idea would be that primarily our phonology would be based on that language, like the donation language that we're using. However, there are a couple of caveats to that. Firstly, that we all speak English, so I think the native speakers of English, they're not going to have the most accurate presentation in that language. For instance, I speak English primarily, but my contribution language was Russian, so my phonology would be highly like Russian influenced, but also like I speak English primarily. And then because we're in a setting where we're linguistically aware in the first place, like we know about phonology, we can just talk about it. We would hear things that other people would do and adapt them, but the result is it's a Russian phonology filtered through English and then with little bits pulled from the phonology as well.
And there's also the velofricative, which I think usually shows up as an allophone of H, but again, it's not completely clear cut. There's some words where it doesn't happen, some words where it can happen. It's all very fluid.
If H precedes a vowel, then I pronounce it as A. If it's at the end of a syllable, then I pronounce it as I would in German, like ach, if it follows a back vowel, or ich if it follows a front vowel.
Yeah, I honestly can't even tell if like the glottal fricative is one or two phonemes. So I'm not sure if the velar is a different phoneme. I don't think it is.
And then for vowels, I have I, U, U, E, E, O. The fact that I have the central high vowel, I'm not defining it specifically what it is, because often it is also unknown to some extent, and not necessarily very central. So it usually is a mix of something like a front-rounded vowel from Germanic languages and the Japanese here, kind of coalescing into a single thing, contrasting with a more full, ooh sound. That's also something that some people never do, some people always do, and I just don't bother.
And so we have I, U, E, Ö, A, U, U. And those can all be either long or short.
Because I speak German, I have some vowel contrasts that other people don't have. Huske, I pronounce that with an Ü, but other people usually say Huske with an U sound. And that contrasts for me with Ö as in Höre.
I, E, Ö, Ä, A, E, E, U, U, Ö, A, O, E, A, I, O, U, E, A, I.
And it's just that there's also vowel length and domination for a lot of speakers, including myself.
It simply means that the length of a Sound has an impact on the meaning of a word. Even people who speak different languages that have length distinction, they hear length differences differently.
Some speakers will also turn that into something like a tense-lax distinction. Some people will turn that into like stress or pitch accent. One of the first words to enter the language had a syllabic hash. The word "что" became basically solidified that way for most speakers immediately. So there was really no backing out of that. That's just how it ended up. Some people might insert like an epigenetic vowel.
I found it hard to pronounce for me, so I decided to pronounce it "förstå." It also looks more like Dutch, which I'm more familiar with.
It started out, as far as I recall, with the like schwa in the beginning, like verstå, verstå. Like in the original languages, there was like a gap there, but like it has never been important what vowel is there. Like Salp used to say verstå, verstå, as though it was from Japanese.
I think that for a while, it's starts to look bad. Everybody else isn't doing it, so, how do you adapt?
I don't even really know what I did, but like sometimes you'll hear like a rhotic in there almost, like just a regular old English rhotic, like for school, which I think is just amusing.
As far as like general format tactics go, it is kind of unlimited because it's all determined by what the donor languages happen to provide and what the people decide to accept.
It is very loose, but it somehow works.
The differences in the phonology between the person, but there's also the differences in the orthography of those same words. And so sometimes, for me, I would read two people talking, and they would respond to each other with what looked like different words. But as I found out later, once I became fluent, it was just a spelling difference.
Well, of course, probably everybody tries to spell the way they pronounce.
I don't really have a set orthography. Usually I just use whatever spelling I learned first. That leads to lots of inconsistencies in my spelling.
As I notice distinctions, I'll try and write them for some time. Then if I realize that it's just not working for me, I'll discard it.
It was created by people gathering together and speaking orally to each other. So it was developed by speech and it was not written on a page or set on the wrong way.
The actual name of the language, Vjosa. Most people spell that V-I-O-S-S-A, but I spell it V-J-O-S-S-A.
I do like the way I pronounce, and it's also inspired by Finnish spelling, in that lengthy distinction is always a double letter, just like in Finnish.
Some of the ways I've seen it done, you can either double the base vowel, you can use an acute accent, or the overline like Latin will do, or just some people don't write them at all. Some people don't have long vowels. I have a written long vowel distinction, but not a spoken one, for example.
Some people use particular digraphs, others will use diacritics. I don't use diacritics.
For one word, for example, I wrote it like that with a microphone, and I think I saw the same word with a Y.
For the vowel U, I tend to use the slash, and for A, I tend to use A with umlauts for, I guess, consistency somewhat. Wait, that's not consistent.
Right.
Either way. Most people have a language that they loan words into Vjosa from. So mine were Old English and later also Gothic.
I also supplied some words from Swedish, which I know a bit of also, and Northern Samic, which I don't know.
I have been using Japanese in Vjosa since the beginning.
My contribution languages, actually I had two. It was Russian and Old Norse. Like I just had an Old Norse book for a little while.
I'd say the most influence comes from Japanese, Russian, Norwegian, Finnish, Albanian, Greek, Swiss.
Finnish, Albanian, Greek, Japanese, a lot of Norwegian, Swiss, German, Old English, Gothic, Russian.
That's basically the major set of languages. Some of those people are not even occupants by any others. The language continues to evolve in very different directions as time goes on.
When you're trying to teach a word to everybody else, and you have the accurate idea of the meaning of the word, and then the other people, they get it slightly wrong, but then they say that they got it. So you think they got it. One specific example of like a word changing meaning is I tried to introduce the word, the adjective light. So I took a light and I just shone it towards the camera. It's bright, of course, but everybody took it to mean light.
I'll come across a word and recognize it, and then like, okay, I know what this is. But it's not always that simple, because just like any other language that exists for any significant amount of time, there's semantic drift and differences in its usage, etc.
If you stop speaking Vjosa for a year or so, you may return to find that basic things that you thought you understood are gone, and you have to scramble to understand things again.
I found that abbreviated words were sometimes abbreviated in the same way Japanese would take a syllable from the first part and then a syllable from the second part and then just make a word that's the first syllable of each part.
At the beginning, I was very hesitant to shorten words, but eventually gave in and Now I shorten words all the time. One of the big examples of that is which I shorten to Hush.
Because it's such a common word and it's very big, people have a tendency to shorten it to either koto or simply ko. And this tends to happen even more so in compounding, because compound words can get very massive when you have a small selection of vocab to draw from. So one of the most common words that we use, kotoba libre, when people want to talk about their own personal dictionaries, tend to shorten it to kotoli, because why not? There's also examples of words that have preserved their older form in a compound, but in other situations, people just use an abbreviated version or whatever. So basically, things fossilize here and there, other things shift. It is very unsystematic, and I think that describes the whole spirit of the project pretty well.
Another word with an interesting history, the word in my dialect, it's verja. Other people pronounce it farge. Some other people pronounce it farje. Some more other people pronounce it varge. So you can see where I'm going with it. It has like a bunch of different realizations depending on who you're talking to. And my variant is verja. It wasn't like purposeful at all. Like that's just how I heard the word.
I think vocab nowadays tends to rely more on derivations rather than borrowing, for two reasons. First of all, it's easier to remember. You know, if you haven't seen a word before, it's based on parts that you already recognize. You'll keep it in mind a lot easier. And the second one is literally just that it's better than, you know, relying on something Latin if we have to refer to anything more complex. We would rather have it be more purely Viosa if possible.
No English, and on that, Latinate words were and still are disencouraged.
The convenient thing about using Japanese as a contribution language is that when everybody else has something Latin, because everybody else is using European languages, I'll often be the one that comes in and is like, okay, we're using something to make it less Englishy. Because of that, Japanese has often been like a fallback, which is why there's so much of it.
There was a moment when I realized that this moment is when we can start using Viosa to describe Viosa. It was like just a few weeks after the project started, and we were able to start like defining words, explaining grammar with Viosa itself. So that reduced the need for video calls like almost completely.
Overall, I would describe Viosa as very isolating. There aren't a lot of, or really any forms that I can think of where it goes beyond reduction when you combine morphemes. It hasn't progressed to the point where these forms like merge into something totally new. It's just like lots of combination happens.
Viosa, which doesn't have much overt marking for much of anything, was a really weird experience because the word order is still incredibly free in a sense. There'll be some times where I'm speaking in a very English manner with like very subject, verb, object, always, every time. Other days I'll do strange things where I have like verbs in like 3 different orders depending on the sentence.
The grammar of Viosa resembles a lot of pidgins in that it is quite isolating. It's quite non-configurational as well, so there's not a lot of rigid rules. And a lot of that is because we have not established rigid rules ever. By writing them out and being like, this is the rule, you have to follow it. People, of course, have many variations in their grammar, but in general, it's very isolating. We tend to rely more on particles, add positions and things like that, rather than, you know, text cases or verb conjugations and things like that.
Even though I live in Belgium and not in France, I still speak French, which means there is one authority for French, L'Académie Française. They have a strong influence on how people see new ways of saying things. I came into Viosa. Immediately you see the first rule. If you are understood, it's correct Viosa. And that immediately changes everything about how you treat the language itself. And that was a really important lesson for me, and also just almost liberating.
Not having to like study a grammar and know exactly every rule was kind of freeing in a sense, I would say.
The goal is more comprehension. If you can put words together in an order and somebody understands it, it's probably correct.
Another thing is that there is no copula. Other people might use a copula for clarification purposes, but I personally just no copula. One of the very early rules was no copying. It seems like that has become less cared about, although it is still a overriding tendency for speakers in the language to not use a copula. But at the beginning, copulas were forbidden in the language.
That seems so counter to like the spirit
Alongside,
of how...
there was no copula, and alongside that, no English. Those two rules were like right next
But
to each other.
if you learn is, then that cancels out.
True.
Because everyone knew English, everyone had English to fall back on. So even if they provided a non-Indo-European language, it's just kinda how it came out.
In Viosa, there really isn't much of a tense system. There are particles that convey time, though. They started out as words, and they still are used as words in some places, but they've largely become sort of particles that convey either pastness or futureness or presentness.
It also has prepositions. It has a lot of prepositions, and it has also postpositions that aren't always used that way. Not everybody uses them as postpositions.
One of the features that Viosa has that I haven't really encountered in any map line is the opposition between the adpositions. I'm using ambiguous terminology for a reason here. De and za. So the way we always explain these is by putting them in between numbers. Ein, de, ni, de, tre. Tre, za, ni, de, ein. That should be mostly self-explanatory, but the thing with that is it shows a very specific use case. You're not usually listing events purely like that. Usually you want to use words like this at the beginning of a sentence or before a subclause or all sorts of situations which do not clearly lend themselves towards such a listing. So for about 5 years now, people have not known how to use these words. People use these words and kind of understand what the other person is saying sometimes, but there's a lot of disagreement. So this has led to the word beza to mean something that is just such a mess that nobody has any idea how to use it.
The following is a section of a conversation between Salt and Vico, which they kindly recorded specifically so I could use it as the Viosa sample in this video. Now, I will note that up until this point, I've been avoiding direct translations, which is because if anyone watching this video decides that they want to actually learn Viosa, direct translations can be considered spoilers. However, this sample section will in fact be translated, so if you want to avoid spoilers, skip to the timecode on screen.
Mange F. Fa. Akurat likoske on afto.
Andra mycket Hamas. Hamadan? Men liglog mange søt irke. Nei, harmirai ikke lik. Harmirai mange kvøfla hennes.
Akkurat. Trist.
Nei, mange bra.
Mange bra. Hun har haft problem med par.
Trist. Demus. Hamas dusha.
Akkurat.
Hamas soji było sprawie.
Hamas soji, akurat. Un suru, un era, koska un netopa dusha, una hammas nuito.
Akkurat sama. Mange vrager najmus tristli vonaröskoj alplasnade.
Akkurat. Awan, ni koska un hammas nuito suru. Stoff. Skoj Dus je executie. Oh, in een altplaats, koske like andere persoon sojiting, like komen og nei vel dan men slucha dan det nei har haft problem inne duscha.
Prawda? Sodzimy to pomagahastia vardag. Dosyć bragowi har. Simpel fu ima dagvona. Har mange iske inne duscha rum. Kadeki. Fix allting för mig.
Akkurat.
Bra Hanotintan. Viosa is quite an unusual conlang project in that it wasn't intended as a conlang, it was intended as an experiment, and it formed mostly naturally in that not much of it was consciously put together. Obviously there are some things that had a lot of conscious influence because it was mostly conlangers with linguistics knowledge, but the majority of it was just what people put together. As an experiment, it was flawed. Everybody who was participating spoke English and also had certain languages in common, even if they weren't using them.
Honestly, I think the absence of monolinguals who don't speak English, I think that's one thing that, like, it's not something that I despise about the language or anything, it's just an unfortunate side effect of the way it was put together. Like, I feel like the experience would be, like, so much more of a diverse, like, cultural exchange if we were able to do that. Unfortunately, I think it was just out of scope for the project, really.
It's kind of hard sometimes to know how much is cheating because they say, like, no, English is one of the big rules of Viosa, and yet we'll use like images and emojis all the time. Is that cheating?
I know nowadays it's kind of frowned upon to use emojis or like pictures of objects to find out what something means, but I honestly don't really care. Go ahead.
I find that, like, even in circumstances where I figured out a word through nefarious means, there's always something new to learn and figure out how to express, as long as you just continue applying the ethical rules. Like, if you strive not to correct people when the distinction isn't important, for instance, then you have the possibility to completely relearn that word that you cheated to figure out.
Beyond that, though, as a conlang, well, it's not a very interesting conlang.
The grammar is pretty Indo-European, so that's kind of boring.
Even though we're speaking with all these words from all these different languages, we tended to use English syntax a lot, because syntax is not an equally obvious part of language, even though it's of course equally important.
Honestly, like if somebody just sent me a random grammar of this and said it was their conlang, I would probably be absolutely disgusted and not have any interest whatsoever. But that wasn't Viosa's goal, so that's our excuse.
I don't think two speakers of Viosa would write all words exactly the same way at all.
It's like a language that is being used with a community that is very close-knit and we all know each other for a long time. I think that's honestly one of the big keys to Viosa's success, is that we're friends that all like linguistics.
God, I love the community. Honestly, just the closeness of things, because everybody has relearned how to speak with each other, and in such an intimate and kind of like loving way.
You know those other people, you're friendly with them and you have your own secret language with them.
I've been using it for 5 years. I've made friends within the project that I wouldn't have met otherwise. It just is very cool to have seen the experiment unfold, having that experience, and trying to struggle to communicate. It's not something that really a lot of people experience in their lifetimes.
The main way of learning of the language is immersion, which is something that you almost never get with any other language.
I just think it's really cool, and I'm in a sense kind of thankful that I'm part of the community, I suppose. But I'm also glad that I've been able to share it with everyone.
You know what I love? This is the 7th of these interviews I've done. So far, 100% of people have said that they love the Viosa community.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is so wonderful and wholesome hearing people talk about how they've made friends over the course of learning this language, and every single person I've talked to about Viosa has said that.
That's so fun. I love that. That warms my heart to hear so much, because like since I've been around so long, it pleases me so deeply to know that like the new people and older speakers as well, we've been able to continue having that experience.
I remember we were at these cliffs over the ocean and we're just like hanging out. So we start like talking in Viosa for fun. We see a lizard and I think one of us is like, I wonder what the Viosa lizard is. So I'm like, I'm gonna come up with it. And so I just whip out my phone and we search up like an old English translation for it. And so I was like, oh, this is an Othix. And so now the lizard is Othix because we were hanging out one day and saw a lizard and didn't have a word for it already. So it's now an Othix.
All in all, I am so grateful that I got the opportunity to talk to the Viosa community. That said, I don't really know if I have any real opinions on the language itself. Talking about what I like or don't like about its design and its aesthetic feels like it would just be missing the point, you know? The fact that Viosa exists is a direct side effect of my absolute favorite trait of humanity, the innate desire to communicate with one another. Viosa reminded me why I love linguistics. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time, where I'll be reviewing English. Welcome to Conlang Critic, the show that gets facts wrong about your favorite conlang. I'm Jan Measley, and in this episode, we'll be looking at the language that, I mean, it's not that it's hard to pronounce the name, it's more that it's hard to say its name out loud in a way that makes it clear what language you're talking about. English. It's not English, E-N-G-L-I-S-H, it's English, spelled I-Q-G-L-I-C. We're just gonna have to deal with that. Now, if you've seen some other episodes of Conlang Critic, you might have heard of English before. That's English, not English. Even if you haven't, you still might have heard of Vaudeville. Vaudeville was one of the first languages I reviewed in this series. At the time, it was a bit exciting because it was a first in a few ways. I dunked on Vaudeville pretty hard in that review, and it held the title of my least favorite conlang until the Fully Espo episode from earlier this year. Vaudeville is an amateur international auxiliary language created by Jack Eisenman in 2012. In short, it's a language where every word is 3 letters long and borrowed from English. And actually, in this case, the distinction between the two languages with names that are pronounced like English isn't as important, because Vaudeville, in addition to being based on English, the natural language, was more directly based on Jack Eisenman's earlier project, English. Man, there's really no good way to disambiguate these. I asked Jack Eisenman if there's a way to differentiate between them, and he said, quote, no. So, like, officially, you just don't. Oh, by the way, he wanted me to make it clear that he doesn't actually still care about this language. He abandoned English almost a full decade ago, and hasn't spent any time at all on it since. Okay, right. English is an international auxiliary language created by Jack Eisenman in 2011. While English 2011 appears to be a modified version of English 1550 to present, it's more accurate to describe it as a completely new language built from the ground up that just happens to be based on English. The distinction doesn't matter that much, but the amount it matters isn't none. English's consonants are m, n, ng, p, t, ch, k, b, d, j, g, f, th, s, sh, t, v, th, z, j, w, r, y, l. This is literally just the English consonant inventory. I guess the marginal phonemes aren't here, but like there's not much I can really say about this inventory from a design standpoint. Like sure, I could do my normal thing, maybe even bring back that game show segment and talk about individual phonemes that make this less suited for an IAL, but it's not like each of these consonants was selected individually. This inventory is the way it is because of exactly one bad decision, the decision to just copy English. And like, that was a bad idea, don't do that. The point of an IAL is to be a culturally neutral language that anyone can learn, and deliberately copying one specific natural language without adjusting it in any way is the opposite of that. Oh, I guess I should also talk about how my analysis here is technically different from the way it's described in the official documentation. So like, a lot of these things aren't supposed supposed to be consonant phonemes. Like, the affricates are presented as stop fricative consonant clusters, and the semivowels are presented as non-syllabic allophones of their corresponding full vowels. So, like, I could reduce this chart to just this instead, but I don't think this is really the best way to analyze it. Anyway, English's vowels are E, I, U, A, A. English phonology isn't defined using the International Phonetic Alphabet, so I made some interpretations. I talked about this in the Votgill review too, but the way it's described, just using examples of English words the vowels appear in without specifying which pronunciation, would mean that if I wanted to interpret the English documentation completely literally, the vowel inventory could look something like this instead. But that's not really fair, right? Of course this stuff isn't supposed to be referring to the way I pronounce these words in particular. It's supposed to work for everyone, right? So really I should analyze them like this, using a broad diaphonemic analysis of English. So like, however you pronounce the vowel in but, that's how that vowel is pronounced. But the thing is, I don't think that's really what was intended either. Jack Eisenman speaks a dialect of E-English with a cot-caught merger, and IQ-Glish appears to have been designed without taking into consideration that there exist dialects without the merger. I guess I should explain what I mean. So like, here's 8 lexical sets in English. The general American dialect of English groups them like this, into 5 different vowel phonemes. Other dialects, like received pronunciation, have completely different groupings for these vowels. Like, as you can see here, in RP, bath, start, and father are all the same vowel phoneme, but in GA, there are 3 separate vowels. Anyway, the cot-caught merger takes the father, lot, cloth, and thought lexical sets and pronounces all of them as one thing, merging them, if you will. Now, the fact that English 2011 incorporates the cot-caught merger isn't itself a bad thing. I've said it many times before. When learning a new language, it's a lot easier to adjust to a smaller phonemic inventory than to a larger one. The problem is that the way it's implemented is pretty careless. The word used to define the pronunciation of this vowel is bought, which is a thought lexical set word. So someone looking at this word could pronounce it like store, using their pronunciation of the thought vowel, and then assume that it's the word for store, even though it's actually supposed to be star. This is really just one piece of a much larger problem. English was very clearly designed with one specific dialect of English in mind. The vocabulary phonemicizes things like intervocalic tapping and TR affrication, things that are definitely not universal among English speakers. English has another problem that we've seen before many times. Its phonotactics are left undefined. There's no set limit to what sequences of phonemes can form valid words. Now, you'd think that since all words in English are from English, that this wouldn't be that much of a problem, and yet it really is. Probably the biggest issue this causes is when dealing with syllabicity. The letters Y and W are ambiguous as to when they're pronounced as non-syllabic semivowels and when they're pronounced as syllabic full vowels. If the official documentation is to be trusted, then every letter is pronounced one way, so they're always syllabic, meaning that this is a 4-syllable word pronounced pauruik. This leads to an interesting question. What is the true nature of this conlang? Is the true version the way it's described by the reference grammar, or is it what was intended by its creator? Are the mistakes in the official documentation truly part of the language? Is the word for bush really pronounced goose? There's 5 words in English that contain that specific consonant cluster, according to the official documentation. This is clearly a mistake. All of these were intended to have sh instead, but how much does authorial intent actually matter? When dealing with language, it's the speakers who decide what a language truly is, but this conlang doesn't have speakers, so there's no definitive answer. If you've seen the title of my video about spelling reforms, you'll know that I think most English spelling reforms are bad, and that's because most of them are like English 2011. It really is a textbook bad spelling reform. It's super unintuitive, and I really don't like the way it looks. It does that thing where TC is used for ch. I hate that. Like, I understand the reasoning behind it, but it does not look good. Okay, here's a fun game we can play. This is all words in the language that end with the letter U. Just look through them and try to read them to yourself. Don't think about it too hard, just get a sense of how you instinctively think these words are pronounced. Now, my guess is that most of you doing that will have made the same mistake. That is, the first time you see one of these words, you assume that the letter U at the end is pronounced like oo. It's not. The letter U in English is pronounced like in all contexts. This is what I mean by calling this orthography unintuitive. It directly contradicts most people's intuition. That actually seems to include Jack Eisenman himself, funnily enough. There's 5 words in English that end with the letter A, all of which are from English words that end with schwa. Like, Jack already got it. It makes more intuitive sense for words that end with to be spelled with A instead, but since that contradicts the every letter is pronounced exactly one way thing, it's gotta be U instead. But also, is every letter pronounced exactly one way? This is that same point I was making before. Is English the language that Jack Eisenman described, or is it the language he meant to describe? English has another writing system, and there's no real description of how it works anywhere. Basically, there's different letter shapes for all the consonants, and what color it is indicates what vowel comes after it. You can also put one consonant above another, which makes it so the vowel goes before the consonant instead. It's a somewhat interesting idea, and it absolutely does not fit English phonology, and it definitely has no place in an international auxiliary language. Also, since there's 8 phonemic vowels, the colors you have to distinguish aren't nearly distinct enough, especially if you're colorblind. Grammar is the main thing that separates English from English, you know, besides the aesthetics. If you're familiar with Jack Eisenman's later works, English is a lot like those. There's 4 strictly separate parts of speech: nouns, verbs, descriptors, and prepositions. Unlike Jack's later conlings, descriptors are only adjectives and adverbs and not intransitive verbs. Though it does say that all verbs are transitive, which is, like, obviously wrong given the verb exists. Another fun difference between English and Jack's later conlings is that English actually has a fully functional set of third-person pronouns. I mean, sure, they're directly copied from English, but it's better than literally nothing. Of course, it's completely fine for a language to not use third-person pronouns. The problem with Vaudeville is that it didn't clarify what you're supposed to use instead of third-person pronouns. Anyway, English grammar is pretty simple. What you're looking at now is the whole thing. Some basic rules about noun phrases, a handful of suffixes, and something about situation nouns. Again, it's a lot like Jack Eisenman's other languages. Situation nouns are supposed to be relative clauses. You put quote marks around a verb phrase and now it functions as a noun. How are you supposed to pronounce them? No idea. Situation nouns are a staple of Eisenman conlings, and the way they're implemented in English is absolutely the worst version. This is definitely something that should have been handled with grammatical particles, not punctuation. What else? Oh, I should talk about correlatives. Jack uses correlative the way Esperantists use the term, as a catch-all for interrogative, demonstrative, and quantifier pronouns. These so-called correlatives are supposed to be a regularized version of their English counterparts. So, like, if you look at all these in English, you'll probably notice a few clear patterns. There's pairs like what, that, when, then, and where, there, and there's the whole set of words everybody, anybody, somebody, nobody, everything, anything, something, nothing, and so on. So, like, you could just try to take those patterns and force them to work for absolutely everything. It's incredibly silly, and I think it's my favorite thing English does. It's just as unapologetically artificial as the rest of the language, but at the same time it has this weird charm to it. It's like Jack was trying to be as objective and logical as possible when designing it, and he happened to logically conclude that something this ridiculous was the correct way to do this. Unsurprisingly, English vocabulary is completely derived from English. It's small but not minimal at around 2,000 words. It's not enough words for you to be able to assume that any given English word definitely has an English equivalent, but it's too many words for it to feel right rephrasing things to get around the holes in the vocabulary. Like, if you want to say moose or beaver, you're fine, but there's no words for deer or raccoon. I think most emblematic of the fundamental conceptual problem with English as an international auxiliary language is the fact that there's words for American imperial units, but not for international metric units. This is an international auxiliary language that makes absolutely no effort to be culturally neutral in any capacity. It's careless at best. You might have noticed that those words for inch and foot are both prefixed with length. This is part of another of the baffling decisions English makes. See, English avoids having words with multiple meanings, whether they're from homophones or different senses of the same original English word. And the way English avoids this is by just picking one meaning as the default and sticking another word before the other one to disambiguate it. So that's why there's stuff like period and dote period, to and count to, or censor and bad censor. It's another clear example of the problem with the design philosophy behind English. Jack came up with some general principles that maybe sounded good on paper, then fully committed to them without considering if the results of those principles actually are good. The following is a part of a translation of the Tower of Babel from Genesis, translated into English by Jack Eisenman specifically for this video. The entire earth was have one language and common words. The persons was found of field in the land of Shinar, Jering. They was travel from the east land. They was say, please come, we please make bricks and entire brevet to self. They was have brick for rock and tar for saving. They then say, Please come. We please build a city for sale, and we, a tower, have top in the sky. We please make name for sale, or God is spreaded over the face of the entire earth. All in all, English is a comprehensive failure. I would call it poorly designed, but calling it designed is an exaggeration. English was abandoned in favor of what would later become Vaudeville, and looking at English, it's clear that most of the stuff that's bad about Vaudeville started here. This is the third of Jack Eisenman's languages I reviewed, and they're really all the same thing. Vaudeville, Zaysay, they're just incremental changes to a fundamentally flawed starting point. But really, the problem isn't in the core of the language, it's with its presentation. The Jack Eisenman conlang does not work at all as an international auxiliary language, but it doesn't have to be one. A language with a smallish core vocabulary and minimal programming language like grammar is a pretty decent foundation for an engineered language, as long as there's no pretense of it being designed for international communication. English wasn't the most requested Jack Eisenman language for me to review. I mean, you saw how many requests it has. That's way less than everything else this season. The most requested one was Pegakibo, Jack's first conlang. Pegakibo isn't an auxlang, it's a personal language, and it has all the hallmarks of his other languages. And like, I could have made a video about Pegakibo, and it would literally just be the Zaysay episode again, but less funny. And that's the thing, right? Because the Zaysay episode was just a less funny version of the Vaudeville episode. That's why I decided to review English, because at least it's different in interesting ways. I don't want to keep reviewing Jack Eisenman's languages. One half of it is because they're all the same, so I have fewer interesting things to say every time, and the other half is because I don't want to be mean to the guy. It was one thing when this was a smaller channel and I didn't care about things like quality, but it's another thing entirely now that I have an actual platform and like standards. That in mind, English is complete garbage. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the Conlang Critics Season 3 finale, where I'll be reviewing Quenya. Hey, so you're watching past the outro, so I think I can be real with you for a second. Pretty much since I uploaded the Vios episode, a small but vocal group of people have been complaining about how I'm not making Conlang Critic as often as I used to. I wouldn't really mind it if it was, like, accurate. Like, hey, I've been making Conlang Critic at a steady pace of once every other month for a whole year now. Like, literally, what are you talking about? I make this show every other month, and I make other stuff between. Nothing has changed. Anyway, I've got an announcement video coming up about what stuff I'll be doing after Season 3 is over, so look forward to that. Welcome to Conlang Critic, the show that gets facts wrong about your favorite conlang. I'm Jan Niesely, and this episode we'll be looking at the ancient tongue, Quenya. We're finally here. Welcome to the season finale of Conlang Critic. And what better way to close off this season than with one of the most beloved conlangs out there? It's one of the two languages someone means when they say Elvish language, and I already reviewed the other one about a year ago. Quenya is a fictional language created by J.R.R. Tolkien, made famous by its inclusion in the Lord of the Rings series. As I said in the Sindarin review, it's not accurate to say that Tolkien created his elf languages for his fantasy books. The exact opposite is the case. Unlike Sindarin, there's a good amount of documentation for Quenya that's easily accessible to anyone who wants to learn about it, which is great for my purposes. The website Artalambian from Helge Faustkanger remains an extremely valuable resource for all of Tolkien's languages. In addition, there's an easier-to-digest reference grammar on Wikibooks, which describes a version of Quenya often called Neo-Quenya, a more formalized version of the language pieced together by the Lord of the Rings fandom for use in fanworks. In fiction, Quenya is the ancient language of the High Elves, and it has a role in Middle-earth society similar to the one Latin does in the real world, to the extent that it's sometimes literally called Elf Latin. Out of fiction, Quenya is mostly based on Finnish, like how Sindarin was based on Welsh, though there's also some inspiration from Greek. Before I started researching for this video, I knew like 3 things about Finnish that a Finnish-inspired language would probably copy. It has vowel harmony, a whole bunch of grammatical cases, and no gendered pronouns. So let's see how much of that made its way into Quenya. Quenya's consonants are ma, na, pa, ta, ka, ba, da, ga, fa, sa, cha, va, la, ya, Okay, I'm actually unsure what the best way to analyze Quenya's phonemic inventory is, and I mean that in the best way possible. Quenya's sound system can't really be described using a chart of individual segments like this. For starters, the voice stops only appear in consonant clusters. I figured it might make sense to treat these nasal stop clusters as their own phonemes, which is a real thing in some natural languages, but this doesn't quite work because the voiced alveolar stop also contrasts with its voiceless counterparts after liquids. So maybe those clusters are actually phonemes too? Then there's also a voice labiodental fricative, which I think is fine calling an allophone of whoop because they never contrast except after l, so maybe they're different phonemes after all. Like, maybe I could do that, or maybe the consonant clusters that include w are actually all their own separate phonemes. But there's also a bunch of consonant clusters with y. Are those supposed to be separate phonemes too? And what about those voiceless versions of the liquids? Sure, they're written as consonant clusters, and the most common dialect of Quenya completely lacks them, but surely they too must be separate phonemes. I think the largest inventory it makes sense to analyze Quenya with is something like this, but really focusing on individual segments is the wrong approach to this language. Unlike, literally every language I've talked about on this show since the Sindarin episode, Quenya's phonotactics are precisely defined. There is a clear and consistent set of structural rules that determine which sequences of phones can appear in Quenya words. It's honestly refreshing. To be clear, the fact that it's hard to analyze Quenya's consonant inventory is a good thing. Natural languages don't care how you analyze their segments after all. Quenya's vowels are I, U, E, O, A. Okay, it's just the 5-vowel system. But there's also phonemic vowel length, so there's long and short versions of all of these, which I keep seeing described as having different positions in vowel space. I'm pretty sure this is a misinterpretation of the way Tolkien describes the length distinction, given that the natural languages Quenya was aesthetically inspired by don't do this. Still, I've seen them transcribed this exact way multiple times, so this is just me acknowledging that I'm aware of this analysis. There's also some phonemic diphthongs, I guess. Okay, now let's talk about phonotactics. This is the full set of consonant clusters that appear in Quenya. Now, a good share of these can be, sometimes are, and probably should be analyzed as single segments and not clusters. But as I said, that doesn't really matter for this language. Anyway, the result of these clearly defined phonotactics is that Quenya has a refined aesthetic, one that's intended to sound beautiful and elegant, and I think it succeeds. As I briefly mentioned before, Quenya was heavily based on Finnish, and the most distinctive phonological feature of Finnish is its vowel harmony. While vowel harmony isn't exclusive to Finnish and the rest of the Uralic language family, it is definitely the most interesting aspect of the language's phonology. I'm not going to get too far into what vowel harmony is for two reasons. First, because there's this video from DJP that's way better than whatever explanation I could come up with, and second, because for some reason Quenya doesn't have vowel harmony. It just feels like missed potential, you know? One thing that I think is just lovely about Tolkien's languages is the care taken for the aesthetic of the romanization systems used in the books. In a text-based medium, the romanization is pretty much all you'll get to experience of a language, so making sure it looks the part can be even more vital than the rest of the design. Romanized Quenya does a few distinctly illogical things for the purpose of aesthetic, like using C for K, and the use of Q, U, and X for Qu and X. My favorite thing, however, is the extensive use of the diaeresis diacritic. Romanized Quenya uses a diaeresis whenever a word ends with the vowel A, specifically so that the English-speaking readers won't get confused and assume that the E at the end of the word is meant to be silent. There's no reason to do this other than to make the language look more unique, and I love it. In universe, Quenya is a literary language written using a writing system called the Tangwar. A year ago, I called the Tangwar a featural abjad. Individual letters represent consonant sounds, and there's diacritics used for vowel sounds. The way the Tangwar work is different depending on the language, both in terms of what values letters are given and in terms of the actual structure. So in Sindarin, a vowel diacritic is placed on the consonant that comes after it, which is the opposite of how it works in abjads and abugidas used for natural languages. But Quenya is more like a traditional abjad/abugida, with a diacritic placed on the consonant that comes before it. As an example, if you wanted to transcribe the name Misali, in Sindarin it would look like this, and in Quenya it would look like this. One thing I didn't really talk about in the Sindarin video is how the Tangwar are a featural writing system, which I think is their most influential aspect. Here's the boring summary. A featural writing system is one where features of the shapes of individual graphemes indicate some information about what phonemes they represent. Every single linguistics YouTuber has made a video about this topic, and most of them use Hangul as the example. And yes, they are all correct when they say that this is a cool thing to do. The thing is, featural writing systems are used constantly in conlangs. Like, okay, of the 12 conlangs in this season, half of them don't have original writing systems at all and only use the Latin alphabet. Of the other 6, All 6 of them have original writing systems that can be described as featural. The only conlang I've reviewed this season that makes use of a non-featural original writing system is Kalen with its ceremonial interlace alphabet, which, if you recall, is my all-time favorite writing system in any conlang. I'm not saying it's bad to use a featural writing system in a conlang. It is indeed really cool, and it's especially not a bad thing that Tolkien's Elvish languages use one, since they predate all of these other featural orthographies. What I am saying is that it's hard for me to get excited about something that Quenya has in common with English with a Q. While Sindarin leaned really heavily on its Welsh influence for most things in its design, Quenya takes inspiration from a number of sources in a somewhat less direct way. The language makes extensive use of suffixes for case and number marking on nouns. Now, having a bunch of suffixes for a bunch of noun cases is, in fact, a Finnish thing. But the exact set of cases included in Quenya is different, so it's not Tolkien literally just copying the grammar of a natural language he likes. But yeah, there's 9 or 10 cases, depending, and 4 grammatical numbers. I don't think I've encountered this exact type of grammatical number in a conlang before. There's the pretty normal 3-way singular dual plural thing going on, but on top of that there's the partitive plural used for part of a larger group, which is another Finnish thing. But in Finnish, it's a case instead of a number. Verbs in Quenya are marked for tense, in a way that's slightly different depending on the ending of the root form of the verb. There's a lot of other suffixes that indicate the person and number of the subject and object, most of which function as shortened forms of pronouns. The one that doesn't is for when the subject isn't a pronoun and also isn't singular. The pronominal suffixes are one of the more interesting things Quenya does, especially since they're not ripped from Finnish. While standalone forms of pronouns are occasionally used in Quenya, most of the time that role is filled by these suffixes. It's common to see verbs in the form of a root, then a suffix indicating tense, then a pronominal suffix indicating the subject, then another pronominal suffix indicating the object. So like the word tompissen translates as they covered me, and it breaks down as the root verb meaning cover, a suffix marking the past tense, a suffix indicating a third person singular subject, and finally a suffix indicating a first person singular object. By the way, the past tense suffix does some funky things in there to avoid the consonant cluster kna, because, as you recall, Tolkien cared a lot about phonesthetics. Oh yeah, and speaking of funky things dealing with phonesthetics, the present tense makes vowels longer in some contexts. That's fun, I think. Quenya vocabulary is distinctly better documented than Sindarin. I can confirm that there are indeed attested words for both bow and arrow. I always have had a hard time coming up with interesting things to say about vocabulary. There's definitely a bunch of examples of individual words in Quenya that have well thought out interesting details to them, and I don't really want to spend a few minutes just listing examples if I don't have anything to say about any of them individually other than, hey, this is an interesting detail. I will say that due to the more fleshed out nature of Quenya as compared to Sindarin, those interesting details are far more numerous than they were for the other elf language. Some of those details are from world building things, and other details are just the result of Quenya being a language that changed significantly over the course of Tolkien's life. It's also fun seeing words that are pretty obviously just like, Tolkien came up with a name for a character and then said, okay, now what should this name mean then? Like, it's absolutely not subtle. In general, it's clear that a lot of love and care went into Quenya vocabulary, both by its creator and by the people who have worked hard compiling its creator's original writings. I just don't really have that much to say about it. It's really good, but not in a way that's fun to talk about. Is there anything else? Quenya uses base 12, right? I know Sindarin doesn't, so I'm pretty sure the Tolkien elf language that uses decimal that I had heard about before is this one. Wait, this thing on Wikibooks is distinctly describing a base 10 system. Does Quenya seriously just use decimal? No, seriously, this part goes into talking about how writing numbers using the Tangwar uses base 12, and then says that we don't actually know what names the base 12 numbers had? Do you mean to tell me that in the Lord of the Rings universe, elves historically used decimal, and they invented a positional notation system designed for their base 12 numbers, and that at some point after that, they switched to using base 10? Literally, why would they switch from decimal to decimal if they already had a fully developed, completely functional base 12 positional notation system that's apparently used throughout Middle-earth? Who else in this universe invented math, and how influential was their math notation that it completely changed the way elves say numbers? The following is part of a poem called the Markyria poem on Ardalambian and Makria on Wikibooks. It's the longest text written in Quenya by J.R.R. Tolkien. Man laruva rave asure, vetauri lilassie, inqui carcariara, isilme iltalasse, isilme picalasse, isilme lantalasse, veloicolicuma, raumonurua, undume ruma. All in all, Quenya is really good. I think I understand why it's more popular than Sindarin. It's not just that Sindarin happens to not be as well fundamental as Quenya, it's also that Quenya just happens to have more of its own identity in general. The significance and impact of Tolkien's world building cannot be understated. The conlang community as it exists today would not be here if it weren't for Tolkien. His languages remain among the most naturalistic, grounded, well-developed conlangs in the medium. There is no aspect of Quenya that feels artificial. However, part of the reason Tolkien was able to have his languages feel like they would be at home in our world is that their features are taken directly from our world. This somewhat extends to the rest of Tolkien's world building, and as a result, the entire high fantasy genre. The parallels between the races of Middle-earth and the actual human cultures of the real world aren't exactly subtle. Quenya is Elf Latin, with a Finnish aesthetic. The distinct Europeanness of the Elvish languages shouldn't be overlooked. I understand why this influence exists and why Tolkien chose to represent his elves this way, it's just that after a full century of fantasy languages inspired by Tolkien, stuff like this feels way more boring than it did when it was new. But outside of that context, looking at it as a standalone work, Quenya is nothing short of good art. Quenya is believable, it's beautiful, it's alive. That in mind, Quenya is one of the greatest fantasy languages ever created. The influence it has had was completely deserved. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. I don't know what will come after this. For the first time since starting this show, I don't know what I'll be reviewing next time. Conlang Critics Season 3 has been such an important period for me as a creator. It's been a time of growth. I've started to get an understanding of what I actually want this show to be, and miraculously, I've begun to reach an actual platform at the same time. I'm going to be taking a break from Conlang Critic for a while. There's some other projects I'd like to focus on for a few months before I'll be ready to get back to this show. Thank you to everyone who has supported this show, on top of everything else I've been doing. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around just how many of you there are now. I mean this as sincerely as possible. Thank you for watching. I've been Jan Miesely, and this has been Conlang Critic Season 3. Mitawa.
Tempo mutela mi tuli lompoka Nilina sinta solon tempo Sina olin bakala Bitawa ampa Taso sina awem pilimpona Black Gill Bakala sina awem lo Sina liweka yaki Osone eni ikeli bini Ala ikela o kude eni Black Gill Otawa waso
Only a little over a week ago, one of the most impressive feats in gaming history was accomplished live on Twitch. The completion of a Mario Maker level so difficult it took 7 years of straight attempts for someone to beat it in a single time. It took Jane Shot Braden 2,491 days, 4,368 hours to get the first completion of this level. It is absolute insanity. Jane Shot Braden is the creator of the level and the only person to clear it, and it is perhaps one of the nuttiest things I've ever seen in gaming. It's so wild that when I was watching the completed attempt live, my cat came in, just out of pure respect to be part of this game. It's so wild that I 4,368 hours in total. Can you believe that shit, Io? Can you believe that? Is that fucking nuts? You haven't even been alive for 4,368 hours yet. And now now, yesterday, Chain Shop Braden posted a full video going over the history of the level as well as its reputation and showing off the run as well as the people that doubted him. He had an entire section dedicated to every doubter over the course of 7 years just to feed them their vegetables and rub it in their face that he finally did actually complete it. Because most people viewed the level as impossible. Over the course of years, Braden would get some deep runs, but every time he got close to completing it, he decided to make the level even harder. So he'd just keep evolving, like, oh, it only took me 2,000 hours to get to the second to last room. It's a little too easy, you need to tweak it a bit to make it harder. So by the time it reached its final evolution here, it was downright ridiculous, and most people just wrote it off as just an unachievable goal. Until September 30th, 2022, when Braden pulled it off. I put a link to the video in the description. I highly recommend you check it out. I'll go ahead and show you some clips from when I was watching the video on stream. Braden even stopped in the chat to give us some insider information on what the future holds for him now. I genuinely do think this level is one of the hardest levels in all of gaming. Everything is frame perfect and everything has to be perfectly timed. That's fucking classic Tom. Tom Thompson's always been such a fucking hater for some reason. That guy's bad news. I'm glad Braden took it to him. Man, fuck you, Tom. I like how he saved every single downer. All of them, it seems. The power of spite is such a powerful thing. Oh, I'm not gonna do it, huh? Okay, watch me. 7 years. Why not? God. Oh my lord, he has so many of these screenshots. He wanted to make sure he put every single one of them in the completion video. Like a wall of shame. Rubbing their nose in it. He kept every receipt for 7 years. Oh god, yeah. This level is so fucking cool. I'm just gonna let this ride again. It's so good. Legitimately, I think this level is the upper limits of human capability in gaming. Like, everything you see here is frame perfect. You can't make a single mistake and your timing can't be anything less than perfect either. It's so nuts. This music is really loud though. Alright, I gotta turn it down. It's blowing my ear out. I feel like I'm in the trial of death. I also have no doubt while Braden was doing this, he felt like no pressure at all. I really think, I don't know him, obviously, but I just get the impression from this video and all of like the things he said so far, that he just does it because he loves it. It was just like this personal thing. So he just comes on, does a couple 100 runs a night. If he doesn't get it, he doesn't get it. Yeah, just like actual Giga Chad shit. Man doesn't feel pressure.
And make sure that you know that we're all human beings, we're all on the same earth. So with that being said, you can achieve.
But like these tricks are all so foreign to me. I'm a very novice Mario Maker player, and I can recognize when things are so fucking nuts, like so tight. Like this POW block. So I'm pretty sure the way this works is you have to turn the POW block to block this so you don't get hit on the pipe going on the way up. And I imagine the timing on that has to be extremely strict, because if you go a little too soon, you'll still catch the hitbox, right? Dark Side Phil can do this indeed. I think Dark Side Phil could probably do this in sub 5 minutes. That guy is just a different league. That's a specimen that should be studied. You can't really put normal mortals on the same playing field as Dark Side. That is a man who literally jerked off on stream and played it off like it was no big deal and continued to stream with a full load in his pants. That guy is just, he's built it, and you need to accept that. If you live your life comparing yourself to Phil, you're gonna be unhappy. The Yoshi plays also goes so hard in this run. Like I can't even register half of this shit here. There's so much happening all at once, a full-blown sensory overload. And you still have to be perfect. Absolute pixel perfect precision. Oh, here, hold on. I'm gonna slow that shit down. I've watched this run maybe 3 times now. 3 or 4 times. And it's still so crazy. There's just, like, I always feel like I'm seeing something different. So this helmet right here, he has to keep bouncing off of this bomb and hitting this piranha plant up while dodging all of these, the chain chomps and the crews, and hit it all the way up in order to get over safely. And you can't miss this at all, otherwise you fall and die. And that's not even where it stops, because then you also have to grab this, I don't even know what this is called, but it's like the little booster, in order to bounce this up so you can continue to jump off it and dodge booze. Grab this one and do the same thing again, but on the smaller bombs. Bouncing off of the musical notes down here to avoid the spikes, dodge the booze the whole time. The second one coming off the blocks. So stupid. Just so genuinely stupid. The absolute insanity. Drop a 50k bounty on this. Like, that's just not fair to Braden though, because he already beat it, so that wouldn't exactly be fair to the next person, or for Braden, to give like a bounty to the next person that beats this. Though I will say this openly, I don't think we will ever see another completion of this. I don't think there's many people that would commit 7 years to a single level with play it at full speed now. It's so cool though. You saying that's going to be in the next video for the completion? Hey, I'd love to see it. I just don't see it happening. I really don't. I think most people wouldn't even bother trying. Like, what sane person's going to watch this and be like, yeah, I can't wait to try and do this myself? The bald man could take this on. It's so ridiculous. How about can we get 47? Oh, we made it out. We got 45 left. Oh, from the video. Oh. You said it like a riddle. You're talking about the guy like actually from this video in the compilation. Northern Lionwood. Yeah, maybe he has the gamer gene required to pull this off. This is what I mean by your timing has to be perfect too, by the way. In order to hit half of these jumps, these shells, you have to time it perfectly. Because there's so many of these jumps that are so tight. Baby girl, you're so smart, cancer in the chest, like cardiac arrest. I've been feeling stressed, trying to find ways to impress, showing her that I love, trying to show having the flaming thing toss the bomb off of its hitbox. This part I think is absolutely outrageous because you have to do this like 6 times. There's like puzzles built into it. And for that one in particular, you have to do it so many times in order to set everything up properly to progress. Did the person who made it beat it? Yes. That's the only completion of it. The creator. He used an AI to beat this. I don't even think a computer could pull this off. This man is the machine. Ooh, almost just a bit of a fuck up. One missed jump so far, but luckily it wasn't in like a do or die spot. There's also these endurance rooms like this where you just have to dodge a ton of shit for I think it's like 20 seconds, maybe more. It looks like it's more. This is more like 30 seconds, I think. God, that's awesome. the level's about 8 minutes long. So this bad boy, she's got some duration. Like, the endurance required for this is nuts. 8 minutes of no mistakes. Jesus Christ. Damn. The AOT, yeah. The soundtrack fits very well. Seeing this live must have been one of the best moments of these chatters' lives. Another example of what I mean by your timing also has to be perfect to catch these shells that are falling through. You can't hesitate. Hey, here she comes, the final run. 7 years in the making. Beauty. Fucking beauty. I would love to see some of the doubters in the chat. They must have felt so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, there's no shame in bringing a tear to your eye. Tom was hating in the chat. Yeah, I bet Tom was in there just bah-humbugging the whole time. He embraced the doubt. It fueled him. It absolutely fueled him. Like I said, spite is a powerful thing. I wonder what's next for Brayden now. After beating Trial of Death, where do you even go from there? That's like the hardest level of anything ever. Everything else is going to be easy. So what do you even do? You can't do something... Like, I don't even think you could make it harder. I think if you push that any further, it would actually get awesome. Now I'm going to end up in his next video 7 years from now. When he does do something even harder. Just do it faster. I guess you can make it like a speedrun thing, but like I said, this is actually probably the fastest it can be done. Because everything is frame perfect and all the timing has to be perfect. You don't have any chances for like a respite. Like there's no breaks. Like he doesn't stop to collect himself or anything. The only time loss is him turning on game audio. Turns on game audio for one of the tricks, I believe, so he pauses the game to do that. That's like the only time lapse. Oh, and he missed one jump. He did miss one jump. But that's the only two places you can even like potentially save. You can't even speed. Oh, you here, Brayden? Congrats again. And great fucking video on it. So hey, break the news here. What's next? Maybe like a vacation, get your feet up, relax for a bit. What's the plan going forward post Trials of Death? Planning on beating a Zelda game with my feet. Fuck yeah. Current plan is to try and get it on custom server being worked on called sounds good, yeah. I think it'd be really fun to have it out there so the community can try it. I'd like to see people try it. A whole section dedicated to snacking. Oh, okay. Put them on blast. Man, this guy's worse than Tom Thompson. Hey, also you should hold Snacky to that $1,000 bet. I think I still really want to do more bounties like the Halo Lasso challenge. It's just really hard to find targets that high. This would have been a really good one, but this is just, of course, that wouldn't be fair anymore now since Braden did it. To put a bounty on it after he's completed it, that doesn't make any sense. It's just hard to find things that are like tight like this to put a bounty on. But you guys get really niche with it, like a little too niche, where it's like, you should do World at War with all the death cards on while blindfolded, and also you have to be playing with one hand. And it has to be your non-dominant hand. And on the old bulky controllers. And your fans can't be on. It's not really fun. It's like a little too
I honestly doubt anyone thought it would take this long, but at long last, hello and welcome to the end of the 3-year journey that has been Pacifist%. We return now to find...
Hey, look at me! Oh, man! Hey, chest kiss, homie! Got a death wish or something.
Devin Weston has graciously decided to take a break from his midnight triathlon training to explain the plot. He informs Franklin that he has to choose how to handle the FIB who wants Trevor dead, Devin who wants Michael dead, and the variety of other clowns who are pissed off at the main characters for one reason or another.
Time's ticking, pal. Beep, beep, beep. Fuck you. Bye-bye.
Having played this game once or twice before, I already knew that ending A was the perfect choice to complete this pacifist challenge.
Hey man, how you doing? Shit, I'm good, T. I know what this is about. You do? Of course! It's Michael! You're the peacemaker! Well, I ain't having it, alright? I mean, that's it, right? Huh? Wasn't it? Wasn't it? But Michael ain't the problem. Man, you gonna get us all fucking killed.